Chapter 47, Scrounging a Free Meal. Chapter 47, Scrounging a Free Meal. Yun knew he was a normal person. Even just 2 months ago, this body was so weak that it could not even hold a chicken. The fat elder was already very euphemistic by saying extremely normal. Yun was worried, if the fat elder had opened heaven's eye, could he not see what lies within his heart? Normal constitution, born poor, yet, the fat elder pondered. He looked at the plunge basin behind Yun, and a thought flashed in his mind. He touched all over Yun's body, giving him goosebumps. What's this old man doing? Doesn't he know it was improper to touch between men? I understand now. This kid must have eaten some treasured food, and trained your body in the deep pool. The treasured food's violent energy was neutralized by the cold pool water. As such, you accidentally tempered your whole body, allowing you to reach such a state. This old man's words made Yun speechless. This old man was too good. Although his guess was not fully accurate, he was in fact very close to the truth. To be able to obtain such an achievement at this age sure isn't easy. Although it's because you had some luck in eating some treasure, as for in the future, I doubt there will be more. But, it's still not easy. The fat elder's words made Yun roll his eyes. Was this a compliment or an insult? Hey kid, I guess it must be fate that you met me, said the fat elder as he reached into his chest, as if he was taking something. Yun's eyes lit up. Is this the early indications of a pie in the sky? Could it be that the old man had appreciated him, and was planning on giving him some technique manual or desolate bones essence? Even magical pills would do. The fat elder's hand was thick and fat. He wore a gaudy jade ring on his thumb. It was unlike the dry look normal elders would have. Having grabbed something, his fat fist was clenched tight. Like a white steamed bun, he placed it on Yun's palm and released gently. Voila, voila. A few bronze coins fell into Yun's hands. The bronze coins were still warm from the fat elder's heat. Bronze coins? Yun's mind was filled with embarrassment and depression. Take this and buy some sweets. The fat elder smiled as he waved his hands, with an air of generosity. The linen-clothed girl beside him smiled mildly. They had treated Yun as a child. What the F***K? Yun looked at the 20 bronze coins in his hand, with 1,000 F***K your mother running through his head. In this world, mortals do use gold, silver, and bronze as currency. But in the cloud wilderness, gold and silver was only an auxiliary form of payment. The real currency was food, armor, and weapons. This old man was obviously an expert, but he was still required to carry around some currency in this world. Silver bullions were a large denomination in the mortal world. It was essential to have bronze coins for the typical inn or food stall. So it was not a surprise the old man had bronze coins. But to experts, not only bronze coins, but even gold and silver was of little value to them. If you wanted to give, at least give a few golden ingots. Yun was speechless. Actually having such thoughts of hooping to get something out of nothing was an embarrassing. As the saying goes, poverty acquaints men with strange bedfellows. With his training resources spent, he was still in the Meridian's realm. Although having a tempered body was great, but without being in the purple blood realm, he did not dare to hunt on the vast wilderness. Without hunting, how was he going to eat? Am I supposed to just eat grain porridge? And even for grain porridge, Zhang Xiao had always left the grains for him, while she just drank the porridge water. If Yun were to starve, he would also cause Zhang Xiao to starve. Yun felt ridiculed, but he still collected the bronze coins. He might as well have taken it. After all, if he gave it to Zhang Xiao, she could exchange it the tribe or other people for some food. Indeed, there was no pie in the sky. Also, the fat elder only considered him a child, hence, giving him some bronze coins for sweets was to amuse himself. Although he had a tempered body, as his constitution was average, he was nothing special since he had reached that state through treasures. He was small, poor, and lacking in strength. He was also total strangers with the old man. Why would the old man give him any benefits? He just found it fun to play with him, and was teasing him. I say elder, where are you going? Yun tried to make conversation. There was no harm getting to know the old man after all. We are going to the Tao tribal clan. The fat elder did not bother keeping it secret. Tao tribal clan. Yun knew the Tao tribal clan was a large clan near to the Lian tribal clan, and was the owner of the Lian tribal clan. The Lian tribal clan's manufacturing of weapons and armor were supplied to the Tao tribal clan. This old and young duo were obviously people of stature. They had the ability to cross the cloud wilderness without any hesitations. It was admirable. Yun suddenly recalled that when talking to the Lian tribal clan, Zhang Yuxian had mentioned that something had happened in the cloud wilderness. He had also mentioned that several VIPs would pass by the Lian tribal clan, preventing the Lian tribal clan patriarch from any neglection. From the looks of it, this old man and young girl were VIPs. The fat elder was already planning on leaving. But just before he took a stride, he suddenly felt hungry. He looked at the sun and rubbed his fat double chin, saying, "It's time to eat something. The scenery here is not bad. There's a mountain and the water is clean. Let's eat here." Eat? Upon hearing that word, Ian suddenly felt hungry, very hungry. Having eaten porridge for 2 consecutive months, he had been using herbs and the desolate bones essence as energy sources, but he had digested all the energy he had absorbed last night in the deep waters. It was as if Ian's body was empty on the inside. "Hey, disciple, let's eat," the fat elder called to Lin Shintong. Lin Shintong noted and looked at Yun, saying, "Little brother, why don't you join us?" Eh? Yun was stunned. He was exploding with happiness. He felt that the girl's voice was extremely touching, that, "You don't have to do that." Although Yun had said that, he was already finding a spot to sit. This old man and young girl must be of exceptional stature. The food they eat can't be that bad? Any dish would be very conducive for cultivation. The fat elder was planning to light a fire, however, seeing that Yun was planning to drag out his stay, he scorned with disdain. But since his disciple had already invited him, he could only accept it. He touched the jade ring on his right hand and pulled out 3 de-feathered pheasants like a magician. He pierced them using a pole and placed it by the side of the fire. The old man's jade ring was like Doraemon's pouch. In a short while, he took out a bunch of bottles and jars filled with spices. Yun was envious. He had initially brushed the old man's ring off as a magical performance, but the item was a treasure that could hold the largest items. Looks like this was similar to the legendary interspatial rings. Hee, count your lucky stars, kid. Not many people have tasted my culinary skills. Saying this, the old man rubbed his hands and began grilling a pheasant. Only then did Yun realize that this was no ordinary pheasant. It looked like a pheasant, but within it was tremendous amounts of energies. This was because Yun could see the light dots floating from the pheasant. This energy was very pure, easily causing envy. Yun felt his tongue salivating. It was good stuff. He had not eaten meat in 2 months, so having seen this plump pheasant which consisted of pure energy, how could he not salivate? He could not wait to roast the pheasant and slow it down his stomach. But very quickly, Yun felt depressed when he saw the old man's method of roasting. The old man's culinary skills were too terrible to watch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 48, As a glutton with principles, no compromises. Chapter 48, As a glutton with principles, no compromises. The fat elder was holding up the pheasant, but he was placing it too close to the fire, and his rotating speed was too slow. Roasting food with a naked fire was unlike grilling in a barbecue eatery. A barbecue eatery uses specialized grills that are easily lit. Its flame is uniform and most importantly, it is smokeless. But for firewood, the fire is not uniform, and the smoke is thick. This smoke was the ash from the unburned wood, and would rise up with the flames, sticking onto the pheasant's skin. So in a while, the pheasant in the old man's hands were already burned black. It wasn't overcooked, but was covered with a layer of ash. It not only affected the texture, but it would taste bitter. Although the old man wiped oil every now and then, it was unable to change the situation of a layer of ash growing thicker. From the way the old man did it, it was clear it was a matter of time before it was overburned. Using firewood to grill meat was a difficult job. Even a barbecue eatery's experts might not be able to do it well, but the old man was even worse. This was understandable, after all, what sort of position did this old man have? Time was precious, so he need not prepare food for himself. His culinary skills were naturally nothing flattering, furthermore grilling meat with firewood was extremely difficult. This is practically the destruction of heaven's property. As a glutton, no, as a connoisseur who enjoys researching delicacies, Yun could no longer endure. As the pheasant was almost done roasting, the old man sprinkled various spices, and offered the blackened roasted pheasant to Lin Shintong. Yun felt that there was no spot one could get a bite in. But it seemed like Lin Shintong did not mind. She said thank you master, accepted the grilled pheasant and took small bites at it. Although her lips were pink and tiny, after eating such a roasted pheasant, her lips were colored black. This scene made Yun lose all expression on his face. It was a great offense against food culture. The old man treasured his disciple, so the roasted pheasant was naturally left for her. As for Yun, there was no doubt he would be last. But Yun was still grateful. If this pheasant was sold, its price would be expensive, even someone like Lin Xingyu would not be able to afford it. After he finished grilling one pheasant, the old man began grilling a second one. As the first was given to Lin Xintong, the old man had grilled it with extra care, but since the second one was for himself, it looked even worse. However, the old man was still very pleased with his work. After he finished grilling both pheasants, he took out a jug of wine from his ring. He began eating the roasted meat savorily and drinking his wine with pleasure. After finishing it, he had a look of enjoyment, and his white beard was curling with satisfaction. He then had a sudden thought and looked at Yi Yun, saying lazily, "That's for you. You can roast it for yourself. I won't be serving." "What the?" Yi Yun was speechless, although he did not expect the old man to roast a pheasant for him, but the old man had previously said, "Not many people have tasted my culinary skills." When Yi Yun heard those words, he believed that the old man would roast a pheasant for him, but from the looks of it, that was no longer the case. Yi Yun wasn't very confident about roasting it himself. Although he had done research on food, he was after all a modern man. He could easily cook a tender and crisp roasted chicken easily with a barbecue pit and smokeless coal. But it was hard for him to do it with firewood. There was no way of blocking the ash from the firewood, and no matter how much he turned the pheasant, the ash would still end up on the pheasant meat. "I say, do you have a wok?" Yi Yun asked extremely politely. As a glutton with principles, he was not willing to compromise no matter how hungry he was. This was the first time he had seen meat in 2 months, not to mention it was high-grade meat. "I do." Saying that, the old man took out a pot from his ring. Although the pot was made of an unknown material, it was well made and of appropriate size. Yi Yun was very satisfied. Yi Yun began to busy himself. He began identifying the spices the old man had taken out. He was surprised at the complete assortment of spices and oil, sauces and salt. There were even some plant spice that resembled green onions and parsley. "That wine, can I borrow it?" asked Yi Yun again. "Eh? Wine? You want to drink 2 cups with old me?" Smiled the old man as he passed the wine to Yi Yun after recovering from a momentary shock. This kid actually appreciated wine? Although he was stingy, but he was eager to make alcohol buddies, as only then was there meaning in drinking. Although he didn't like the kid in front of him, Yi Yun was better than nothing. After all, Lin Xintong did not drink alcohol, so he had been drinking alone for 1 whole year. "Master." Lin Xintong was a bit speechless. How can you give kids alcohol? But they never expected that after Yi Yun had dried the pheasant, he had poured the wine, spreading it evenly, not missing the pheasant abdominal cavity. "Kid, what are you doing?" The old man stared as his beard flared up. This was a 1,000-year-old wine. As a wine enthusiast, he could not endure the waste of his alcohol. "I'm cooking." A surprised Yi Yun answered matter-of-factly. "I must say, this wine sure is good. Its aroma is sweet. I wonder what sort of treasure was it distilled from? I believe drinking 1 gulp of this will do wonders for cultivation." "Cooking? Wine can be used for cooking," the old man repudiated. After some hesitation, Yi Yun understood. The culinary methods in this world was very different from Earth's. Even during the period when food culture was at its peak in China, all the cooking techniques were very simple in ancient times. During the Tang and Song dynasties, the basic cooking methods was steaming or boiling. Be it vegetables or meat, they were mixed with salt, covered under a lid and eaten once it was cooked. As for stir-frying, quick-frying, blanching, smoking, or cooking with alcohol, etc., these methods of cooking could only be developed after material wealth was improved. Each region had different food cultures. About 80% of Chinese cuisine were unique. Even the most simple stir-frying of vegetables was a product of China in the entire world. Although it sounds incredible, that is what is it. In the entire Earth, the most complex cooking techniques belong to the Chinese, with no near rival. In this world, leaving out the vast wilderness, the hard labor lives people led were too tough, so there was no energy or materials left for food experimentation. As for the rich cities, the rich were experts. They were focused on their martial arts, arrays, and the techniques for refining desolate bones, so there was no time to research cooking. Only the servants of large clans could research on this. These people made good meals, and through experience, accumulated some cooking skills. But in such a small area, there was a limit to culinary skills. Even in America, many might not know that alcohol could be used for cooking. Yi Yun glazed the pheasant's body with oil and soy sauce. He poured wine into the abdominal cavity and sprinkled some spices that resembled spring onions and cilantro. Yi Yun had tasted the spice, and with his gluttonous talent, he knew that it wouldn't be lacking compared to spring onions or cilantro. Next was the crucial point. Yi Yun used a clean coarse cloth to wrap the pheasant. He then poured large amounts of salt into the pot and buried the pheasant in it. After completely covering the pheasant, he sealed the pot and began steaming it. The fat elder looked at Yun with suspicion. He used so much salt and wrapped up the pheasant? Won't it be super salty? Have the poor kids of this tribe not eaten salt? Even if they lacked salt, it wasn't meant to be eaten this way. It was a speechless turn of events. The fat elder scoffed at the kids' eccentricity. He carried on eating his roasted pheasant, but Lin Shintong had stopped eating and watching the pot Yun had placed above the fire with curiosity. Slowly, the pot began to emit a fragrance. The fragrance was not obvious. If these people were not martial artists with keen senses, they would not have smelled it. Could something with such a light scent be delicious? The fat elder had already finished his roasted pheasant and began licking his thick and short fingers. At this moment, Ian opened the pot and used a ladle to brush away the hot salt and took out the pheasant. A savory salt-baked pheasant was completed. The moment the salt seal was broken, a fresh savory smell was emitted, making Ian ready to eat. Ian was surprised that he was able to prepare the meal to his fullest capabilities. Of course, the main reason was the pheasant, which was full of energy within its meat. It was much better than the bred chickens on earth. And the wine, which was brewed from some treasure. Just some yeast and a few hundred years was enough to create the ambrosia of the gods. With the two combined, Yun was able to produce a salt-baked pheasant of quality that reached unprecedented heights. It flared up the old man's beard as his eyes suddenly rounded up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49, I want one item. Chapter 49, I want one item. Yun could no longer wait. He poured the sauces he had prepared earlier and tore off a pheasant leg and bit down. The skin was crisp and the flesh juicy. The meat was tender, and oil oozed out with each bite. His mouth was full of fragrance. It had to be said that the fat elder's unknown pheasant was absolutely delicious. It was no wonder that even after roasting it to such a pathetic state, he was still able to enjoy it. Besides, the meat included a stream of pure energy. As it entered Ian's stomach, this energy spread throughout Ian's body, giving him a sense of warmth that was indescribably comfortable. The old man's wine was also extremely special. After baking in salt, the alcoholic taste had not evaporated. It had seeped into the pheasant's flesh, giving it an intoxicating aroma. The wine contained even purer energy, refreshing Yun's entire body till his pores opened. Lin Shintong looked curiously at Yun. Just from the smell and appearance, it was easy to guess that it tasted great. This kid was at most 12 and he has such skills? Sister Fairy, do you want some? Yun's words were extremely sweet. He knew that the girl's stature was extraordinary. The old man had treated her as the apple of his eyes, so although Yun didn't know her name, there was no harm calling her Sister Fairy. Lin Shintong hesitated, but seeing Yun tear off an untouched drumstick for her, she was unsure what to do. After hesitating a moment, she accepted it and took a small bite. It was indeed delicious. In comparison, this would make her master's black charred pheasant unappetizing. The girl took out a handkerchief, wiped her mouth and thanked him with a smile. She had never tried such a way of cooking and the taste was very unique. Although Lin Shintong led an austere life and was not obsessed with food, but having been out in the wilderness for training, and having been eating the bitter black charred pheasant daily, she had reached her limit. Although the girl appreciated it, she did not exaggerate in her praise. But the fat elder was different. He was a greedy glutton. Despite him reaching the state where he could avoid grain many years back, he had never succumbed to it. He made sure to have 4 meals a day: breakfast, lunch, dinner and supper. Usually, he would be supplied with food and drink at home. It tasted good, and was sufficient to satiate his taste buds. But now with him out with his disciple, it was tough on him. He was already sick of eating ash barbecue continuously. His greed had led to him salivating, but he could not lower his status to ask from Yun. As Yun did not seem to have any intention at giving him some of the pheasant, the fat elder was unhappy. This kid was such an ingrate. Did he forget who gave him the pheasant and wine? I didn't expect that you could cook. I have tasted all the world's delicacies, so I am definitely an authority when it comes to taste. Come on, kid, I'll appraise you, and see how good is your culinary skills. I'll give you pointers if there's any room for improvement. As he said that, a greasy fat hand stained with soot stretched before him. He had not even wiped his hands from eating the roasted pheasant. Ian wanted to avoid by instinct, but for some reason, although the fat hand's speed wasn't fast, he was unable to evade it. In the end, a small portion of the pheasant was teared off. 2 cream of the crop wings were gone. Damn it! Yun cursed in his heart. But at this time, the fat elder had already bit down, as he looked sardonically at Iyun, which read, "You think you could avoid my moves with your little abilities?" As he bit down, the grease exploded and fragrance filled his mouth. The fat elder's eyes lit up. The meat was of course delicious, but the most important thing was the taste of alcohol. In fact, the old man had eaten lots of delicious delicacies, but this was the first time seeing such an approach. Having the alcohol absorbed into the meat, it made it even tastier. He was not only a glutton, but also an alcoholic. It had never crossed his mind that alcohol could be used in this way. Alcohol and pheasant, two distinct and delicious tastes when combined, could be so unbelievable. In contrast, the roasted pheasant he previously made was only fit for dogs. Although the old man had already finished a pheasant previously, and the unknown pheasant was extremely large in size, but having learned the elephant swallowing technique, Iyun knew that the meat was extremely resistant to digestion. A normal person could survive on a drumstick for days without going hungry. Having eaten 1.5, the old man had no indications of being full. Although he looked refined eating the pheasant, the old man's speed was surprisingly fast. He finished half a pheasant in about a minute, leaving only a pile of bones. The bones, even the delicate rib bones, were eaten clean, putting a dog to shame. The old man was not bothered about Iyun's surprised gaze, and calmly wiped the oil off his mouth, saying, "The taste is passable. If you improve further, you will catch up to my roasted pheasant." Iyun nearly choked upon hearing the old man's brazen claims. What sort of person was he? It felt like his stature was extraordinary, but why was he so shameful? The old man pretended not to notice Iyun's despising glare and looked at the salt-baked pheasant in Iyun's hand, saying, "Why aren't you eating? Are you full?" "No." Iyun was shocked. He quickly shook his head and attacked the salt-baked pheasant in his hands. What a joke! If he was slower by a second, or even in a blink of an eye, the pheasant in his hands could have turned to a pile of bones. Besides being tasty, the meat was great nourishment for the body. Iyun felt his originally empty body fill up with energy in a short while. It made his blood begin to stir, and made him grow stronger. Could this pheasant be a descendant of some ancient bird desolate beast? Iyun came to an acceptance that with rich people eating this kind of foods daily, their strength was bound to increase at rapid paces. He was initially feeling joyous from completing his tempered body, but he had already calmed down. His starting point was considered low. Even if he made a meteoric rise in a small tribe, but in a big tribe, it would have been nothing spectacular. He still had a long road ahead. "Hey, from what I see, you have some culinary skills, and it can be considered fate that we got to know each other." Saying that, the fat elder touched his ring. This was the second time Iyun heard these words, and was already immune to it. He calmly wiped his mouth, waiting for the fat elder to take something out. "Hee, kid, take this to buy some sweets," said the fat elder as he took out 2 golden ingots from his ring. It looked like it weighed half a pound. This was the first time Iyun was seeing golden ingots. Back on Earth, he had only seen gold plates displayed in the glass cases of banks, but they were not this big. Iyun could not help taking another glance. "Come, I still have over 20 chickens. You can cook it, and I'll give you these 2 gold ingots. Then, you can buy lots of sweets," said the old man happily. Although he did not admit verbally, he knew that his culinary skills were nothing compared to Iyun. Iyun's salt-baked pheasant, especially combined with the alcohol and the meat fragrance, had made the fat elder's mouth water. Upon hearing this, Iyun curled his mouth. In the cloud wilderness, gold ingots were only pleasant to the eye, but they were of no use. On Earth, these 2 large gold pieces would have been enough to buy a lifetime's worth of food. But in this world, food was very expensive, especially in the cloud wilderness. Even with gold ingots, one might not be able to buy anything. If he were to use gold to exchange with Lian Qingyu for food, it would be throwing himself to the wolves. "I don't want gold," said Iyun, who was unmoved. This old man had initially given him bronze coins, and now he gave gold. It was clear he was treating Iyun as some kid who got lucky, and not someone who practiced martial arts. "Sir, don't you know that the outcome would be disastrous if a kid carries gold into the streets?" Choked the fat elder. Thoughts such as even if Iyun couldn't use it, he could have given it to his parents floated into the elder's mind. Lin Shintong, who was by the fat elder's side, looked at Iyun with surprise. The principle of an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth was simple, but as a 12-year-old child, he was not only unmoved by the gold, but he said it as a matter of fact. It was pretty impressive. "Then what do you want?" said the fat elder as he kept the gold. "I only want 1 item from you, sir," Iyun said it slowly and calmly as he looked the fat elder in the eye. The fat elder said with interest, "Say it." "Little me can tell that sir is some extraordinary person. You must be someone of a high standing and exceptional status, with—" "All right, cut the flattery." The fat elder looked at Yi Yun with a despicable look. This kid sure was odd. Oh, I'm not sucking up to you, I'm just expressing my admiration towards you. You can have all that and admired by many, including me, because, sir, you have the strength. In this wilderness, those with strength will be honored by others. So little me will make a request with great courage for one item, that is strength. Yi Yun said those words with confidence. Although he had said it slowly, it entered straight into the ears, giving the fat elder a shock. Lin Shintong blinked her pair of beautiful eyes and looked at Yi Yun with surprise. What Yi Yun had said was very simple, but when her master had asked him what he wanted, he had said those words to express his desire of becoming strong. This was unlike how kids speak without thought. These words were unlike that of a child. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 50, The Fat Elder's Vile Interest. Chapter 50, The Fat Elder's Vile Interest. You want me to take you in as a disciple? Flashed his eyes, as the fat elder wiped away his hippie gaze, changing it to one that exerted pressure. Yi Yun held his breath and looked into the fat elder's eyes, and said slowly while shaking his head, "You're asking me if I want to be taken in as your disciple. It's pointless since the decision is not made by me. My wishes are not important. If you wanted to take in disciples, I'm sure many elites would come to your feet, allowing you to choose. Even if they begged you on their knees, it would be useless." Oh? The fat elder was surprised by Yi Yun's words once again. This kid, although he was greedy, he knew how to push his limits. This was extremely rare. Some people did not know how to obtain the greatest benefits, and they did things mediocrely and trudged through life without aim. These people were undesirable. As for others, they were greedy without an understanding of their standing. By being presumptuous, they would eventually lead themselves to self-destruction. This was described by the saying, "Human beings die in pursuit of wealth and birds die in pursuit of food." Such people were even more undesirable. As for this 12-year-old kid, to have such a scheming mind, and went against the flow, but yet knew his place and had a sense of propriety. It was indeed not simple to possess such qualities. This kid could tell that he did not want to accept him as a disciple, so he had not insisted. "Kid, I appreciate you. You guessed right, I can't take you in as a disciple. I'm indeed very interested in your culinary skills. But culinary skills are just a pleasure for the mouth. But for me to take in a disciple is a huge matter. To be honest with you, I have been looking for a suitable successor all these years, but for you, from your constitution, it's not good, so you lack the qualifications. Although what I say may sound harsh, but it is the truth." Yi Yun was not affected by it and said calmly, "I know. Ah, it's good that you understand. You are much smarter than kids your own age. You can try taking a scholastic exam and become some minor official. When that happens, you will not worry over food anymore." In the Taya Divine Kingdom, the real government officials were experts. As the Taya Divine Kingdom was under military jurisdiction, be it a general or district magistrate, they were all martial artists at the very least. Those who could study, but not do martial arts, could at most be an advisor or a minor official like a clerk. Seeing that Yi Yun was obviously not listening, the fat elder carried on, "As for practicing, the mind isn't unimportant, but the key is a person's talent. In this world where resources are valuable, a warrior's resources are the various treasures and desolate bone relics. In a large tribal clan, there are limited desolate bone relics, and only the ones with most talent would be prioritized. Those with talent will improve a lot from absorbing a desolate bone relic. As for those without talent, the same desolate bone relic will only improve their strength by a tenth. And the further one goes, the harder it gets to improve one's strength. At that point, no family will be able to afford it." After hearing the fat elder's words, Yi Yun understood it firmly. He had some idea about cultivation matters from Jiang Xiao, but only after listening to this elder that he understood it clearly. In a situation with limited resources, talent was indeed important. Lian Xingyu had the ambition to break through to the purple blood realm was naturally because he had talent. If he lacked talent, even with the entire Lian clan Herb Mountain and the Desolate Bones, Lian Xingyu would never have been able to encroach into the purple blood realm territory. Yi Yun knew his conditions. He was just an average youth. He was a normal mortal to the bone, and had no relations with martial families, so how could he have the talent to practice martial arts? But thinking of his absorbing of the herbs and the Desolate Bones energy the past few days using the purple crystal, his cultivation speed was indeed fast. This was all clearly the credit of the purple crystal. With the purple crystal deep within his heart, every heartbeat would spread energy to each and every part of his body, improving his fitness. This method of absorption was much more efficient than other warriors who used their stomachs to absorb energy. After understanding these, Yun's thoughts became clearer as he raised his head looking at the fat elder saying, I don't need to be taken in by you as a disciple. Since he had already indicated his position, Yun did not want to insist. Actually, even if the old man had wanted to take in Yun as a disciple, Yun would have to think very carefully. After all, his body had a huge secret. If he did not carefully think of the special characteristics of the purple crystal origins, his master might discover the secret and the consequences would be unthinkable. What I want from Sir is a miracle medicine. Be it fierce beast essence, desolate beast meat, herbs, or even desolate bones. After hearing those words, the fat elder laughed, you sure know how to take a mile from an inch. You thought well, exchanging a desolate bone relic for some chicken that was provided by myself? The desolate bone relics stored in his rings were all of high quality. To exchange them for a few dishes was no trifling matter. I guess you aren't willing to listen to me, shaking his head in disapproval at the kid that cannot be taught. You still want to go down the path of martial arts. It was not easy getting by reaching a state of tempered body, but you have never had proper martial arts cultivation. Do you even know any cultivation technique? Do you know any fighting technique? Do you have a soul cultivation technique? Without a master or any manual, are you planning on reaching the purple blood realm by self-teaching? After a barrage of rhetorical questions, Yun remembered it all, cultivation technique. Fighting technique. Soul cultivation technique. Although there was plenty he did not understand, they were not important. Without question, he needed to obtain those by himself. As for the purple blood realm that the fat elder said, the purple blood realm was not Yun's goal. Yun knew that there were many higher realms beyond the purple blood realm. Since he had received the mysterious purple crystal card, how could he just become a purple blood warrior, and drift in life as someone in a small tribe of the cloud wilderness? Of course, his was not able to mention his goals, or people would think he is mad. Yun said, I really haven't had contact with fighting techniques and soul cultivation techniques. But as for cultivation techniques, I have practiced one known as the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. Flashed a flicker of surprise across the fat elder's face. You actually know this set of fist techniques? This Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist is considered as the top cultivation technique of the Taya Divine Kingdom. Even to me, I think there are many merits to this set of techniques. It's a classic. If so, you have a master who taught you this? Although the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist had been opened to the public by the Taya Divine Kingdom, it was rare for a poor kid in the cloud wilderness to be able to learn it. The fat elder was shocked to learn that Yun knew a bit of Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. I don't have any master. I secretly learned it when people in the tribe were practicing it. Secretly learned, shake the fat elder's head. Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist may be the foundation, but it's not easy. From his lack of foundation, how could this kid learn anything even if taught properly, what more learning it secretly? Secretly learning was equivalent to imitation. It was difficult to understand the key points. Besides, what sort of good master would there be in such a backwater poor village in the cloud wilderness? The person who taught this kid the technique probably was just a dabbler. How good can his Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist be? A mediocre master, and with the kid secretly learning, he must have learned some superficial tricks and thought he was good. It wasn't the case of the fat elder looking down upon the people of the cloud wilderness, but the people of the cloud wilderness had limited knowledge. They did not know how big the outside world was or how many experts were there. Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist can be learned secretly? Do you know tendons like bowstrings? Do you know thunder within bones? Can you punch out a tremor? Asked the fat elder. Those who had learned the basics of martial arts could easily display Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, but they were all superfluous. They did not know the essence of Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. Yun cupped his hands saying, I'm lacking but I know a thing or two about tendons like bowstrings and thunder within bones. Thunder occurring in the 9 clouds, surprise ba drops flock was the key result of the set of Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, so how could Yun not know? He could already create snapping sounds in his tendons, scaring the birds in the forest before reaching the Meridian's realm. Now he had completely opened up his meridians, his Rindu Ermai was opened, and he had a tempered body. Yun felt the energy within him trashing like the ocean waves. If not for the sudden appearance of the fat elder and the girl in white, Yun would have done a round of Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist to see the progress of his cultivation. Ha ha! What a good know a thing or two! The fat elder was clearly not convinced of Yun's accomplishments. Since you've said that, I do want to see what sort of thunder within bones you have reached. As the fat elder laughed, he had the sudden vile interest of wanting to teach Yun a lesson. He turned his head and said to Lin Shinton, during this tour to the Taya Divine Kingdom, I gave you the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist for you to roughly look through, didn't I? For this cultivation technique, I guess you had also casually practiced it for about half a month. Although you didn't work hard at it, there has to be some minor accomplishment. Why don't you spar with this kid and give him some pointers? Right, you should suppress your level too. Lower it to the level of the third level of mortal blood, Thunderous would do. Don't hurt this kid. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 51, Yi-Yun vs. Lin Shintone. Chapter 51, Yi-Yun vs. Lin Shintone. The fat elder's pair of eyes flashed playfully. He was planning on letting this country bumpkin know what a true warrior was, and what the real dragon-rib tiger bone fist could do. While the fat elder was speaking with Yi-Yun, the girl in white was sitting on a boulder at a distance. However, she had heard the entire conversation between Yi-Yun and the fat elder. She could not believe that her master would be so bad to want her to fight with a child. She was already 17, and although she had meridians that prevented her from clearing her meridians, but at her current stage, she was far from what Yi-Yun could measure up to. After all, she was a genius as she had excellent perception and had an excellent constitution, so her cultivation had not been seriously affected. Even by lowering her level to the third level of mortal blood's Thunderous, it was already a form of bullying. She knew that her master had the intention to tease Yi-Yun, and to show off in front of a person from the Cloud Wilderness. It made her unsure to laugh or cry, for an esteemed desolate heaven master wanted to show off in front of a starving kid from the Cloud Wilderness. It was as if he was behaving more and more immature as he aged. Besides, he even said words like gave the dragon rib tiger bone fist for me to roughly look through. Words like also casually practiced it for about half a month. Words like didn't work hard at it, there has to be some minor accomplishment. These words filled with hints of bullshit. What the heck? Lin Shintone looked at her master helplessly saying, Master, although I don't focus on Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, but about a year ago, we came to the Taya Divine Kingdom. I managed to have some interaction with the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist for almost half a year. In this half year, besides focusing on my Fairy Maiden Heart Sutra, I would also seriously look at Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, not as you said, casually practiced for about half a month, and didn't work hard at it. Lin Shintong emphasized the words half year and seriously exposing the fat elder's lies with no mercy. She was always a serious girl and did things meticulously. Hence, she did not slack off even for a secondary skill like Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. With that, no matter how thick the old man's skin was, his face flushed red, and he awkwardly coughed laughing. Oh, is it? It's been half a year? I'm getting old. Time just flies by, and my memory fails me. I thought it's only been half a month. The fat elder's words made Ian roll his eyes. As the saying goes, the more shameless one is, the more invincible they are. Remembering half a year as 10 days. With such divine memory, how do you remember how to walk with your legs, and how to eat with your mouth? Alright, let's cut to the chase. That who, you said you have practiced the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, show it to us. If you can maintain it for the time needed for 3 breaths, then I'll believe you know a thing or two about Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. Then I'll give you some miracle medicine. The fat elder quickly changed the subject. Although his act of bragging had been uncovered, his skin was extremely thick, so he recovered quickly, pretending none of whatsoever had happened. He did not think Ian could persist under Lin Shintone, even in her suppressed Thunderous realm state, for more than the time needed for 3 breaths. This was a battle of achievements, cultivation techniques, fighting techniques and battle experience, traits that could not be covered up by a lucky use of some treasure to obtain a tempered body. Good. I'm lacking in talent, and need to obtain advice from Sister Fairy. I hope I'll receive pointers from Sister Fairy. Yi-Yun took a deep breath. This was his first time sparring with an expert. He was just planning on aiding his digestion after a sumptuous meal. Besides, he knew his opponent was extremely powerful. What was inconceivable to Yi-Yun was that despite knowing his opponent was extremely powerful, his heart was full of anticipation and excitement. Was he born to be a warrior? Since you want to, then alright. Lin Shintone stepped off the large rock as her clothes fluttered in the wind. Her toes landed softly on the ground, like a butterfly. She did not cause as much as a speck of dust to fly up. My name is Lin Shintone. Lin Shintone walked towards Yi-Yun as she introduced herself. Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun said his name, preventing the occurrence of the fat elder saying that who from happening again. Yi-Yun walked to a clearing, and distanced himself about 10 yards opposite from Lin Shintone and faced her. In the Green Mountains, with an abundance of ancient pine trees, the wind blew across the rustling folds of pine trees. Not far from the two were piles of weird rocks, and a 1,000-foot waterfall. As the silvery water raced down the canyon drainages, it caused slight tremors as it impacted the huge rocks. This was Yi Yun's first battle upon arriving to this world. And it was the first battle ever since he began practicing martial arts. His opponent was an otherworldly maiden. Although she looked weak and frail, seeing her standing among the green mountains, Yi Yun could only think of a phrase, still as a virgin, move as a running rabbit. This girl, be it her looks or her heart, was extremely quiet. But Yi Yun had no plans on showing mercy. He knew that he did not have the qualifications to show mercy. Lin Shintong held her hands and stood there with her skirt fluttering in the wind. She said coldly, "I will suppress my strength to the 3rd level of mortal blood. You first." Lin Shintong was very modest, but Yi Yun licked his dry lips, saying, "Ladies first, it's better you be first." It wasn't because he was showing humility, but since he had never battled before, he did not know the procedures when an expert makes his first move. So he was preventing himself from doing something foolish, or the fat elder would snigger again. Yi Yun was planning to see Lin Shintong's moves to gain confidence. When that happened, he could draw a tiger with a cat as a model, preventing him from being that terrible. "Then I'll make my move, watch out." Lin Shintong did not give way, and suddenly she moved. Her body was like a flash of white light, sending a palm at Yi Yun's chest. Phew! A clear sound emitted from Lin Shintong's body. This was the sound produced from training the bones using Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. This sound was unlike the thunder from the sky, but a sound issued from her leap. The sound was extremely mesmerizing. Yi Yun contracted his pupils. This girl in white speed was too fast. She had covered a distance of 10 yards in a blink of an eye to be in front of Yi Yun. Her palm's 5 fingers were white and slender, but to Yi Yun they were like 5 sharp swords. Up close, Yi Yun was able to see the soft textures on the young girl's fingers. Yi Yun thought he had no way of escaping such speed, but in that moment, his mind was extremely calm. It was as if the surroundings had suddenly slowed down. Yi Yun's Rindu air had closed up to form one cycle, with his brain's channels cleared, his senses were keen, and thinking sharp. This caused his reaction to be faster than his previous self by more than 10 times. In this split moment, Yi Yun's mind flashed as he recalled the dragon dancing the 9 heavens stance from Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. With a roar, he leaped up like a flying dragon. And with the 1,000-foot waterfall as a backdrop, he flew. Ka-cha! The stone that Yi Yun was standing on had been shattered by Lin Shintong, and the blast sent stone chips flying. Wow! Yi Yun's pupils contracted. The black ironstone under his feet could not withstand a blow from Lin Shintong. It was unimaginable that her weak-looking hands could shatter stone that easily. Eh? Seeing Yi Yun jump up high as if he had spread his wings flying, the fat elder was surprised. This kid has good reactions. I didn't guess he could last a round, but since he has dodged the first, it's unlikely he can dodge the second. With him in midair, he has no way of dodging the next attack. And this was just the time of 1 breath. There are 2 more breaths left. Looks like it wouldn't be a problem at all to finish in the time it takes to take 3 breaths. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 52, I Lost. Chapter 52, I Lost. High in the sky, the wind blew. Yi Yun could feel the water from the distant waterfall leaving a coolness on his face. I can actually jump that high? It was needless to say that Yi Yun had no battle experience. After obtaining a tempered body, his fitness had increased by leaps and bounds. But he had never had the chance to test it to see how much it had improved before meeting Lin Shintong and the fat elder. At this moment, Lin Shintong dipped her toe into the ground, and like a swallow flew up into the sky. Facing a Lin Shintong who was rushing towards him, Yi Yun was very calm. Imperceptibly, the cool purple crystal in his heart had moved, sending energy to his entire body. From Yi Yun's perspective, everything had become slow. The wind that blew seemed to pass him knowledge about his opponent. Clenching his fists, Yi Yun borrowed the strength of gravity and charged downwards. At that moment, the tremendous strength within Yi Yun surged out. With his meridians opened up in his tempered body, Yi Yun's body was like a simmering volcano that had suddenly erupted. Commanding from atop, fierce tiger descends the mountain. Yi Yun roared with something that didn't sound human. It was a roar that resembled a tiger, causing fear among all the beasts. Yi Yun no longer dodged. After all, there was no way to dodge in the air. He suddenly stretched out his arms and made a tiger claw pose and went straight down, coming in contact with Lin Shintong's palms. Yi Yun, who had previously practiced Fierce Tiger Descends the Mountain of the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, had previously used it against Black Ironstone, and it could shatter the rock. But today, it was to grab Lin Shintong's slim hands. Of course, Lin Shintong's hands were more terrifying. Her hands were capable of shattering rock as if they were tofu. Seeing Yi Yun rushing down, Lin Shintong was also extremely surprised. he actually dared to go against her head-on? It's indeed true that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. "Hey, disciple, don't maim him!" shouted the fat elder. "Actually, it's fine maiming him, but the problem is the kid will make us pay his hospitalization bills." The fat elder's words had already been drowned out by the sounds between the two. They had crossed each other in the sky. Boom! A loud clap rang, as the shockwave radiated outwards. Ian only felt a large strength surge towards him, causing his insides to toss and turn. As for Lin Shintong, it was as if she was blown up by the shockwave as she rapidly swirled her body. As she flew back, Lin Shintong had a strange feeling. At the moment they crossed palms, she felt a warmth from Ian's palms that flowed into her body. This warm flow was inconspicuous, but it had entered her broken meridians silently before disappearing. As she carefully experienced it, Lin Shintong felt that her meridians had undergone some transformation, but yet it didn't seem so too. What happened? Was it an illusion? Before she had time to think carefully, she realized that the Ian who had experienced her heavy blow was not only uninjured, but had already stabilized his body while retreating. His body was upside down as he flew towards the waterfall. Pang! Yun was like a carp falling into the water. He crashed through the waterfall and stepped on a slippery stone behind the watery curtain. Although the waterfall's flow was from 1,000 feet, and was a tremendous force, Yun was able to stand firmly on this rock. He then squatted on the rock and pushed off. He raised his head, as his shining eyes shone through the white water curtain and shot towards Lin Shintong like a pair of swords. Ha! Lin Shintong was surprised. He could actually withstand her blow without harm? A kid at the Meridian's realm could actually have such a strong body? It can't be. The fat man stumbled. He had wanted his disciple to go easy, yet from that strike, there was not much mercy involved. Although she had suppressed her level, it was not something the kid should have been able to withstand. Before the fat elder could think it through, Yun had already charged forward from that rock. Splash! Yun went through the waters of the waterfall. The water curtain's strength was horrifying, but Yun was good at swimming, so he rushed through the indomitable waterflow, and using the strength of the waterfall, he increased the strength of his charge. From afar, the linen-clothed Yun was like a water dragon dancing in the waters. Boom! At that moment, Yun's body produced a thunderous sound, similar to the thunder from the sky. Thunder occurring in the 9 clouds. Yun twisted himself in the air, and bringing his foot to his hip, he bent his body like a bow. As his right fist shrank to his ribs, he mercilessly shot out his punch like an arrow. Pang! Just like a strongbow, it was a sound that entered deep into the ears of all present. This punch had consolidated all of Yun's momentum and strength. It had caused an infinite mist to cloud around him, giving the impression of an ocean surging forward. Lin Shintong was shocked. This was the strength of the youth? This thunder-like bone crackle and the twang that came from his tendons, were they produced by his body? In that moment of shock, Yun was already before Lin Shintong. Lin Shintong could feel the tremendous wind that accompanied the fist. She could tell immediately the strength of the fist, as it was the ultimate achievement a Meridian's realm could reach. In a tenth of a blink of an eye, Lin Shintong had striked. She was still at a cultivation level of 3, 1 less than Yun. But the strike was not that of Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, but her main cultivation technique, Fairy Maiden Heart Sutra. Lin Shintong's hands were like a lotus as she gently pointed like a fairy adjusting her sleeves. This strike had a magical soft power to it, and was the exact opposite to the extreme strong force of the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. Hardness and softness were opposites. Lin Shintong and Yun crossed fists once again. Originally, a finger colliding with a fist would result in bone fractures, but that was farther from the truth. From afar, this strong chi blast was like a hammer hitting a soft chi wall. The chi wall deformed drastically, but it had managed to take on that tremendous chi blast's attack. Boom! With a loud burst, the chi wave exploded at the last moment. Lin Shintong flinched as she retreated 3 steps back. As for Yun, he flew backwards by more than 10 feet. His clothes were torn and his chest was surging with blood as his face flushed from the blood. Boom! Yun stepped on a boulder. His entire body was hurting, and it seemed like his innards had been completely misplaced. All he could see was stars. So powerful. Yun was impressed. This was an expert who suppressed her strength to 1 level below himself. Also, he had stored up his energy by devoting his momentum and strength. He had used all his tricks, yet the other party had only hurriedly striked. The distance between the two were too great. And the results of the sparring. The other party had retreated 3 steps, and was fine. But his body's blood was in turmoil and had suffered minor injuries. This girl was horrifying. Just as Yi Yun was amazed, Lin Xintong was even more surprised. She looked at Yi Yun with a startled and uncertain look and finally said, "This match was lost by me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 53, Gift of a Book. Chapter 53, Gift of a Book. Yi Yun struggled to stand up. He adjusted his torn clothes and wryly smiled, "Sister Fairy, please don't ridicule me any further. It's clear I lost. The attack I used was all my strength, yet you returned a blow at the key moment, sending me flying. It's clear who lost." Yi Yun was convinced, but the girl shook her head saying, "My level is much higher than yours, so it's totally unfair to battle against you, even if I suppress it. I had originally agreed to use Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist to spar with you, but I was forced by you to use my Fairy Maiden Heart Sutra at the last moment." Lin Xintong was an honest person. Having agreed on using Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, she had violated the rules by using another attack, so she had naturally lost. She also did not explain to Yi Yun why she had lost her concentration during the battle. When she had crossed fists with Yi Yun for the first time, she had felt a strange energy stay within her body and the energy had even seeped into her broken Yin meridians. However, she did not feel it when they crossed again for the second time. Lin Xintong was also unsure if it was just an illusion. If not for losing concentration after the first crossing, she would not have been forced by Yi Yun to use her Fairy Maiden Heart Sutra. Upon hearing Lin Xintong's words, Yi Yun was surprised. This girl sure was special. Any expert like her would be a proud daughter of heaven, and would never admit to losing to a kid from the vast wilderness. It was after all something hard for such proud people to accept. But this girl had admitted she had lost, even though in his eyes she had not lost. He turned his head and looked at the fat elder. Yet he saw the fat elder pulling at his beard with a horrible expression. "What are you looking at?" The fat elder saw Yi Yun looking over and was pissed. He was shocked, for how could a plebeian from the cloud wilderness be so powerful? To have such power in the Meridian's realm, he would not even be considered weak among the elites of a large family clan. He had clearly learned Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist secretly, but yet he could display tendons like bowstrings, thunderous bones. It was practically the same as having mastered the essence of Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, not a thing or two. What the hell is this? The fat elder had originally said that Yi Yun will be defeated within the time it takes to take 3 breaths. But till the end, not only had the time passed, even Lin Xintong had admitted defeat. "No way we're losing, we clearly won, alright?" The fat elder was extremely upset. Was his estimations wrong? This kid had only an average body constitution, and used some treasure to reach the state of tempered body. How could he practice a cultivation technique to such a level? Maybe he had excellent perception? In practicing cultivation techniques, besides a person's constitution, one had to have perceptivity. The importance of perceptivity was just second to constitution. A person with poor perception would learn everything slowly, so even if they had a good constitution, they were destined never to reach a higher realm, since there were plenty of things in the martial world that could only be understood, not taught, especially for bottlenecks which could only be overcome by oneself. In terms of perceptivity, Yi Yun was indeed not bad. On Earth, Yi Yun was good at his studies and had developed intelligence at an early age. Hence, the poor kids of the vast wilderness could not be compared to him. Together with having tunneled into this strange world and Yi Yun having led 2 lives made his soul even stronger. And with the purple crystal in his heart, that coolness was providing energy to his soul, and nourishing Yi Yun's spirit continuously. When he cultivated Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, he had added some of his own understanding unique to him, creating a situation of necessary success with the right conditions. Seeing the old man's face wrinkled like a peach seed, Yi Yun could not help himself from laughing, but he did not dare to express it on his face, or the old man might explode. "This is for you." Lin Xintong grabbed something from her interspatial wristband and threw a green light towards Yi Yun. Yi Yun caught it and realized it was a book. The green book's cover was made of golden silk. Its paper quality was great, and it was well made, making it great to the touch. On the book cover wrote 5 words, Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. The 5 words were written with flair, making it look imposing. This was the manual to Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. Yi Yun was happy. He had been secretly learning Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, but as the fat elder said, there had to be holes in the process of secretly learning techniques. Besides, the members of the warrior preparation camp had poor perceptivity, so Yao Yuan had not taught everything about Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, and had only taught the first 9 moves. For the remaining moves, Yi Yun did not know a thing. So Lin Xintong giving him this manual was of timely help. Yi Yun could not stop touching the green-covered book. He found that the book possessed a faint fragrance, making it very seductive. Eh? Ian curiously flipped the manual and realized that the manual consisted of pictures of people in various poses. Beside it was the mantras with notes by the side. The notes were written with another color, and the font was small. The handwriting was very beautiful and had a mysterious smell associated with it. It was most likely the girl's handwriting. These notes were clearly added on later and belonged to the owner of the manual. Yi-Yun was shocked. This had to be Lin Shinton's handwriting. With Lin Shinton's level of training and her understanding of martial arts, her notes for Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist would be extraordinary. If he could read it from cover to cover, it would give him great inspiration. This was the insight Lin Shinton had obtained. And according to her, she had been reading this manual seriously for about half a year. She had to be carrying this manual close to her all the time. Ian suddenly realized the value of the book. Although Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist had been made public by the Taya Divine Kingdom, the book was not valuable, but with Lin Shinton's notes, it was no longer the same. Sister Fairy, this book is too valuable. I can't have it. These notes are insights from your own understanding. It's nothing, I already remember all my notes. I have read this Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist from cover to cover. It would be useless to me. With it, you might be able to get some inspiration. This, Yi-Yun accepted the book upon seeing Lin Shinton's insistence. He had really wanted it. It wouldn't only be some inspiration, but a lifesaver. With this book, he could master the entire set of Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. As Yi-Yun felt guilty accepting the book, the fat elder made an ill-timed sound. Bah, if you want it, just say so, stop acting. Yi-Yun choked upon hearing that. This old man was really sarcastic with his words. This had to be a form of revenge. The fat elder and his disciple Lin Shinton had characters that were opposite extremes. It was unknown how they managed to get along so well. Alright, stop looking at me. You have proven your strength. I would accept that you know a thing or two about Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, said the old man as he stroked his beard. It was an affirmation of Yi-Yun's strength. Previously, I said that if you could last the time needed for 3 breaths, I would give you a miracle medicine. I'm a person who doesn't go back on his promises, saying that the old man touched his ring and took out something. It was neither a desolate bone or desolate bone relic, but a black charred head. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 54, Unwilling to Stay Ordinary. Chapter 54, Unwilling to Stay Ordinary. Seeing the head, Yi-Yun suddenly constricted his pupils. This head was covered with red scales. It was unknown how such beautiful scales were blackened. Its head had 3 horns, sharp as a sword. It had sharp canine teeth and 2 long and thin feelers. It didn't look hideous, but even seemed to possess some dignity. Although it was already dead, its 2 green eyes still seemed to possess a cold killing intent, giving a chilling feeling. This is... Ian did not know why, for besides the killing intent he felt coming from the eyes of a dead fierce beast, he also felt a faint sense of unreconciliation. It's called a Qi-Lin beast. Came a faint voice. It was not the fat elder but Lin Shinton. To Yi-Yun, Lin Shinton's voice was soft and gentle like a pulbush flower. Yi-Yun was slightly stunned as he took a look at Lin Shinton. Ever since he had met them, Lin Shinton had been extremely quiet except when they sparred. She had never cut into his conversation with the old man. Lin Shinton said, Qi-Lin beast is a desolate beast. Although its desolate bone quality is not low, a Qi-Lin beast's strength is quite weak among other desolate beasts. Qi-Lin beasts are special. A small portion of them would suddenly die at the prime of their life. Oh? Yi-Yun dazed a moment. Suicide? Lin Shinton carried on, rumor says that Qi-Lin beasts have the blood of the fire Qi-Lin. If they light up their body's meridians, they can transform into a real fire Qi-Lin amidst the fire. But the current Qi-Lin beasts have descended by an unknown number of generations. Even if they really were the bloodline of the ancient fire Qi-Lin, they would be extremely rare. So most normal Qi-Lin beasts would just lead a normal life for a few hundred years before they die of age. However, some Qi-Lin beasts do not share similar thoughts. From the moment they were born, they would search and swallow all sorts of fire elemental items. They would even swallow fire and gather a large amount of fire energy within their body till their bodies cannot take it. They would then explode into Qi-Lin flames. These Qi-Lin beasts would then undergo the baptism of fire. In that fire, they will search for their ancestors' fire Qi-Lin bloodline. But, they only have one outcome, and that is to burn to their deaths, without any exception. Sometimes I guess that they probably know it clearly that it is impossible to awaken their ancestors' bloodline within themselves. But they would still not hesitate to do so, because although they could live their lives peacefully for hundreds of years, they would rather ignite a qilin flame within themselves at their prime and die in the fire. Lin Xintong's voice grew faint. The qilin beast was a desolate beast she knew for a very long time. She felt like a qilin beast. Having been born with yin meridians, she was unable to break her curse. To be able to connect her broken meridians, she had to be like the qilin beasts who aimed to awaken their ancient fire qilin bloodline. It was as hard as ascending to heaven, and was equivalent to bringing destruction on herself. Was she to choose the life of a normal qilin beast and live an ordinary life for hundreds of years before dying, or to choose to be the brave ones among the qilin beasts, to attempt at breaking the confines of their destiny, without worrying about sacrificing their lives? Actually, Lin Xintong had already made up her mind in her heart. Hearing Lin Xintong's words, Yi Yun was silent. Born to search for flames and choosing the fire elemental items that were the hottest. Using them as food till they burned their bodies, and eventually dying within the flames. Even if they knew they had no chance of transforming into a fire qilin, they were willing to chase the shiny dream at the expense of their life. Because they were not willing to live amongst the weak. It could be summarized with a phrase that is, unwilling to stay ordinary. Yes, unwilling to stay ordinary. Yi Yun too was unwilling to stay ordinary. But he did not know that the gentle and weak Lin Xintong in front of him shared similar thoughts. Sir, are you using the qilin beast to encourage the younger generation, or are you advising the younger generation to not be overconfident to the point of burning one's own fingers? Asked Yi Yun suddenly. The fat elder grunted in reply, you think too much. What's the point of encouraging you with your constitution? I can at most tell you not to be overconfident. In this world, there are plenty who practice martial arts. Many have brought destruction on themselves. In order to obtain more resources, they have gone out into the wilderness by themselves without knowing themselves and ended up in the stomachs of wild beasts. Although the fat elder had a vile tongue, his words had sincere advice within. Yi Yun humbly said, I've been educated. Well, seeing Yi Yun's attitude, the fat elder was very satisfied. The book Xintong left you is too good for you. Read it well. Although I think you have a poor constitution, your perceptivity still meets the mark. As for your dragon rib tiger bone fist, it's a so-so. Read Xintong's book, and your strength should improve. Between the lines, the fat elder's words were purposely disparaging towards Yi Yun, but Yi Yun could tell that they were words of encouragement, so he humbly accepted the advice. AI, such a pity. The fat elder shook his head and changed the subject. Oh, kid, you may not know, but if you were to sell this book in an ancient clan, and say that it has notes made by Xintong, I have no idea how many young masters will be willing to make a high bid for it. To these young masters, Xintong is master. Lin Xintong grumpily interrupted the fat elder. For a particular reason, she was indeed the pursuit of many sons of the big families in an ancient clan. If not for her master taking her in as a disciple, she would have already been betrothed. After all, although Lin Xintong had excellent talent, due to her yin meridians, her power was limited, so her lifespan was just a few hundred years only. A big family clan was very utilitarian. Everything was done for the family's interest. Clearly, betrothing her would obtain the support of another family, which further pushed the interests of the family clan. Forget it, forget it. Waved the fat elder's hand. He changed topics and said, Hey kid. This qilin beast's head is yours. Qilin beasts are a bit special. After it dies, the yuan qi within its body will slowly emanate. It could do this for 10 years. So if you were to hide this head properly, you can still absorb its yuan qi without refining it. It will depend on yourself how much you will be able to absorb. From the fat elder's point of view, Yi Yun was not capable of refining the desolate bones. Also, with Yi Yun's foundation, it was unlikely he would be able to digest the qilin beast's head. Letting the energy emanate out and slowly absorbing it was the best method. Of course, this method was too slow. How could the sons from huge family clans wait 10 years? Kid, although I've already told you, I can guess that you will still want to go out into the vast wilderness to gain experience. No matter. I'll write you a protective charm. When you reach the peak of Qi Gatherer, this protective charm will be activated. It can protect your life once. If one day we were fated to meet again, and you had not used the protective charm, you can use it as a gift to me. Eh? Why are you looking at me in that manner? The fat elder asked as he noticed Yi Yun's eyes filled with suspicion. Yi Yun did not expect that the old man was offering to give him some benefit. The sun must have risen from the west. But if he offered to give something, was it trustworthy? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 55, Sujia. Chapter 55, Su Jia. Just as Yun was pondering over it, he saw the fat elder take out a tattered piece of yellow paper. This yellow paper resembled the paper used in the 80s in China, ones which villagers used as toilet paper. But this charm was more tattered than those toilet paper. The charm's paper quality was worlds apart from the paper of the dragon-ribbed tiger bone fist manual Lin Xintong had given him. Under the questioning gaze of Yun, the fat elder stuck his fat finger into his mouth and licked it. He used his finger as a pen and began drawing on the charm paper with his saliva. It's done. The fat elder gave the charm paper to Yun, saying, "Keep it well. My charm is worth a fortune." You lucked out. Why are you giving me that expression? You don't have to shed tears of gratitude. Yun accepted the charm speechlessly. The saliva on it was a mess, and from the looks of it, the saliva was drying up soon. Yun gave a constipated look. Although he didn't doubt the old man's strength, he was afraid that the old man was pulling a prank on him. After all, this charm's purpose was to protect his life. If at the moment he was about to lose his life, such as being cornered by a desolate beast, he would pull out that piece of charm, but if it didn't do a single thing. That scene was too perfect. Yun could not bear to think about it any further. It could be expected that the desolate beasts with intelligence would have thought that Yun was being considerate by leaving a piece of toilet paper. When they wanted to take a **T after digesting Yun, they could use this piece of paper to wipe their ass. Alright, whatever that should be given has been given. Quick, make the dishes for me. The fat elder took out a large number of pots and pans from his ring, and laid it before him in a pile noisily. This made Yun sigh with emotion. A person of high stature could do anything, and even had such an inventory space. Even when out traveling, he would bring with him 7 to 8 pots. He was not in a hurry to make his salt-baked chicken, so he cupped his fists and asked, "May I know the name of this honorable elder?" Having gotten to know him, and received plenty of kindness from him, Yun still did not know the old man's name. My name," the old man paused and seemed to reminisce, "it's been a while since someone called me. Since you want to know, I'll give you a stamp." As the old man said it, he suddenly took out a seal-like object from his ring and stamped that piece of toilet paper. In a while, faint light was emitted, leaving a red stamp on the piece of paper. In the stamp wrote 2 words, Su Jia. Su Jia? Yun's mind whirled. This name sure is special. Jia indicates calamity, or disaster. For parents to name a child, they would usually choose a lucky name, and would seldom choose Jia for a name. For today's kindness, this junior will remember it. Yun said it sincerely, for he knew although old man Su had a vile mouth and was greedy and stingy, he had still helped him. And he had definitely not helped him solely for a few rounds of salt-baked chicken. Yun parted with old man Su. Before parting, Yun wrote the recipe for the salt-baked chicken and wrote a few methods of cooking that used alcohol for old man Su. There were good cooks in the world who could follow the recipe and create a delicious dish for old man Su to enjoy. This was the only way Yun could requite the favor. And before old man Su left, he gave some ingredients to Yun. After all, the life in the wilderness was too tough. And it was so. As the sun slowly set, old man Su and Lin Xintong carried on their training journey. When they turned their heads, Yun had already disappeared into the mountains. All that was left were the clouds that seemed to burn in the sky. "Master, do you think highly of him?" Lin Xintong asked. After Yun had finished his salt-baked chicken, she had sparred with Yun for a short while. But the strange feeling that happened to her dried-up meridians did not occur again, disappointing her. It was likely just an illusion. Old man Su shook his head. "I don't think highly of him, I just appreciate him. His perceptivity shocked me and he had good luck, but I can't think of any way to fix his weakness of having a poor constitution. If he wants to cultivate to a higher realm, he would need massive amounts of resources. It will be too hard." In this world, there were many who aspired to be a warrior. There were as many as the sand grains of the 5 Ganges rivers, but how many of those succeeded? "Perhaps, this world will have a miracle," Lin Xintong mumbled to herself. It seemed like she was referring to Yun, but also seemed to be referring to herself. Old man Su was stunned when he heard that but stayed silent. Yes, a miracle. He was a desolate heaven master and was extremely demanding about taking in disciples. He wanted them to have excellent constitutions and with exceeding talent in the arts of desolate bones. It was too hard. He had searched for hundreds of years, and had seen uncountable numbers of offspring from the big family clans before accepting Lin Xintong as his disciple. But although he was extremely satisfied with his disciple, she was cursed with meridians, wasting the potential excellent constitution she had for practicing martial arts. It was such a ridicule. "Let's go, we may never meet him again. We won't stay long in the Taya Divine Kingdom." When we leave the Taya Divine Kingdom, this kid might not even have stepped out of the cloud wilderness. Even if he does step out of the cloud wilderness, it would be hard for him to step out of the Taya Divine Kingdom in his entire life. The Taya Divine Kingdom is too big. Old Man Su felt a sense of regret. The kid had high aspirations, but he was born in the wrong place and lacked the needed constitution for practicing martial arts. It was depressing. Never meet again? Lin Shintong went into a trance as she remembered the weird feeling she had when she crossed with Yun for the first time. Her dried-up meridians did seem like they had been activated. However, the events that followed proved that there was a 99% chance that it was just an illusion, but Lin Shintong was not willing to give up even a tiny bit of hope. Maybe her master would be able to give some explanation? Master, I have something I need to tell you, Lin Shintong suddenly blurted out. Oh? What's the matter? Old Man Su said with a solemn expression as he slowed down his footsteps. Lin Shintong described her feelings in great detail. Hearing her words, Old Man Su was surprised. The dried-up meridians were activated? What could be the reason? He couldn't help stroking his beard as he went into deep thought. Old Man Su had spent the past few years researching Yin meridians in a bid to cure it, but he had failed time and time again. But because of his research, few could match Old Man Su's understanding of Yin meridians. Yin meridians were terminated meridians, and unable to hold any energy, just as a dry well cannot produce water. But from what Lin Shintong had just said, she had a mild energy flow within her meridians when sparring with a Yun. Even if it was an illusion of Lin Shintong, Old Man Su took it seriously. Let's go to the Tao tribal clan first. I have already made an appointment with the Jin Longwei's division leader and had asked him to gather intelligence about the Purple Cloud's birth. After I receive the information, we can discuss this in detail. Old Man Su's main reason for his coming to the Cloud Wilderness was for the Purple Cloud's birth. He wanted to know if there was any treasure that had sprouted in the Cloud Wilderness, and if he could use it to defy fate by joining up Lin Shintong's terminated meridians. As for Yi Yun, it could have been an illusion that Lin Shintong had experienced. As such, Old Man Su was not hopeful about it, but he would rather not pass up any chances, so he planned to investigate the matter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 56, Siege. Chapter 56, Siege. Just after the sun had set, the sky had not completely gone dark. In the Lian tribal clan, about 7 children and a few women stood around Jiang Xiaoro's house. These kids were about 8 years old. The eldest was about the same age as Yi Yun. Every one of them wore rags and their bodies were dirty. In their hands were cow dung, as they threw it one after another at Jiang Xiaoro's door. Splat! 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 The dirty cow dung exploded upon contact with Jiang Xiaoro's door, giving rise to a strong stench. Behind the child was an old woman dressed in long black robes, looking like a witch. She began dancing as if she was in an epileptic shock and chanted weird phrases. All gods are my brothers, all bodhisattvas are my sisters, all the diseases and disasters, stay away from me. Demons and ghosts, hasten and leave. Bewitching evil spirits, show yourself. Ah. Using the mouth which had few teeth left, she kept wailing like a ghost, as if she was experiencing an orgasm. As the old woman's voice reached its climax, the children around became more excited and threw the cow dung. The cow dung was obtained from the Lian tribal clan's cattle. There was always a large pile in the farms, so they could obtain a large amount. The villagers wanted the cow dung to exorcise evils. The news of Yi Yun bleeding from his 7 orifices had spread throughout the Lian tribal clan. Deaths in Lian tribal clan were nothing new, but to die so horribly was something that grabbed the attention of the people. And at noon, the Lian tribal clan had suddenly released information saying that Yi Yun had died from a mysterious disease. It was a kind of plague. Suddenly the entire Lian tribal clan exploded in activity. Numerous people began spreading the news, and in 2 hours, the news had been spread throughout the tribe. Plague. It was an extremely fearsome word in the vast wilderness. Plagues were terrifying, as it killed more than famines. Typically, a plague could easily wipe out an entire tribe. In ancient China, there was the possibility of escaping a plague, but in the Cloud Wilderness, having a plague was equivalent to a death sentence. There was nowhere to run. Escaping to the vast wilderness would only result in being eaten by fierce beasts. The citizens of the vast wilderness were terrified of plagues to the bone. The medical facilities in the vast wilderness were backward, be it herbs or doctors, they were small in number. But in the face of a plague, they would not sit there doing nothing to await death. As such, the citizens of the vast wilderness invented several methods to counter the plague, and one of the most common ones was the witch exorcism. A witch would dance to the gods in order to drive out the plague. As for its effectiveness, it was unknown. This may sound ridiculous, but in the vast wilderness filled with ignorance, this sort of phenomenon was common, and was regarded as the truth. In Earth's ancient times, there were all sorts of witches around the world, and they were all strikingly similar. Besides, the citizens of the vast wilderness believed that cow dung or dog blood could be used to drive away evil. Dog blood was too rare because it would have long been drank by the tribal people to stave off their hunger. But cow dung was common, so they used cow dung to throw at Zhang Xiaorou's house. They threw it at the walls and doors to seal the plague, preventing it from spreading. Because of this, these self-proclaimed brave kids threw with great strength. They felt they were warriors of the Lian tribal clan, fighting a war with the plague and the evil. That place isn't covered yet. A leader among the kids said as he pointed, and a large heap of cow dung flew over. Splat, splat, splat. The cow dung exploded. This wall was close to the window, and Zhang Xiaorou had only stuck a piece of paper across the window. In the Lian tribal clan, paper was expensive, but the windows could not be left uncovered, for it would be too cold in the winter. Without the paper blocking the window, the wind would not be kept out. Zhang Xiaorou had spent the whole day putting up this thick window paper, bit by bit, as she hoped to ensure that she and her brother could enjoy a warm winter. But now. Pa! With a snapping sound, a pile of cow dung had broken through the window paper, flying into Zhang Xiaorou's house. As the pile of cow dung hit the floor, it made the entire place filthy. Zhang Xiaorou was sitting by the bedside looking grim. When the news of her brother broke, she was of course the first to hear it. But she did not believe it to be true, for her brother had been able to survive repeated catastrophes without dying. This time, they said that her brother was dead. And even two men claimed that Yi Yun had jumped off a cliff tens of meters high with his last breath. Such a drop could even kill cats. Brother jumped into the river, to his death. These words circled Zhang Xiaorou's mind like a curse. It was unknown how she managed, but she was totally dazed. She could not believe that her brother was dead. She knew that Yi Yun had undergone change in the past few days. He had greater abilities, became stronger, and after practicing martial arts, he had become even stronger. How could such a strong brother die? Zhang Xiaorou could not believe it. She had pinned all hopes on Yi Yun. But no matter how much Zhang Xiaorou believed in Yi Yun's disappearance was a fact. Especially with the rumors of Yi Yun contracting the plague, Zhang Xiaorou was afraid that Yi Yun had really been infected by the plague, and was worried that he would spread it to her, hence drowning himself. Pa! Another clump of cow dung was thrown in, hitting the dining table. The only two bowls in the house were immediately dirted by the cow dung, unable to be used ever again. However, Zhang Xiaorou did not even take a glance. The siege on Zhang Xiaorou's house with cow dung had lasted for an entire afternoon. Even with the sun setting, the operation had still not concluded. Cover it tightly. This lass and that dead imp are jinxes. We should have never accepted them into our tribe. Outside of the broken window came a woman's mean voice. This woman was tall and her face long. Her cheekbones were raised and her sleeves were rolled. She looked like a shrew. Even the poor citizens were categorized in classes. Those who had Lian as their surname in the Lian tribal clan were afforded better treatment. They would sometimes enjoy special privileges in the tribe. After all, they shared the same surname as the Lian tribal clan's leaders. The woman who spoke had Lian as her surname. Her name was Lian Tsuehua. She was known as Aunt Tsuehua. In fact, her aggressive posture this time leading a group of people to throw dung at the walls was ordered by Lian Xingyu. Lian Xingyu wanted to stir up a storm, and he naturally found a person to care for the children among the people, so that she could fan the flames. I think we might as well burn the house, to prevent any filthy things from coming out. Do you know, Datu's father saw the kid turn sick with his own eyes? He even said that not only did the kid get infected with the plague, he had been possessed. At that time, Datu's dad touched the kid, and it felt like a snake had bit him. It's no simple matter. Think about it, this little bastard has such a cheap life, cheaper than a dog. How could he have been chosen by Lord Zhang? And to think he was said to be a martial arts prodigy, how is that possible? Lord Zhang may not know, and you may not know. He was a good-for-nothing, no different from a beggar. He was weaker than a wench. A martial arts prodigy, my foot. Only was he possessed. Can we explain how a good-for-nothing could suddenly become so powerful? It was because he was possessed. When the ghost was within him, he was strong, but with the ghost gone, he died. Lian Suihua said it with a queer voice, depicting the story of Yi Yun of days past as a living zombie. In the past day, Lian Suihua would say the same spew whenever she met anyone. This was of course taught to her by Lian Xingyu. As Lian Xingyu could not do it himself, he allowed Lian Suihua to spread the rumors. By using possession to explain Yi Yun's apparent talent, many of the people were willing to believe it. After all, the Yi Yun they knew could not have been a martial arts prodigy. Doing so could retain Lian Qingyu's absolute authority. He was the most talented person in the Lian tribal clan, and no one could match him. This would make the tribe believe that only through him Lian Qingyu could they be led towards glory. What Aunt Suihua says makes sense. So he was possessed. I already said that weakling Yi Yun could not be more talented than my heir Dan. A few women echoed her as they shared the Lian surname, and was the foundation of the Lian tribal clan. However, in the room, Jiang Xiao turned a deaf ear to all of this. Yuner, where did you go? Why aren't you back? Jiang Xiao was in a daze. Although she knew her hopes were slim, she still refused to believe that Yi Yun had died. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 57, Lian Qingyu's Evil Motives. Chapter 57, Lian Qingyu's Evil Motives. At this time, the Lian tribal clan patriarch compound. Zhao Taizhu ran in, and excitedly reported the situation of Yi Yun's house to Lian Qingyu. Young Master Lian sure has the best plans. Yi Yun's house is now totally covered with dung, ha ha ha. Zhao Taizhu laughed and Lian Qingyu just replied with a silent as he waved his hand saying, leave, and occasionally pay attention to Jiang Xiao's house, and report to me anytime. Yes, yes. This little one will be going. Zhao Taizhu accepted his orders as he bowed while retreating out of the house. Zhao Taizhu was in a good mood. He felt that Lian Qingyu was beginning to grow fond of him, for he was giving him tasks to do. After Zhao Taizhu left, Lian Qingyu calmly poured a cup of tea for himself. He then filled another cup to the brim. At this time, from inside the backroom came out a yellow-robed elder. He laughed as he picked up the teacup Lian Qingyu had filled, and took a sip. This elder was the Lian tribal clan's patriarch. Qingyu, you have done well regarding this matter. I've really grown old, shook the elder's head. For the past few months, every matter of the Lian tribal clan was dealt with by Lian Qingyu. Lian Qingyu had used the strong men to refine the desolate bones, worrying the yellow-robed elder, since there would be deaths caused by the refinement of the desolate bones. And with the starvation, it was a matter of time before the people began to riot. Even if Lian Qingyu used the blood-thinning pill to draw out the potential of those people's lives, and stabilize their condition, it was an unsustainable method as it overdrafted their life force. In a few days, those people would grow sick again and die. When the matter was exposed, the Lian tribal clan would come under unprecedented pressure. If not handled properly, it would cause a riot amongst the people. It would cause loss of lives, and could affect the refinement of the desolate bones. The consequences would be disastrous. But the yellow-robed elder could not believe that Lian Qingyu had pushed all the blame to the dead Yi Yun before the illness broke out. If so, even if the strong men who were refining the desolate bones died, no one would become suspicious. They would all believe that Yi Yun had initially contracted a strange illness and had been possessed. Yi Yun spread his strange illness to the other men who were refining the desolate bones. This illness would later become an epidemic plague. Also, Yi Yun's possession would give an ominous omen to the tribe. At that point, the people would believe that Yi Yun had caused the deaths of everyone. As such, the people would only hate Yi Yun and not hate Lian Qingyu. And there would be new strong men willing to carry on refining the desolate bones, and everything would be perfect. This was the main reason for Lian Qingyu's direction of the matter. It could be said as killing two birds with one stone. Not only would he be able to affirm himself as the number one genius in the tribe with absolute authority, he could also ensure the smooth refining of the desolate bones. It's just some small tricks. Grandpa has thought too highly, said Lian Qingyu casually. Based on the frost python's toxin, and the effects of the blood-thinning pill, in about 3 to 5 days, those who were refining the desolate bones would die. At that time, the people would be angry. They wouldn't just simply throw dung at Yi Yun's house, they would probably directly burn the house down. As Lian Qingyu said it, he took a sip of tea and gently wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. His movement was extremely graceful. He was the only person in the Lian tribal clan who continuously maintained the style of an aristocrat. He was born in the Cloud Wilderness, although the young masters of the Cloud Wilderness had a higher standing, but which of them followed the aristocratic style? But Lian Qingyu was different. He had learned the manners of the aristocrats from Yao Yuan, and ensured that he followed those protocols all the time. Because he thought that he was fated to one day be one of the upper class, and even be among the upper echelon of the kingdom, and attending the banquets of the kingdom. He did not want to be ridiculed by the upper-class people as a Cloud Wilderness brat. He wanted people to know that although he was born from the Cloud Wilderness, he could also do everything equally well. It's such a pity I didn't get to see Yi Yun's corpse with my own eyes, Lian Qingyu said with thoughts in his head. Ha, Qingyu, you worry too much. Do you think the kid can still survive under such conditions? Besides the lack of a cure for the frost python toxin, simply falling several tens of meters down a cliff would have broken a person's body. Furthermore, the East River's flow is extremely fast. There is even a waterfall downstream, so even the best swimmers would either die from the fall or from drowning. The patriarch was not worried one bit. Lien Xingyu nodded his head. Yes, Grandpa is right. Yi Yun just began practicing martial arts, and hasn't even reached the Valiant realm. There's no chance he can avoid that. Lien Xingyu placed his teacup down. Yi Yun may be dead, but his sister was still around. After this disaster, and having her house plastered with cow dung, and burnt down, she would have nowhere to go. She was even hated by everyone in the Lien tribal clan, except himself, who would be willing to have her under their wings. When he thought of that, a smile formed on Lien Xingyu's lips. This girl would fall into his hands sooner or later. Letting her suffer a little would temper her attitude, making her more docile. Whatever he said would be what it was. Yi Yun. You made me lose face in front of Lord Zhang. Killing you and then enjoying your sister can only be considered fair. With you dead, I'm actually saving your sister. In the future, she will obediently listen to me. You can rest easy in the netherworld. And when I make my meteoric rise, I will let her be one of my concubines, and will not abandon her. It was finally dark, but the few brave children were still extremely dedicated. They did not leave even in complete darkness till the entire pile of cow dung was thrown. Not only Jiang Xiao's door and walls had been smeared, even the foundations were buried in a small pile of dung. Well done. Lien Suihua clapped her hands. She had originally wanted to touch the boys' heads as an encouragement, but she realized they were dirty and retracted her hand. Come to Aunt Suihua tomorrow, Aunt Suihua will give you sweets to eat. These sweets were of course from Lien Xingyu. In the Lien tribal clan, sweets were a rare thing. When the kids heard that there would be sweets, their eyes lit up. Alright, we will carry on throwing cow dung tomorrow. Will there be sweets then too? Yes, of course there will be, laughed Lien Suihua. Not only will there be sweets, by throwing the cow dung, you have driven the evil away, saving everyone. Yes, we saved everyone, said a bigger child proudly. We are heroes. Another child echoed. Children at this age all had dreams of being heroes. They wanted to be a warrior that flew through the skies, for that would be very impressive. At this time, there were a pair of dark eyes in the grass watching all this. These were Yi Yun's eyes. He had figured the details of what happened from the conversations of the children and villagers. Thus, Yi Yun had also guessed this was planned by Lien Xingyu. He clenched his fists and a sense of killing intent flashed in his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 58, Returning Home. Chapter 58, Returning Home. With the plague as an excuse, the blame was pushed to him. Such a move was too vile. And with the intelligence of the villagers, there was no way for them to see through it. How would they know about the pill that could overdraft their vitality? How would they know that Desolate Bones had toxins that could kill when refined? There were many among them that had not even heard of Desolate Bones just 2 months ago. The poor had led lives that suffered from starvation and the cold. Besides food, they had no way of accommodating anything else in their brains. Even if you explained it to them word for word, they might not be able to understand. Damn it! Yi Yun's eyes turned cold. If he showed himself, it would be the same as declaring war on Lien Xingyu. Yi Yun knew his hand. His cultivation was still at the Meridian's realm, but it had reached a tempered body, Dragon Pulse state. As for Lien Xingyu, he was at the doorstep of the Purple Blood realm, and was at the peak of the Qi Gatherer realm. If not for Yi Yun, Lien Xingyu breaking through into the Purple Blood realm would have definitely been a done deal. Yi Yun did not have confidence fighting with a tempered body in the Meridian's realm versus Lien Xingyu, who was bordering on the Purple Blood realm. In the Lien tribal clan, besides Lien Xingyu, there was also the Patriarch and the instructor Yao Yuan. The three of them were at the 5th level of Mortal Blood, Qi Gatherer. He would be fighting against 3. Yi Yun was not worried about the Patriarch, but as for Yao Yuan, Yi Yun did not know Yao Yuan's true strength. He had previously reached the Purple Blood realm, but he had dropped from that realm. Not only Yao Yuan's level was greater, but Yao Yuan would have much richer battle experience than Yi Yun. As for Yi Yun, besides the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, he had never learned any other offensive martial skill, and did not know any movement skills. In terms of fighting skills, Yi Yun was lacking. He was in the beginning stages in terms of martial arts. So Yi Yun calmed down and began making plans. Lien Xingyu, I will make sure you die in agony. Yi Yun clenched his fists tightly. He was originally from Earth and had tunneled into this strange world where power ruled supreme. Yi Yun had previously not wished to murder anyone directly, but after today, he was determined to kill Lien Xingyu. Lien Xingyu had harmed Yi Yun twice secretly, but Yi Yun had never been so mad to such a degree. Lien Xingyu should have never ever done this to Zhang Xiao. His sister was alone and helpless. As a 15-year-old girl, she had to face the entire tribe's accusations. And when those strong men die from their illness, Lien Xingyu need not do anything to push the blame onto Yi Yun. At that time, what would the families of the victims do to Zhang Xiao? It was the unthinkable. If at this time, Lien Xingyu appeared and wanted to do anything to Zhang Xiao, she would have no way of resisting. Yi Yun picked up a pebble and threw it at Lien Suihua's face from the grass. Pa! This pebble smacked Lien Suihua right in the face. Ouch! Lien Suihua screamed as she crouched down. She covered her face in pain. Her face had turned blue-black. Who the F***K dare hit me? Lien Suihua angrily said. The children around her immediately shook their heads, saying it had nothing to do with them. Yi Yun did not give any killing blows. Although he had the urge to kill the mean women, he knew that if he did anything to Lien Suihua, this would arouse the suspicion of Lien Xingyu. He would remember Lien Suihua's debt. In a month, at most a month, he will collect the debt with interest. The insidious woman will pay the price. Ah! At this time the boy beside Lien Suihua jumped up clutching his buttocks. Who hit me? This child was the ringleader of the children. It's not me. It's also not me. Many people hurriedly clarified, distancing themselves from the matter. But at this time, the screams began to sound out one after another. Yi Yun's hands were tremendously fast. The pebbles he shot out were well guided and properly controlled. The moment the pebble hit the child, it would bounce off and disappear into the night. This prevented the children from knowing what they were hit by, nor did they know where the pebbles came from. What is it? The children knew something was wrong. It was already late in the night, and they were doing the heroic job of ridding evil. They began to break into cold sweat after being hit by mysterious objects. There are ghosts. An unknown child shouted, and with that the rest of the children were scared white, and they scattered in a blink of an eye. Lien Suihua was even more afraid as she tumbled as she ran away. The village was especially afraid of the supernatural such as demons and ghosts. After the children scattered, Yi Yun surveyed the surroundings to ensure there was no one before heading to his house like a ghost, jumping over the wall. The courtyard was filled with cow dung, but Yi Yun had already reached the Meridian's realm, and had achieved a tempered body, so he was the same as a kung fu master. With one breath, he had crossed the entire sea of dung. Yi Yun crossed the yard without sullying his shoes. He pushed the void, and a gust of wind blew forward pushing the door open, and Yi Yun stepped into the house. Right in front of the house was the stove. There was no light, so it was pitch black. But in the bedroom, the window had been smashed through by cow dung, letting in some moonlight. Yi Yun could clearly see Zhang Xiao's thin figure under the moonlight. Her face, her shoulders gave people the urge to give her infinite love. Who? Zhang Xiao had descended into grief and anxiety after Yi Yun disappeared. But she was still extremely alert. The moment she heard noises, she would grab the arrow by her side. Zhang Xiao was an unyielding girl. She constantly strived to become stronger, but her living circumstances made her have given her the thoughts that without a man in the house, life would be sad. With her brother around, her life revolved around him. Without her brother, she had lost her spiritual column of support. And a girl living alone in the vast wilderness would be bound to be the subject of bullying. Also, Yi Yun had previously warned Zhang Xiao that Lien Xingyu coveted her, so Zhang Xiao had never separated from the arrow for the past day. Sis, it's me, Yuner, Yi Yun said with a trembling voice as he looked at the house filled with dung. Seeing Zhang Xiao in the middle of the mess, he could only feel a lump come up his throat, urging him to cry. Zhang Xiao was stunned. In the darkness, she used the moonlight to see Yi Yun's face. Although it was blurry, how could she not recognize that familiar outline? Yunar. Zhang Xiao ran forward with tears in her eyes and embraced Yi Yun tightly. Yuner, you're fine. As long as you alright, as long as you are alright. Zhang Xiao's voice was urgent. She used all the strength in her two arms to hug Yi Yun, afraid that the moment she released him, Yi Yun would disappear. With Zhang Xiao hugging him tightly, Yi Yun could feel her shaking body and her rapid heartbeat. Yi Yun could feel a warmth at his neck. It was Zhang Xiao's tears. Sis, I'm fine. I knew from the beginning, cried Zhang Xiao as she said. Although she said she knew, she could not rest assured. She was not bothered by the insult of having the walls plastered with cow dung, nor was she bothered by the curses of that mean woman. The only thing that mattered to her was if her brother will return. Now, it had finally happened after a long wait. Let's go. Sis, we need to leave this place. We can no longer stay in this village. Ian's sudden words were a bolt in the blue for Zhang Xiao, who had been going through a roller coaster of emotions. If we don't stay here, where can we go? Are you saying to go into the cloud wilderness? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 59, Kindness. Chapter 59, Kindness. A normal person had no way of leaving their tribal clan. Leaving the tribal clan meant that there would be no source of food, so going into the cloud wilderness was the same as sending them to their deaths. We can go to the back mountains. Bring all our food, we will build a treehouse in the back mountain and stay there for a month. Yi Yun had already planned it out. He could not be seen, and there was no way he could stay in the Lian tribal clan anymore. The best solution was to hide in the back mountains. The back mountains were vast, and did not have any herbs. Few would go there normally. To the back mountains? What will happen when our food runs out? Where can we go then? We won't finish it. Sis Xiao, take heart, as Ian smiled. He had obtained a lot of meat from the old man. It was sufficient for several months. And in a month, the kingdom's selection would happen, so Ian was not worried one bit. At that time, he would settle the debts clearly. Lian Xingyu, Zhao Taiju, Lian Suihua, and all those that bullied him will meet their just deserves. Yun helped Zhang Xiao gather their belongings. In fact, it was only a bag of food in the bed in the inner room that had not been sullied by the cow dung. All the bowls and plates had been caked in cow dung, and were no longer usable. Oh! There's someone. Ian hid himself, and with the moonlight, he saw a few people gently pushing the yard door, and walked into the dung-filled courtyard. It was the Aunt Wang, Uncle Zhou, and their daughter Zhou Xiaoke from next door. Aunt Wang had often lent Ian food. Ian had previously given them a large portion of bacon he had received to Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang's daughter Zhou Xiaoke was about the same age as Ian, and had followed him all around when they were young. Back then she would often be covered in mud from her exploitations, but now she was much quieter and had the temperament of a young lady. Little girl Jiang, Aunt is here to give you your meal. You haven't eaten a whole day. The courtyard was filled with cow dung, and troubled Aunt Wang. She did not know what illness Yun had contracted. He was a perfectly good child that was chosen by Lord Zhang a few days ago. And the villagers had said he had finally amounted to something and his family had struck gold. But in a few short days, it was all gone with one word? Heaven sure was blind. Aunt Wang was dismayed that there was no light coming from the house. Have Sis Xiao and brother Yun gone? From outside came Zhou Xiaoke's sad and shaking voice. Yun peered through the window and saw a young girl the same age as him standing by the door. She had a round face like an apple, and her face were in tears. Yun sighed. Even in this poor and emotionless Lian tribal clan, there were still people like this aunt, and a young girl who still remembered him. When he was chosen by Zhang Yuxian, the villagers had begun to curry favor him, but it wasn't anything. When everyone thought that he had died from a plague, they condemned him. This was the truth that beard in their minds. Yun gave a wink to Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao understood and said, Aunt Wang, don't come in. I'm already sleeping. There isn't any place for you to step on, Anne. Zhang Xiao didn't say any more. Aunt Wang sighed, for she knew Zhang Xiao was worried about the plague infecting her. She could only clear a spot and left the items by the door. Little girl Jiang, I've made a bowl of soup noodles for you. I'll place it here. You can also use the bowl. I'll be leaving first. In a poor village, it was easy to have evil people, but hard to have kind people, as the notion of giving an inch and he'll take a mile prevailed. Yun had given Aunt Wang some bacon, and Aunt Wang had brought some soup noodles. In this period, soup noodles were a rare item. Aunt Wang knew that Zhang Xiao had no chance of eating since noon. As her house was bombarded by cow dung, how could she make a meal? Aunt Wang placed the soup noodles down and said, let's go. Aunt Wang pulled the tearing Zhou Xiaoke and together with Uncle Zhou, closed the yard door, and left the yard. Uncle Zhou was a dull man, and did not speak a word. He had some strength, allowing their family to get by. After Aunt Wang left, Yun came to the yard and brought the bowl of hot soup noodles in. This soup noodles was different from those from Earth. It was handmade. Each short and thick noodle had the imprints of Aunt Wang's. In the future, I'll repay them. Those who harmed me, I'll remember it. Those who were good to me, I'll remember it. Yun said that in his heart and brought Zhang Xiao away into the mountains. Deep in the night, Yun and Zhang Xiao came to the back mountains. This was a spot Yun had specifically chosen. It was well hidden and near a water source. There was also a large tree, suitable for building a treehouse. It was already deep in winter, and the chill in the mountains were worse. White frost bits crystallized on the rocks. Each breath blew out a white mist. Jiang Xiaorou's face was red from the cold. She shrank her body and kept rubbing her hands as a thin layer of goosebumps appeared on her skin. Even a strong man, not to mention a 15-year-old girl, wouldn't be able to survive in the deep mountains for one winter night. They were bound to catch a chill the second day after sleeping. They only had one bedding, which was not enough back home. Now in the cold mountains, it was even worse. Yuner, it's too cold. We won't last more than a few days. Jiang Xiaorou was confused. They had left their house in a spur. Although the house was in shambles, it could still keep out the cold. How were they to survive in the mountains? The future seemed to be dark. How could they survive? Yun laughed. Sis Xiaorou, don't worry. Yun went to the back a huge boulder and took out a pile of firewood. When he separated from Old Man Su, the sky was still bright. He could not return to the village, so he had roughly prepared a temporary foothold. The firewood was also prepared at that time. Yuner, Jiang Xiaorou was surprised. At this time, Yun had sparked the fire starters, setting the wood on fire. In a moment, a flame began burning as hot air began to rise. The frost on the surrounding rocks began to melt and Jiang Xiaorou felt some warmth. In such desperate times, a tiny bit of warmth gave Jiang Xiaorou hope. Sis, look at what this is. Yun laughed as he took out a big bag from behind the boulder and unwrapped it. Jiang Xiaorou took a curious look and when she saw its contents, she was stunned. In the bag was food. There were meat, vegetables, and even wild fruits. The meat accounted for a large proportion. They were all cut up with their fur removed. They were all fresh meat and when put together would weigh more than 200 pounds. Yuner, where did you get that from? Jiang Xiaorou looked with disbelief at Yun. Meat was rich in fat and was a high-calorie food. In poor environments, meat was a lifesaver. Sis Xiaorou, don't ask. I'll promise you that in the future, I'll ensure a comfortable life for you. Our tough days are over. Whoever bullied us, we will return it 100 times. Yun's voice carried a hint of killing intent. After training for 2 months, just like his strength, Yun slowly became more and more ruthless and resolute. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. There was no rule of the law. Using the values from Earth to interact with others was the same as courting death. Now, if not for the purple crystal's help, he would have long been forced to the wall. Sis Xiaorou, look well. Today, I'll let Sis Xiaorou eat the most delicious foods. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 60, Bliss. Chapter 60, Bliss. The most delicious foods. Jiang Xiaorou looked at Yun in a daze. In the dark night, her eyes were sparkling. She felt that everything that happened that night was like a dream. Sis Xiaorou, you just have to wait to eat. Yun began to focus. He had prepared uncountable number of meals in his life, but he had never focused as much effort as this one meal. Yun had received an entire set of cooking apparatus and condiments from Old Man Su. He had even obtained some of the vintage wine. It was sufficient for him to fully express his culinary skills. Water was added to the pot with the processed ingredients, together with the meat, seasoning, flavoring, soup stock oil. Yun was meticulous in his every step. And he did many dishes simultaneously. As a dish was being cooked, he was already preparing another. The cutting board was a clean tree stump. The knife also came from Old Man Su. After obtaining a tempered body, Yun's strength increased. His knife work was superb. The ingredients were cut as thin as the wings of dragonflies and his speed was unrelenting. By the side, using the fire's illumination, Jiang Xiaorou was stunned by Yun's knife work. When did her brother become so powerful? In order for Jiang Xiaorou to eat a good meal, Yun had made a few dishes that needed complex steps. Even on Earth, these dishes needed Yun's care and attention as it required many steps, and he was not a professional chef. A mistake or two would make the dish lose its perfection. But now, with Yun reaching the Meridian's realm, his brain's channels had been cleared and energy entered his brain, making his thinking sharp. So he was able to do 3 dishes simultaneously without missing a beat in the steps needed for each dish. With one dish done, it was ladled out, and another dish was prepared. It was all done with clockwork. And Jiang Xiaorou had already completely froze. The aromas that attacked her nostrils opened up her appetite. Jiang Xiaorou seldom saw a few pieces of bacon, so when could she have the chance to see such top-class cuisine? Yun's dishes were all made of the best desolate meat. From Old Man Su's stature and gluttony, he would not keep anything less than desolate meat. And even among the desolate meat, only the finest were kept. Besides, the various condiments Old Man Su had left behind were all expensive items. So Yi Yun was able to fully express his skills, and finishing dish after dish. Jiang Xiaoro looked at the delicacies that lined the tree stump. It felt like she was in a dream. Was all this real? Just a while ago, she was worrying over food and their future, but now, she was faced with a table of delicacies. Was all these made by her brother? Could she really eat all the food? Sis Xiaoro, quickly eat it. The wind is cold. The food will cool down soon. Yi Yun took a bowl of steamed meat that was as clear as crystal and said, "This is called steamed pork belly, Sis Xiaoro, try it." On Earth, normal pork belly tasted great when made into steamed pork belly, but using desolate meat for steamed pork belly made it even better. Yi Yun picked a piece of steamed pork belly and served it to Jiang Xiaoro's lips. It was always her feeding Yi Yun, but today, the roles were reversed. Jiang Xiaoro was not used to it and her face turned red as she opened her mouth to take a small bite. The moment the meat entered her mouth, it melted into an aromatic and delicious flavor. It was not greasy and with the faint flavor of rice, it was extremely memorable. Jiang Xiaoro could not believe that there was something that delicious in this world. People who have been starving for extended periods of time would find a bowl of soup noodles a delicacy. What's more, this dish could rival even the best dishes on earth with the excellent desolate meat. Jiang Xiaoro felt as if her tongue could no longer move. It was too delicious. The taste was something she had never tried before, nor had she ever thought about it. When she was young, Jiang Xiaoro came from a wealthy family, but she was still young then. She was only obsessed with snacks and did not learn to appreciate food. Having only interest in sweets and having never starved, she never knew that fish and meat was that delicious. Hongxiao rou, salt-baked chicken, scalded vegetables, desolate bone vegetable soup. Yi Yun introduced his dishes one by one. Old Man Su had left behind some vegetables, so he had fried it with some meat. China's traditional cuisine with the ingredients from the strange world made the taste even better. Even picky as he was with his food, the glutton Yi Yun felt it was perfect. Jiang Xiaoro ate it so fast that she almost swallowed her tongue. Eating such a meal was the same as a dream. And the dishes would give a strong warm feeling when it entered the stomach. This warmth spread throughout their bodies, giving them extreme comfort. This was the desolate meat reforming their bodies. Desolate meat was something the poor in the vast wilderness could rarely eat. If they could eat it daily, their bodies would be strong and would not succumb to illnesses. Even the vegetables left behind by Old Man Su was something good for the body, and normal people would never have the chance to eat it. The siblings ate ravenously, and in 15 minutes, they had swept away the delicacies on the tree stump like a typhoon. It was hard to believe that Jiang Xiaoro was just a while ago desperate, hungry and cold and filled with despair, but in a short period of time, she was full from eating. And with the energy within the food, she felt warm. Only after experiencing hunger would one know that delicacies were such blissful objects. At this time, Yi Yun had already began constructing the treehouse. With his tempered body, Yi Yun had great strength, so it was simple for him to build treehouse. Yuner, what had happened the past few days? Jiang Xiaoro saw Yi Yun busying himself, and felt like she was still in a dreamy hallucination. The events of the past hour were too amazing. Oh, I met an unscrupulous man by the surname of Su. He saw that my constitution was surprisingly good and gave me some pointers. He also gave me some good items. It's roughly that. Sis Xiaoro, don't worry. I'm different from the past. In the future, your life will only get better and better. The treehouse was completed, but it was cold and moist in the mountains, so sleeping in the treehouse would be too cold. Although there was a fire nearby, and it was warm, it needed constant attention for it could not burn throughout the night, so they would still be cold. Seeing Jiang Xiaoro rubbing her ears occasionally, Yi Yun smiled and descended from the treehouse. In a short while, he brought up the Qilin head. The Qilin had a rich amount of fire elemental energy. Placing the head in the treehouse was like having a small heating stove. In a short time, the treehouse had warmed up. Yi Yun had brought in too many surprises this night, so Jiang Xiaoro decided against asking. Although she had to lie down on the treehouse's wooden planks, she had never felt more secure than today. Having eaten a meal, quenched her thirst, having a warm home and with Yi Yun by her side. What other thing in this world was more blissful than this? Yuner, I'm so afraid this is all a dream. Jiang Xiaoro felt that everything was unreal. She feared sleeping, afraid that if she closed her eyes and opened them, she will find herself in that cold empty house with nothing but dirty cow dung, and the bad news of Yi Yun having died from an illness. It's not a dream. Sis, just sleep, I'll protect you. Yi Yun sat on a log bed beside her and held Jiang Xiaoro's hand. After feeling the heat from Yi Yun's palm, Jiang Xiaoro obtained a peace of mind. This warm touch allowed the tiredness to overwhelm her. Although she was unwilling to sleep, slowly she lost consciousness and fell asleep. This day, she had first learned of Yun's death, and then besieged by the villagers. She had been terribly frightened and her emotions were marked by big ups and downs, so she was totally exhausted. Zhang Xiaoro entered dreamland and a blissful smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 61, I Want to Be a Sage. Chapter 61, I Want to Be a Sage. After making sure that Zhang Xiaoro had fell asleep, Yun quietly pulled away his hand. Even when Zhang Xiaoro was sleeping, Yun did not rest. He used the purple crystal origins in his body to absorb the energy from the Qilin beast's head. Qilin beast was a desolate beast, and when Yun had just broken into the Meridian's realm, he had absorbed the frost python's power of desolates, and due to a lack of experience, he had sucked up too much power causing him harm. He had nearly burst his meridians. This time, Yun had learned. He carefully controlled the energy intake into his body, and from the speed, he knew that the Qilin beast head could last him a month. In 1 month, he would pass the warrior selection and obtain new resources. As the night got deeper, Yun, who had absorbed enough energy, quietly left the treehouse. He was like an agile monkey crossing through the woods, and had quickly reached a clearing. Under the clear sky and moon, was a youth in linen clothes. He sat under a tree and rested his back on the tree trunk. With the moonlight, he began flipping through the pages of that green ancient book with perfect focus. A yellowed leaf escaped from one of the old tree's branches and slowly fell upon one of the open pages, but the youth brushed it away gently and returned to his dedicated reading. Although it was dim at night, but after reaching the Meridian's realm, Yun could clearly see in the night as if it were the day. So dragon dancing the 9 heavens is not only that one move. There are 3 others, making the entire set have 4 moves. Looking at Lin Xinton's Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, the many questions Yun previously had were gradually cleared. Back then when Yao Yuan was teaching the warrior preparation camp members, under the consideration that the members had poor learning abilities, he had simplified all the moves. Only the simplest of moves out of the entire set of moves were taught. Now with the entire set of Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, he had filled in all the gaps. Oh. Miss Lin wrote here that although Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist is ingenious, it is after all a basic fist technique, and one should not be limited by the routines of Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. If one were to be focused only on the routines of the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, then in one's entire life, one would only reach the completed realm of Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, but not improve any further. Lin Xinton's words startled Yun. He immediately focused on what Lin Xinton had noted. Lin Xinton's handwriting was elegant and each tiny word was soft and beautiful, but the content was majestic. Yun could only feel the shocks from it. In Lin Xinton's notes, the highest realm one could reach with Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist was the peak of Purple Blood Realm. This was the so-called completed realm, but was there anything left to practice any further? Sorry, there's none. At this point, unless one obtained an even higher grade cultivation technique, could they reach an even higher realm, for example the Taya Sacred Technique. If one had the ability to obtain it, then one should definitely use it. But a problem will arise. The Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist previously learned was totally different from the Taya Sacred Technique. Between the two, there was not much that could be inherited. The Taya Sacred Technique was created by the founding emperor of the Taya Divine Kingdom, while the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist was unexpectedly obtained by one of the descendant emperors. They did not have the same heritage. If 2 different systems were used together, there were parts that could not be blended together into perfection. On Earth, this would be like a high school student choosing to do mathematics for the college entrance exams, and upon entering college, quit mathematics to study history. This doesn't mean that he would not be able to learn anything. A talented person could easily still become a famous historian. But no matter what, the mathematics learned prior was a waste, for when researching historical articles, was there differentiation one could use? When changing techniques, there would be a problem. After learning the Taya Sacred Technique, then the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist would be useless. Its use was only to break through mortal blood, and push him to the peak of purple blood. Just like a high school student learns mathematics only to obtain a college acceptance letter. This meant it was a waste of resources. A warrior's time was extremely precious. Practicing martial arts was a fight against the heavens. To break through to a higher realm, one needed to keep striving and not waste time. Lin Xinton was a person who went against the heavens. She wanted to accomplish an impossible miracle, so how could she afford such waste? Lin Xinton's method was to go beyond the routines and completely understand the routines and cater it for use only for herself. So forgetting routines is also known as assuming formlessness, an important step for walking your own martial path. Based on one's martial arts foundations, one could find a path to reach a high level of martial arts. The techniques learned along the way, no matter if it was basic, intermediate, or advanced, would be completely understood and merged into one's own understanding of martial arts. As such, it will not be a waste. When Ian saw such a note, he had a sobering feeling. Yes, routines have limits, but martial arts is without limit. In ancient China, Mingzi had said, if you believe everything you read, you better not read. A real sage would read the basic 3-character classic, 100 family surnames or advanced 4 great books, and even the 100 schools of thought. All these countless classics would be integrated into their knowledge before they write out their beautiful articles. I want to be a sage, I want to be a martial arts sage. Ian vowed, and began studying even harder at the dragon-ribbed tiger bone fist that Lin Xintong had annotated. Without saying, this was the advantage of birth. Lin Xintong was born in a large family clan, and had much interactions and perspectives, so it was extraordinary. Ian had only practiced martial arts for 2 months, but even if his perceptivity was high, he would not even be able to reach Lin Xintong's dust trails. Experience was only gained by a non-stop accumulation of learning. Even a sage had to begin from babbling as a child. Ian used 2 hours to finish reading Dragon-Ribbed Tiger Bone Fist from cover to cover. He pondered over it and received a huge enlightenment. I too cannot rely on Miss Lin's understanding. Everyone has different understanding of things. Many things can only be understood but cannot be described. I need to have formed my own opinion. It was a must to understand the opinions of others, but he could not just rely on them. Ian carefully kept the manual and jumped onto a large rock. His body was filled with the fire elemental energy of the Qilin beast. Ever since he broke into the Meridian's realm, the biggest advantage was to be able to flexibly control his body's energy. The Qilin beast energy he had absorbed in the treehouse had been sealed within his dantian. Now, Ian began to open up his Rindu Ermai, and he felt a surge of heat within his body. The heat flowed along Ian's Rindu Ermai, and cycled again and again. Slowly, Ian's body was burning hot, as if he had been drinking a large pot of wine in a hot spring. Using this strength, Ian began displaying Dragon-Ribbed Tiger Bone Fist. With the Qilin energy rushing to his head, Ian could feel his spirit fully relax. His body began to move freely without thought, as if it moved on instinct. Such a dissociated state was the best state for learning martial arts. It had to be said that although Ian's constitution was not good, his perceptivity and intelligence was far greater than children his age. Even the elites of the large tribes would pale in comparison to this Ian who had led 2 lives. From the 4th mortal blood realm to the 5th mortal blood realm, besides eating treasures, another critical step was to gather the Yuan Qi into his body. And this was in fact the most difficult step. The warriors in the vast wilderness could fly, lift tens and hundreds of cauldrons, level off mountains. This energy, where did it come from? Would eating gruel, vegetables and tea provide that energy? It's obviously impossible. Using the knowledge from earth, energy was conserved. To make a horse run, one had feed the horse grass. It was the same for warriors. For a warrior to move a mountain, you had to provide him with the energy to move the mountain. So when warriors trained their body, be it some treasure, beast meat or desolate bones, it had to be continuously consumed, as the warrior's energy consumption was dependent on the food. But upon reaching the Chi-gatherer realm, warriors would not just rely on the consumed food to provide energy, they could also absorb the energy from the surroundings to complement their bodies. When warriors attain an even higher cultivation, they could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. At this time, the main source of energy was not from food but the energy from heaven-earth Yuan Qi. After 2 rounds of Dragon-Ribbed Tiger Bone Fist, Ian felt his body heating up. His body was drenched in sweat. To completely go through the Dragon-Ribbed Tiger Bone Fist properly was an extremely laborious one. The energy Ian absorbed were depleted in 2 rounds. This energy would then settle within Ian's body, nourishing his body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 62, Scapegoat. Chapter 62, Scapegoat. At this time, the Lian tribal clan patriarch compound. What? This bitch Jiang Xiaoro had ran off? Upon hearing the news, the teacup in Lian Qingyu's crumbled. Pa! The hot tea splattered, giving Zhao Taizhu a shock. He did not know why Lian Qingyu had worked up such a temper. In fact, Lian Qingyu had an inferiority complex but was also a proud man. In front of the large tribe's elites, he had to be inferior, but in front of the poor people of the Lian tribal clan, he would not allow anything that was detrimental to his pride. For example, Jiang Xiaoro, although Lian Qingyu wanted Jiang Xiaoro, he had never expressed such a desire in front of his subordinates. It was like an emperor taking a liking to a small court girl. He would only visit, but never chase. How could a cheap commoner be worthy of his pursuit? That was the reason why Zhao Taizhu did not know about Lian Qingyu's designs on Jiang Xiaro. Even now, he was still at a loss. Why would Lian Qingyu be so angry with Jiang Xiaro running away? Leave. Lian Qingyu waved his hand. His expression was gloomy. I did not expect the bitch to be that stubborn, willing to die than to be possessed by me. One of the reasons Lian Qingyu was so angry was because he coveted Jiang Xiao's exceptional temperament and looks. The second reason why was the key reason. Lian Qingyu, having lived in the resource-poor Lian tribal clan, had always been able to get anything he wanted. But he had to bend over just to obtain a discarded piece of resource from a large tribal clan. This accumulated to the point of him having an extreme desire in his heart. He wanted to obtain things that did not belong to him, and if it belonged to him, no one could touch it. To Lian Qingyu, Jiang Xiaro belonged to the Lian tribal clan, so she was exclusively his. It was alright if he couldn't obtain the things of others, but the things in the Lian tribal clan was his and his family's. So there was nothing that made him angrier than her escaping. This bitch might already be dead. A 15-year-old girl had to have a lot of courage to escape into the vast wilderness alone, as it was equivalent to suicide. And to send men to find her was impossible. The vast wilderness was so large, who would know which direction Jiang Xiaro escaped to? And sending dozens of his men from the warrior preparation camp would probably lead to some deaths. It was not worth it. Very soon, Lian Qingyu received a second piece of news. The men who had taken the blood-thinning pill had finally fallen ill. Actually, the time for them to fall ill had already been delayed from Lian Qingyu's original estimate. They were all extremely weak and each coughed up blood. These ill men were all the pillars of their family. They had originally hoped to earn some additional food for their family by refining the bones. But now, the pillar was gone. These few days, because of the lack of food, there were already a few people who had died of hunger and cold. The first who died were the ill and the elderly. The families with able-bodied men could barely make do, but without their men, their days ahead were unimaginable. And for this, the Lian tribal clan upper echelon no longer came forward to provide assistance. They did not hand down food because Lian Qingyu had decided that these people would not last long and had lost their value. With the meager amounts of food left in the tribe, they still had to carry on recruiting able-bodied men to refine the desolate bones. Of course, after the best batch of fit men were maimed, the second batch were a bunch of mediocres. But it didn't matter since the desolate bones were almost done refining. Despite the Lian tribal clan's upper echelon being so cold and heartless, the people were left in the dark. They did not know the truth, because it was all Yun's fault. The desperate family members of the able-bodied men came to the Lian tribal clan patriarch compound, hoping to be given some food, and hoping they could obtain a blood-thinning pill that had saved their men's lives. Of course, in the eyes of the family members, that was a life-saving miracle drug. But the Lian tribal clan upper echelons dismissed this requests. There were limited numbers of blood-thinning pills, and since it overdraft on a person's life force, why would they waste it on these people who had no chance of surviving? As a spokesperson, Zhao Taizhu arrogantly stood on a dais and gave a disdainful glance at the family members of those able-bodied men. He was once a member of the poor, but now Zhao Taizhu felt he was no longer poor. He had escaped the realm of the poor, and was different from the ant-like inferior creatures. He was now a subordinate of Lian Qingyu. When Lian Qingyu becomes a Taiya Divine Kingdom warrior, or even a Kingdom Knight, he would be one of the servants of a Kingdom Knight. You know how great is a Kingdom Knight? A watchdog of a Prime Minister's house was equivalent to a Grade 3 official. When that happens, Zhao Taizhu would be able to have multiple wives, and become successful. How could he mix with these scrounging poor? What are you making a din for? What are you making a din for? You bunch of bumpkins still want a miracle drug to save lives. How many of these miracle drugs do you think our tribe has? Do you know the cost of refining a miracle drug? Zhao Taizhu looked despicably down at the ragged bunch of women and children. But seeing that they had been stunned by his words, he felt like he was now a person of the upper echelon. If I were to say it bluntly, all you bumpkin lives added up would not be enough to exchange for a miracle drug. You want food? You want miracle drugs? Give up hope. The tribe has previously saved your men's lives once, and you still expect a second? It was your men who got infected by the plague accidentally. It has nothing to do with the tribe. Too bad for your luck? If you want to blame it on that kid Yun. It was he who got infected and spread it to you. That bastard, even in death he is harming others. Zhao Taizhu had the ulterior motives to fan the flames. And at this time, someone with a mean voice rang, Soldier Zhao is right, it's all because of that Jinxi Yun. This was Lian Suewa's voice. She had been mixed within the crowd and had waited for the opportune time to steer public opinion. Also that Jiang Xiaoro, that seductress. Our Lian tribal clan had kindly accepted that troubled family, giving them food and a place to live, and not only did they not repay us, they even brought disaster on us. Fellow villagers, if you want to blame those two jinxes. Lian Suihua shouted at the top of voice, and the family members of the able-bodied men were unable to tell right from wrong in their state of desperation. Besides, the truth was too complicated for them, making it too hard to understand. Now with that bitch Jiang Xiaoro gone, she had absconded to avoid punishment. Let's burn their house. Let's make sure that she will freeze to death even if she returns. Starve to death. Burning their house is also a form of exorcism. Let's go, fellow villagers. Lian Suihua took off her tattered cloak and jumped up the stage only with a top and began waving her coat, as if it were a small flag. People had a tendency towards mass behavior, so they were easily led. Besides, in their hearts, it was really Yi Yun who had caused their able-bodied men to collapse, causing them to have desperate times ahead. They were most likely going to starve or freeze to death. Under Lian Suihua's instigation, the people besieged Jiang Xiaoro's house again. These people were either really angry, or simply following the herd. There were some who did not have the heart to do so. But the outcome did not change. 10 torches were thrown towards Jiang Xiaoro's dilapidated hut filled with cow dung. The flames reached the sky. The crackling sounds were like the cries of the demons. As the tongues of the flames leaked the sky, thick black smoke rose, dyeing the beautiful red sky black. From a distance, Lian Xingyu was watching this scene without expression. Burning Jiang Xiaoro's house was not enough to appease him, it only mattered if Jiang Xiaoro was found. He calmly said to the Zhao Taizhu who was standing behind him, "Send down the order, do not affect the desolate bones refinement. Also, when out hunting, if you find Jiang Xiaoro, bring her to me. There will be a reward." "Yes, young Master Lian. I will guarantee that it will be done." Zhao Taizhu accepted the order before leaving. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 63, She Gather a Realm. Chapter 63, She Gather a Realm. In the back mountains of the Lian tribal clan, Yi Yun could see the rising black smoke from afar. He could not see the position of the fire, but he could guess what had happened. He only sneered and said nothing. He was planning to bring Jiang Xiaoro out of the vast wilderness, so it was alright burning the house. Yi Yun closed his eyes and began expirating the heaven-earth yuan qi. Once his meridians were opened, he could expirate. Expirating was the absorption of heaven-earth yuan qi. After completing one circulation, the energy would be discharged from the pores and subtly transform the body and was a cumulative process. And having opened up the meridians, they would be the channel for the flow of heaven-earth yuan qi. Lin Xintong's meridians were dried up, so the biggest problem was not being able to expirate the heaven-earth yuan qi, unable to freely use the energy in her body. But even under such restrictions, Lin Xintong could still obtain her present-day martial arts achievements. It was an amazing feat. Yi Yun did not know this, and he was sitting in a trance-like state, and began expirating the yuan qi. Expirating may seem simple, but it was not. It was a process that tests talent. A person without talent would never be able to enter a trance-like state. They would feel like time passes extremely slowly. After 20 hours, or even a day or two of cross-legged sitting and expirating, it would be too boring. Most people would lose their patience after doing this boring thing for long periods of time. Especially the hyperactive children would not be able to endure this. But, if one could reach the trance-like state, then the concept of time will be lost. In a blink of an eye, several days would have passed. And the person expirating would feel like he had just taken a nap. As for Yi Yun, he was currently in such a state. Yi Yun's constitution was that of a normal person. But his soul was different from others. He had extraordinary perceptivity, and Yi Yun had the purple crystal hiding within him. The purple crystal was a divine artifact that was related to energy. A person's body has spirit, qi, and soul. In the flesh was spirit, while the soul was about the soul. As for the energy, it was qi. By using the purple crystal to gather qi, Yi Yun could do it easily. The speed at which he absorbed the heaven-earth yuan qi, or the circulation speed within his meridians, were far faster than a normal person. As such, Yi Yun had completely forgotten the concept of time. From sunset to late at night, from late night to dawn. The mountain was chilly, and Yi Yun's clothes were wet from the chilly air. A layer of white frost had already crystallized on his hair. Yi Yun had previously warned Jiang Xiaoro not to look for him, and to wait without worry in the treehouse. There was plenty of food in the treehouse which Jiang Xiaoro could prepare when she was hungry. After sunrise, the sun rose in the vast wilderness. It was a beautiful picture as the golden sun climbed up with difficulty. The horizon appeared to be coated gold by the sunlight. The entire mountain had seemed to have been revived as they welcomed the baptism of the golden sunshine. Yi-Yun remained motionless. His young face greeted the rising sun as if many light dots were jumping on his skin. After sunrise, it was midday, followed by evening and into the night. Yi-Yun had sat there meditating for a day and a night without taking in a single grain. He was like a piece of rock that never moved. But if you had Yi-Yun's vision, you would see numerous light dots flying towards Yi-Yun, covering his entire body. His body's meridians had become crystal clear from the flowing golden light. Under the light, it was as if he had turned transparent. Yi-Yun could even see the insides of his body, where the shining meridians formed a perfect meridian graph. This was a mesmerizing scene. Slowly the lights Yi-Yun could see grow thicker. His meridians were becoming brighter and brighter and his body was getting hotter. In Yi-Yun's mind, various images appeared. They were the moves of the dragon-ribbed tiger bone fist playing out like a movie in his mind. It was as if Yi-Yun was cultivating himself in a spiritual world, and he kept doing each stance of dragon-ribbed tiger bone fist without tire. Behind Yi-Yun were the shadows of a dragon and tiger, each taking a side. Yi-Yun's condition became more and more mysterious. He could feel that his body was being pressed and his cells were continuously compressed and solidified. His bones became heavy and his blood had become similar to mercury. After dragon-ribbed tiger bone fist, Yi-Yun began practicing the elephant swallowing technique. The elephant swallowing technique was not a fist technique, but a set of moves, and this set of moves was extremely mysterious, even more so than dragon-ribbed tiger bone fist. Elephant swallowing technique was extremely high in energy consumption. Under the situation of a body's energy being drained, the body would reach a state of absorbing energy from the external world where it welcomed all. Yi-Yun was now like a sponge, and he was in the energy ocean freely absorbing its power. After the Yuan Qi accumulated to its maximum and Yi-Yun having performed elephant swallowing technique and dragon-ribbed tiger bone fist for the umpteenth time. Pang! Suddenly, Yi-Yun heard something explode in his body. A raw and sweet breath surged up Yi-Yun's throat, and with the open of his mouth, he had vomited a large mouthful of black blood. This mouthful of black blood was extremely thick and sticky. After vomiting it out, Yi-Yun felt full of energy, like nectar raining down his head, drenching his whole body. He opened his mouth and the nectar would enter his mouth. This was not an illusion. It was his tongue feeling it, because even Yi-Yun's saliva tasted sweet like nectar. Swallowing a mouthful made him extremely relaxed and comfortable. Yi-Yun knew that he had reached the 5th level of mortal blood, Qi Gatherer. Qi Gatherer realm was the transitionary border between the mortal blood realm and the purple blood realm, the process where a person's body could shrug off their mortality. Wonderful! It really feels wonderful! Yi-Yun suddenly opened both his eyes. His eyes flashed like lightning and his gaze would shoot out like lightning, piercing through darkness. He jumped up and looked like a tiger living on the rocks. Having reached the Qi Gatherer realm, Yi-Yun felt his body full of energy. He casually lifted his right leg and stomped down. Boom! The black ironstone by his feet was stomped open by Yi-Yun's foot. Seeing the cracked piece of rock, Yi-Yun was very satisfied. My strength is many times stronger than when I was in the Meridian's realm. Not even a 1,000-pound cauldron, lifting even a 5,000 to 6,000 pound cauldron would be no problem. With his strength reaching 6 cauldrons, or 6,000 pounds, it was no wonder the rock was shattered, as a 6,000-pound object would cause the same damage when dropped from a height. If that 6,000-pound object had reduced its size to that of a fist, it would be terrifying. And with Yi-Yun's dragon-ribbed tiger bone fist, the fist would be way stronger than his body's strength by several times. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 64, Desolate Bones Refinement completed. Chapter 64, Desolate Bones Refinement completed. Ya Yuan had previously said that when dragon-ribbed tiger bone fist was trained to a certain state, one could lift 1,000 pounds and pull a 9-shur bow. I haven't even mastered half of the dragon-ribbed tiger bone fist yet, and already have this strength. When I finish the 18 stances of the dragon-ribbed tiger bone fist, I will be able to easily exceed 10,000 pounds. At that time, even a 100-shur divine bow would be as easy as shooting marbles, sending the arrow flying thousands of feet, piercing steel plates. If I had this strength in Earth's ancient times, I could win a war by myself. In ancient times, when two armies clashed, if an arrow could be shot to tear the opponent's general apart, the battle would have been won. Thinking of this, Yi-Yun felt his stomach. He was hungry. I'm sure a glutton. Yi-Yun was speechless. After all, there was nothing he could do about it. A warrior were bound to have large appetites. Even the energy needed to stomp the black ironstone to pieces was the amount that could last a normal person for days. A warrior upon reaching the Chi-gatherer realm would have strength above 1 cauldron. If the warrior wanted to improve, he would have to work hard at cultivating. Using 1 cauldron of strength to cultivate had naturally high energy consumption. And to replenish the energy was to eat more. Yi-Yun endured his hunger and practiced a dragon rib tiger bone fist. He really had the strength to easily shatter rock. It was now comparable to the destructive power of Lin Xintong in her suppressed state. The Chi-gatherer is indeed not the same. But, I must not be too obsessed with dragon rib tiger bone fist. As Miss Lin said, although this fist technique is exceptional, but it's still just a basic cultivation technique. But, I can't look down on it because it's a basic cultivation technique. On the contrary, I should work even harder, refining it to perfection, until I can step beyond the routines, integrating dragon rib tiger bone fist fully, digesting it till it becomes my own method. Yi-Yun was thinking of this and activated his technique and flew through the woods. Like a cat, he jumped back to the treehouse. In the treehouse, Jiang Xiao was still sleeping. But she had not been sleeping soundly. She was lying by her side and a slender thigh peeked out from the blanket, and had tightly clasped the blanket. At the same time, her small hand was grabbing to a corner of the blanket, and her face was pale, with eyebrows frowning. From her wrinkle-free forehead, a line of perspiration appeared. Yi-Yun knew that Jiang Xiao was having a nightmare. A 15-year-old girl having suffered a catastrophe and have experienced emotional swings would still feel insecure, even though everything was now over. Yi-Yun walked lightly to the wooden bed, and lay down beside Jiang Xiao. He hugged her from the back and softly whispered into her ear, "Everything will be alright, I'll always be by your side." Yi-Yun's words were like magic. Jiang Xiao's frowned eyebrows relaxed and she no longer grabbed her blanket rightly. The corners of the mouth started curling, and a calm smile appeared. Yi-Yun gently pulled a corner of the blanket and covered himself, sleeping with his clothes on. He had been practicing martial arts for 2 months and had almost not have any sleep every night. Tonight, in this treehouse, it was a space that belonged to Yi-Yun and Jiang Xiao. He decided that he would take the night off, accompanying his sister. In the darkness, Yi-Yun could see the faint light dots that emitted from the Qilin heat. They were like little flies, flying towards him slowly. Yi-Yun had broken through to the Chi-gatherer realm, so his body was extremely hungry. With an energy source, the purple crystal would stream all the energy to strengthen his body. After eating the energy, although it could do the same as making him full, it could not compare to the eating of delicacies. As Yi-Yun thought about it, he became more determined. He wanted to leave the cloud wilderness and walk towards the unknown world, and become a peerless expert. By reaching the peak of the martial world, he could be able to see the magnificent scenery. Slowly, Yi-Yun fell deep into sleep. Even in his sleep, the purple crystal in his heart carried on pulsating with his heart, replenishing Yi-Yun's energy. In the Lian tribal clan, faint cries could be heard deep into the night. This was due to the able-bodied men who had fallen ill from refining the frost python desolate bones. Supposedly, these people would not have been able to last 5 days before dying. However, it had already been 7 days, and they were still hanging on their last breath. They had been eating porridge daily, yet they did not die. They didn't have any strength, and were bedridden. They had dark eye circles, and no trace of blood could be seen on their faces. This was actually the after-effects of eating the blood-thinning pill. The blood-thinning pill overdraft a person's life force, causing the blood to thin, and making the person bedridden. But besides the after-effects of the blood-thinning pill, there were not much of an after-effect from the frost python toxin. Supposedly, the frost python toxin's after-effects were even worse, and was enough to take all their lives. But, no one paid attention to this. Because in the Lian tribal clan, they were preparing a huge celebration. This celebration was to celebrate the completion of successful refining the desolate bones. This was an event that would determine the tribe's future, so with people being superstitious in the vast wilderness, how could they not hold a celebration? Happiness always comes suddenly. As the preparations were beginning, Lian Xingyu received great news that the frost python desolate bones had already been refined into desolate bones essence. Upon receiving the news, Lian Xingyu was pleasantly surprised. Why is it so fast? It's earlier than the forecast by 10 days. According to the technique's manual, another 10 days to completely refine the desolate bones essence would be its best prediction. Ha ha ha. It's so fast. Xingyu, Grandpa congratulates you. As the laughter traveled over, the Lian tribal clan's patriarch slowly walked in. His face was full of joy. He was indeed happy. With the desolate bones refined, Lian Xingyu could break into the purple blood realm, and after being selected by the Taya divine kingdom, his achievements would allow even his pets to ascend heaven. As Lian Xingyu's grandfather, he had played a huge role in it. He could follow Lian Xingyu into the city to live a comfortable life. Although he was the patriarch, he was sick of the poor life and was already planning to destroy the Lian tribal clan. It would be great in the city. The people there were rich and he could get a few concubines and peacefully enjoyed the comforts of his remaining life. Good. It's too good. Lian Xingyu was excited. The displeasure of Jiang Xiao being missing had long been forgotten. Compared to the Desolate Bones relic, what was women? In the future when he made his meteoric rise, would he have any lack of women? How are the preparations for the celebration? Asked Lian Xingyu. It happened too suddenly, and the celebrations aren't prepared. I will get people to prepare it overnight. Tomorrow, we will kill our livestock to honor the heavens. Xingyu, the tribe's hope now rests on you, said the patriarch as he patted Lian Xingyu on the shoulder. He had placed all hope on Lian Xingyu. Tomorrow, good. Tomorrow will be the day. Although Lian Xingyu could not bear the weight to eat the Desolate Bones essence, he knew that to achieve greatness, he had to sharpen his mind. Patience was extremely important. Lian Xingyu had been waiting for years, so he was willing to wait another day. He knew that he had struggled with great difficulty to obtain the Desolate Bones relic. In order to adjust his mental state, he had to calm himself down before eating it. Only then will it achieve maximum effect, allowing him to break into the purple blood realm. That day many of the tribal elders prayed in the Lian tribal clan's patriarch compound. As for Lian Xingyu, he was served by 4 maidens, taking care of his every need. These 4 maidens were about 16 years old. They were all slim, but their skin was rough and had looks inferior to Jiang Xiao's. However, in a small tribal clan like the Lian tribal clan, they were one of the prettiest. If it was a normal day, Lian Xingyu would have S*X with these maidens, but today his mind was as still as water, as he conditioned his mental state. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 65, Lian Xingyu is nervous. Chapter 65, Lian Xingyu is nervous. That night, Lian Xingyu ate vegetarian, burned incense and meditated the whole night, conditioning his mind to its optimal state. The next day, early in the morning, the celebration officially began. Zhao Taizhu led the members of the warrior preparation camp and moved the bone horn used by the Lian tribal clan to honor the heavens. 2 strong men would carry it, and another strong man will use all his strength to blow through it. The deep baritone echoed over the Lian tribal clan and could be heard miles away. The auspicious hour has come, shouted Zhao Taizhu at the top of his voice. Such a grand celebration by the Lian tribal clan attracted all the tribespeople. As long as they could get off the bed, even a 1-year-old child would be carried here by his mother. The venue was packed to the brim. Don! 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 The drummer began beating the drum. It began slow but became more rapid as time went by. The worn cowskin covering the drum seemed like it could hardly withstand the large force. Kill the animals! Zhao Taizhu shouted again. His face was ruddy and he was in high spirits. To be the celebration's master of ceremony was such an honor. The members of the warrior preparation camp led the only head of cattle in the Lian tribal clan over and slaughtered it. The Lian tribal clan had originally 3 heads of cattle, but with the shortage of food, 2 of them were slaughtered to make bacon. Most of it had been given the upper echelon of the Lian tribal clan, and small amounts of it had been given to the able-bodied men who refined the Desolate Bones as a reward. Now, even the last head of cattle was killed. It was equivalent to the burning of bridges. Without the cattle, it was even harder to farm in the village. The land of the wilderness was filled with black ironstone. To open up a land for agriculture was extremely difficult. Members of the warrior preparation camp like Zhao Taizhu would pale in comparison to a cattle if they were to try to plow the land. Lian Xingyu was stronger than a head of cattle, but would Lian Xingyu pull a plow? With the head of cattle dead, the blood was collected. The tribes which came and wiped the blood all over her body and began dancing like an epileptic. That's right, this witch was the same witch as the one who joined the villagers in throwing cow dung at Jiang Xiao's house. In fact, there was only one witch in the Lian tribal clan. Finally the bones have been brewed, it's great. Now young Master Lian can become a purple blood warrior. Lian Suihua said proudly among the crowd. As her voice was loud, many people heard her. I heard that if young Master Lian were to be chosen by the kingdom, he could bring us into the big city to lead a good life. Will our future change for the better? It may not matter to an old man like me, but my kid is just over 10 years old. If he could leave this shithole, it will be great. The people of the vast wilderness only concerned about their future life. With the cattle slaughtered, Herb Mountain picked dry, and the grain warehouse empty, it could be said that the Lian tribal clan had spent everything, and were now penniless. If they met with failure, the consequences would be unthinkable. Could something go wrong regarding this matter? A middle-aged man asked uncertainly. He was afraid. Pooey. 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 What are you saying? Of course nothing will go wrong. The people began to discuss. They were very hopeful about Lian Xingyu breaking through to the Purple Blood Realm and participating in the kingdom's selection. Mama, will we get some meat? As people looked forward to the future, a 3-year-old girl in her mother's bosom asked as her eyes stared at the beef that was placed in the cauldron to cook. She could not stop swallowing her saliva. Don't speak rubbish. That's a tribute to the gods, how can they give it to you? The woman jumped as she quickly covered the girl's mouth. The ceremony lasted for 2 hours before it ended. Lian Xingyu, wearing a grand robe with silver armor, came to the stage. Today Lian Xingyu was in high spirits. In front of Lian Xingyu was a jade box and it was covered by a piece of red silk. Lian Xingyu took a deep breath, for the time has finally come. It was time to realize his ambitions and aspirations. He slowly pulled the silk away to reveal the item inside the jade box. In it was a desolate bone essence the size of a fist. This desolate bone essence was an item that had cost all his family's assets. The look of the desolate bone essence did not look good. It was mud brown in color and its looks could not be compared to the peanut-sized crystal-clear desolate bones relic. This was understandable. They had used a backward technique to refine the desolate bones essence. They had brewed the energy within the frost python desolate bones in Lee fire water, and evaporated the Lee fire water, crystallizing it to obtain the desolate bone essence. How could something made that way look pretty? Even though it didn't look good, in Lian Xingyu's eyes, it was the most exquisite work of art in the world. It was related to his future, related to all the hope he had placed on the item. Lian Xingyu calmed his mind and took up the desolate bone essence with both hands and ate it. The fist-sized desolate bone essence was like a ball of mud, even the texture was no different from eating mud. The taste was self-evident. But Lian Xingyu was not willing to waste it. He was careful, without missing a bit. He even licked his fingers clean. He was nervous. This was the first time eating a desolate bone essence. The energy within it might be violent, but his body constitution was not bad, so he should be able to withstand it. The ceremony is over. Everyone, out! Zhao Taizhu shouted loudly. The members of the warrior preparation camp began to chase the people away, in order not to affect Lian Xingyu. Lian Xingyu would break through to the Purple Blood Realm on the altar blessed by the tribal witch. Although they were being chased away, these people did not go far. They looked from afar to see the situation on the altar. All they saw was Lian Xingyu sitting cross-legged. He had begun to regulate his breathing in a bid to break though. But the expected heat rush that would spread throughout his body, giving his body an exploding feeling, did not happen. Instead, his diaphragm was clam. It was as what he just ate was a normal mud ball. Oh? What's the matter? Lian Xingyu frowned. Could there be a delay before the desolate bone essence would kick in? Do I need to wait a little longer? Lian Xingyu began to patiently wait and wait. Stay calm. You need to calm down. When the desolate bone essence releases its energy, it will be like a surge. Although my body has a solid constitution, but when the surge happens, it might be hard to bear. I need to calm my heart and grit my teeth. Upon withstanding the surge, I would be like a phoenix rising from the ashes and soar into the sky. Lian Xingyu had this thought and calmed his heart and mind down. However, 15 minutes passed. There was not the slightest reaction from the desolate bone essence that had reached his stomach. This was the first time Lian Xingyu ate a desolate bone essence, so he did not know how long it would take to show its effects. He thought that maybe the desolate bone essence was not easily digested, so it would be slow. Maybe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 66, For many generations, the wilderness will be unified. Chapter 66, For many generations, the wilderness will be unified. Seconds changed to minutes as Lian Xingyu began to have his doubts. As the matter was of great importance, he was afraid something wrong had happened. Why hasn't the desolate bone essence revealed its effects after such a long time? When he bought the desolate bone, he had carefully checked it. The desolate bone had no traces of having been refined before. And in the beginning of the refinement process, there was the appearance of the frost python toxins that was recorded in the books. It had caused a group of able-bodied men to fall ill. That meant that the desolate bone was genuine. Did something wrong happen during the refinement process? Thinking carefully, it couldn't be. There were many of his men who were watching the refinement process, and he had checked on the process every now and then. How could there be a problem? Lian Xingyu was no ordinary person. After a deep round of pondering, he calmed down quickly and said to himself, "Mud can be solidified after a rain, but jade amber has to be buried for millions of years to be nourished by the land. Sweet corn can be harvested in a year, but an immortality pill needs to be subjected to millions of years to absorb the essence from the surroundings. An unscrupulous charlatan can write a fist technique book in 3 days, but the Taya Divine Kingdom's founding emperor had to train for 10,000 years to create the Taya sacred technique. A mud block will be smashed with one stomp, but a jade amber will become a piece of art handed down for generations. Sweet corn will become the waste of humans, but an immortality pill could make a king a god. A charlatan's fist technique manual can only be used to cheat a fool of his money, but the Taya sacred technique will be spread down for ages, sought after by warriors. To accomplish greatness, patience must be honed. If I cannot endure these few minutes, how can I accomplish greatness?" Lian Xingyu began thinking and his expression turned calm. But 1 hour passed. Lian Xingyu still sat with a calm mind. His words had been repeated to himself an uncountable number of times. 2 hours passed. Lian Xingyu's forehead started to ooze sweat. 4 hours passed. Lian Xingyu's eyes were blood red, his fists clenched tightly, with his nails lodging deep into his flesh. 6 hours. Zhao Taizhu and the rest were already aching in their feet. As for the people crowding around Lian Xingyu, waiting for him to soar into the sky and bringing them into the city, had already stretched out their necks till they became stiff. 8 hours, the sun had set. Lian Xingyu had been sitting there in his silly meditation the whole day. How could this be? How could this be? How could this be? Lian Xingyu shouted in his heart. Veins looking like earthworms appeared on his forehead, making him look hideous. Seeing Lian Xingyu in this state, Zhao Taizhu and company began to rouse themselves. Even the Lian tribal clan patriarch was staring widely with full attention. They knew this was probably the legendary explosive power of the Desolate Bones. Because the energy was too strong and Lian Xingyu was at his body's limits, would the veins rise up? If something inadvertent happened, it could cause Lian Xingyu's veins to explode. In history, there was no lack of warriors who ate the Desolate Bones essence greedily, but instead of absorbing it, they only ended up blowing up their bodies. Everyone step back, no one is to interrupt. Anyone who makes a step forward, kill. The patriarch issued his command. This was Lian Xingyu's most crucial moment. If anyone were to disturb Lian Xingyu, he might be received damage to his meridians, destroying hopes of breaking through. When that happened, it would not be enough to grind the person to death. 10 hours. The sky was totally dark and the moon was high in the star-filled sky. But the Lian tribal clan upper echelon and the members of the warrior preparation camp had not left. The tribe's witch and doctor were all awaiting orders. They had just ate a few bites for their meals. The witch would kneel down to pray from time to time, continuing on her ceremony, blessing Lian Xingyu. At this time, Lian Xingyu, who was meditating, suddenly made a loud roar. Ah! This roar was deep but loud. It was like the angry roar of a beast, soaring to the ends of the skies. Boom! The altar Lian Xingyu was sitting on cracked open. This was caused by Lian Xingyu's energy. Young Master has broken through. Young Master has broken through. Seeing such a display, Zhao Taizhu leaped up in joy. The members of the warrior preparation camp got up to cheer and celebrate. The patriarch only stroked his beard and revealed a happy smile. Only the warrior preparation camp instructor Yao Yuan looked curiously at Lian Xingyu. His eyes were puzzled because why did Lian Xingyu's roar contain a deep sense of irreconcilability and hate? Zhao Taizhu signaled to the people behind him. Its meaning was to shout with him. Congratulations, young master! Congratulations, young master! With young master's purple blood completed, he will unify the wilderness. Young master to live for many generations, life as long as the skies. The members of the warrior preparation camp began shouting in unison. They had practiced this chant for very long. This was planned by Zhao Taizhu in secret. Zhao Taizhu, who was a master of sucking up, would never have passed up this opportunity. It had to be said that the members of the warrior preparation camp were much stronger than the average person. Having practiced this chant, the sound was loud and could be heard from 10 miles away. As such, everyone in the Lian tribal clan knew that Lian Xingyu had broken into the purple blood realm. For the past few days, Lian Suihua had been deliberately spreading the news, so even a granny whose teeth were all dropping off knew what the purple blood realm meant. It was in best of the best among all the experts. The Zhang Yuxian who came a few days ago to the Lian tribal clan was in the purple blood realm. Now young Master Lian can't be that much weaker than Zhang Yuxian. Young Master Lian has broken into the purple blood realm, we will have a good life in the future. Yes, young Master Lian had previously said it, we will all be brought into the city. You may not know, but back then when young Master Lian was born, the entire sky was lit red. It's obvious young Master Lian is a star that descended, and not someone ordinary. People discussed animately because they had been yearning for a life of ease. The sufferings and hunger they had endured was no longer important. As long as Lian Xingyu broke through, then all sorts of good things would come. They did not seek prosperity, but as long as they had a stable life, they would be thankful. The people were kept afar, but the members of the warrior preparation camp had already circled Lian Xingyu, and were chanting even louder. Young Master to live for many generations, the wilderness will be unified. Young Master's prowess is unparalleled, life as long as the skies. All they could chant were those few words, but at this time Lian Xingyu's face was pale. His eyes looked at the surroundings in an unfocused manner. Pwah! A mouthful of scarlet fresh blood spit out from Lian Xingyu's mouth like a red fountain, spraying all over the floor. Zhao Taizhu was kneeling right in front of Lian Xingyu, and that mouthful of blood had sprayed onto Zhao Tieju's face, drenching him crimson. Zhao Taizhu was dumbfounded, he just stood there dazed. The other members of the warrior preparation camp were dumbfounded too. What happened? Cheng Yu! Cheng Yu! The patriarch jumped in shock and flurriedly rushed over and supported Lian Xingyu. Doctor, call the doctor. The tribe's only doctor had been waiting by the sidelines all this time. He was old and did not know any martial arts. His legs were aching from the long standing. Seeing Lian Xingyu vomit blood suddenly, his face turned pale. He ran over, but because his legs were not stable, he had tumbled and crawled to Lian Xingyu's side. When he measured Lian Xingyu's pulse, he could only find that his pulse was in utter disorder, and was unsure of the matter. At this time, Zhao Taizhu opened his mouth and waved, "Everyone, rest assured. Young Master must have just broken through, causing his pulse to be unstable. He vomited out black blood, it's known as marrow cleansing, I guess you don't know about it. Marrow cleansing requires the vomiting of the impure black blood in the body." As he said that, Zhao Taizhu wiped the blood of his face. For a moment, Zhao Tieju's face was as red as the dancing witch. The people around looked at Zhao Tieju's face and gaped. They did not know what to say, nor did that know how to break the silence. After wiping the blood off his face, Zhao Taizhu was still calm and said, "Soon young master will recover, and when that happens for many generations, the wilderness will be unified." In Zhao Tieju's heart, Lian Xingyu was a god. What could happen to a god? Besides, Lian Xingyu had just broken through to the purple blood realm, so a little imbalance was normal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 67, Conceal the Secret. Chapter 67, Conceal the Secret. The patriarch completely ignored Zhao Tieju's words. Having lived to a ripe old age, he was able to tell with his own abilities. He worriedly asked, "Doctor, how is he?" The Lian tribal clan's barefooted doctor's knowledge was originally limited, so he was unable to tell. This quack began to panic and was utterly dumbfounded by the question of the patriarch. What did he know? The situation, I can't really tell, I'll write a prescription to the young master. The young master's foundation is solid and he's strong, he should be fine. Are you sure he'll be alright? Could it be that because the young master broke through, leaving his body weak, was the backlash in his vitals caused by the Yuan Qi? As such, he should recover soon, right? The quack did not dare guarantee this. His forehead was filled with sweat, but he composed himself with a sigh. Everything will depend on the young master's future conditions. Let him take the prescription and have a good night's sleep. Tomorrow we should be able to tell, tomorrow. The quack had just said a bunch of crap that was as good as not saying anything. As for Yao Yuan, he frowned and walked to the side of the patriarch and whispered a few words into his ear. What did you say? After hearing Yao Yuan's words, his heart skipped a beat. You say Qingyu failed to break through. The patriarch hushed his tone, for this matter was of great concern. He did not want this to spread. It should be a failure to break through, resulting in a counter-flow of energy against him. It might have been due to anger that resulted in this. Yao Yuan had chosen his words wisely in order to not agitate the patriarch. But those words still made the patriarch dizzy. How could it be? Zhao Taizhu, who was extremely calm, turned anxious upon hearing Yao Yuan's words. But Yao Yuan gave him a stern look, shutting Zhao Taizhu up. He knew that Yao Yuan's experience was extraordinary. Yao Yuan had previously broken into the purple blood realm before, so what he said could not be bunk, so it had to be the truth. Young Master Lian really failed in his breakthrough? Seeing Lian Xingyu's barely breathing, unconscious self, Zhao Taizhu could no longer deceive himself. Xingyua, the patriarch, suddenly seemed to age by 8 years as he stumbled to pick up Lian Xingyu. Seeing the crowd approaching, the patriarch hurriedly said in a hushed tone to the surrounding people, Xingyu's failure to break through is to be kept confidential. It cannot be announced. The patriarch's voice was weak. Be it the refinement of the desolate bones or the breakthrough of Lian Xingyu, it was a high-profile and great event. Such an event of great importance was tied deeply to the prestige and reputation of the leadership. If the tribe were to know that Lian Xingyu had failed to break through, in spite of all that was put in to obtain the desolate bone essence, including the lives of the weak and the old, what would the tribe think? What sort of prestige would be left? How were they to rule the clan in the future? Besides, all the cattle had been slaughtered, the herb mountain was picked dry, and there were no more stored rations left. Under such a situation, if the tribe were to know that Lian Xingyu had not only failed to break through, but even vomit blood, wouldn't they revolt? They were all hoping for Lian Xingyu to bring them good days ahead. Carry Xingyu into the courtyard. Unrelated personnels are not to come close, the patriarch said in a harsh tone carrying a sullen expression. Then what should we say to the tribe people? Zhao Taizhu asked puzzledly. Say that Xingyu had broken through to the purple blood realm, but he had received some injuries from the violent energies of the desolate bones. He will need to be nursed back to health for a few days. The patriarch decided to cover up the secret, and everything had to wait till Lian Xingyu had recovered. As the Lian tribal clan were in a frenzy, and the mess the tribe's upper echelon was in, the culprit, Yun, was building a fire in the back mountain. Oh, he was grilling chicken wings. Yun sang as he grilled. This was a parody of a song in Flirting Scholar, where Stephen Chow was caught eating chicken wings when he was supposed to be on his deathbed. I love chicken wings. I love grilled chicken wings the most. I love Hongshao chicken wings the most. This was a comedic song without any sense and poor rhythm, but Yun still sang it very happily. Although using firewood to grill meat was difficult, it could not deter a glutton's desire for barbecue. Soon, Yun's chicken wings were smelling good. Drop after drop of grease dripped into the fire as it roared in response. It's complete. Yun cut the meat on the grilled chicken wings and sprinkled some seasoning. Sis Shiro, try it. Yun gave Jiang Sharo the first chicken wing that finished grilling. Be careful, it's hot, Yun warned. To Yun, Jiang Sharo was the most important person in the world. You little kid, beginning to warn your elder sister now? Jiang Sharo gave Yun a stare. In the past, Jiang Sharo would make porridge for Yun, and because she was afraid Yun would scald himself, Jiang Sharo would always cool the porridge by blowing at it, warning him, slowly eat, be careful, it's hot. A simple phrase, yet it sounded very sweet. Yun made sure that the chicken wings he grilled were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Although there were some black spots, it was harmless. Jiang Sharo opened her mouth and took a tiny bite. It was really tender and juicy, making it extremely delicious. So delicious. Jiang Sharo's face was glowing. What happier thing could happen besides circling a fire and sharing delicious chicken wings with her brother? Yuner, you should eat too. Oh, of course. It took me a great deal of research to find a firewood that doesn't give off black smoke. Yun smiled. Yun's progress had slowed down the past few days, and was no longer breaking through into new realms every few days. The Qi Gatherer realm was a demarcating line. Cultivation progress upon reaching it would slow down. A person without talent will be stuck at this bottleneck for life, never to improve. Yun had already absorbed half of the Qilin's head's energy. Yun had further deepened his understanding of the purple crystal. He could now control the speed at which the purple crystal could absorb energy. Back then, when Yun first broke through to the Meridian's realm, he had nearly burst his body due to an unrestricted flow of incoming energy within his opened meridians. Now, Yun could control the speed of absorption of the purple crystal, so he would no longer make the same mistake again. The energy in Qilin's head is much richer than the energy in Lian Xingyu's desolate bones. It should be able to last another 10 days or so. By then, it would be almost time to participate in the kingdom's selection. As he thought about it, he suddenly heard a faint sound in the distance. After reaching the 5th stage of mortal blood, Yun's senses were keen, so he could easily hear the sounds from afar. Sis Shiro, wait for me, Yun said before jumping down the large tree with ease. In the distance, what he saw made him gasp. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 68, Behemoth Troop. Chapter 68, Behemoth Troop. In the dark night, there was a row of fire torches in the valley moving like a slithering fire snake. Using the light, Yun could see the troops were made up of huge beasts marching through the mountains. Atop the beasts were people holding torches. It's the Jin Longwei's beasts, it's the Jin Longwei army. With a glance, Yun could see about 80 behemoths. One wouldn't need to go into detail about such a troop's battle prowess. Among them, the behemoth leading the pack flew a flag banner on his back. That flag was golden yellow in color, and on it was a beautiful dragon, Jinlong. This was the flag of the Jinlong Wei. When he had parted with Lin Xintong and Old Man Su, Yi Yun had asked regarding the kingdom's selection. He also knew that the Jinlong Wei had purposely created an extremely detailed map of the cloud wilderness. Of course, Old Man Su did not tell Yi Yun anything about the two occurrences of the purple cloud phenomenon that happened in the past few months. If he did, Yi Yun's thoughts would run wild. They are finally here. For this troop to enter the cloud wilderness, it has be for the kingdom's selection. I guess it's about time. The cloud wilderness was extremely broad, and the small tribes were numerous. To organize the kingdom's selection, they could not go to every tribe to hold the examination. Hence, they would gather all of the candidates in one of the large tribes, set a particular standard and collectively assess them. The destination for the Jinlong Wei was the Tao tribal clan. They had decided on the Tao tribal clan's land as the examination center for the kingdom's selection. The Tao tribal clan controlled an area that spanned several miles in diameter. The biggest tribes had hundreds of thousands of households, which was equal to 1 million people. In the cloud wilderness, the population census was based on the number of able-bodied men, as this number was most meaningful. Able-bodied men were the main labor force, and also the leading warriors in battle. To reflect a tribe's real strength, including the old and sick, would make it meaningless. An able-bodied man had a wife, parents, and a few children. As for the families without able-bodied men, like Yi Yun and Jiang Xiaro, they wouldn't even be considered a household, so when a population census is made, Jiang Xiaro will not be included in it. For a large tribe, a household was about 6 to 7 people, so with hundreds of thousands of households, it would be about 1 million people. In the cloud wilderness, to have a tribe consisting of 1 million people was quite amazing. Cloud wilderness, Tao tribal clan. The Tao tribal clan had survived in the cloud wilderness for more than 1,000 years. As they had a long history, they were able to form a martial art heritage they could call their own. As for a small tribe like the Lian tribal clan, they had no fences surrounding them, but for the Tao tribal clan, strong sturdy fences circled them. These wooden fences were made of thick circular logs placed side by side. Each was over 10 meters high. These logs were obtained from a particular tree in the vast wilderness. Its body was extremely dense and solid and wouldn't rot even after a few hundred years of experiencing the elements. For the Tao tribal clan to able to last all these years, the key reason was due to the tribe's wonderland, Tao Mountain. Desolate beasts avoided wonderlands, and only live in the desolate lands, hence under the Tao Mountain's protection, few desolate beasts appeared in the area controlled by the Tao tribal clan. Also, the Tao tribal clan had no lack of purple blood warriors or warriors at the peak of the purple blood realm. Not only that, the Tao tribal clan had a precious ancestor weapon. Even if a strong desolate beast mounted an attack, with the ancestor weapon as the core, the numerous purple blood warriors could create an array, giving them the power to battle. Because of these reasons, the Tao tribal clan had lasted for many years, and had grown in strength. But a strong and large tribe would not be able to compare to the large entity like the Taiya Divine Kingdom. The comparison would equal to that of a pebble at the foot of a mountain, or a dust speck at the under the roots of a tree. It was not worth mentioning. At this time, the Tao tribal clan had received the news. At high noon, the Jinlong Wei would arrive. The Tao tribal clan's patriarch and a large number of tribal elders were there to receive them. At high noon, the Jinlong Wei arrived punctually as mentioned. The leader of this convoy from Jinlong Wei was a man in red armor. He was the Jinlong Wei's red shirt's leader, Zheng Tan. The Tao tribal clan is honored for life to have 1,000 household Zheng to grace his presence here. Seeing Zheng Tan, the Tao tribal clan's patriarch immediately came forward to receive him in an extremely deferential manner. In the Jinlong Wei, the red shirt's leader commanded 1,000 people, so they were commonly addressed as 1,000 households. Of course, the households refer to able-bodied men. In the armies within the Taiya Divine Kingdom, the Jinlong Wei did not have any females. Women formed their own troop. A typical 1,000 households was nothing, but 1,000 households of the Jinlong Wei was not the same. To the Tao tribal clan, this sort of person was not someone they could afford to offend. These are our tribe's new generation of aspirants. Come, greet the 1,000 households. The Tao tribal clan's patriarch said that as he waved his hand. Behind him were 100 young warriors with ages ranging from 13 to the 20 years of age. They greeted household Zhang in unison. These people were all the next generation of elites from the Tao tribal clan, and they were participating in the kingdom's selection. The patriarch had hoped that by getting the young warriors to greet Zheng Tan, 1 or 2 of them would catch the eye of Zheng Tan, allowing them more chances of nurturing. But it was a pity, Zheng Tan had absolutely no interest. In fact, the Jinlong Wei's officers were extremely elitist. Having come from the kingdom's capital, it was rare for them to appreciate a warrior from the cloud wilderness. It wasn't because they looked down on them, but because the warriors of the Cloud Wilderness were inadequate. From Zhang Tan's point of view, the reason for the Jin Longwei to come to the Cloud Wilderness was to investigate the phenomenon that appeared in the Cloud Wilderness. As for the kingdom's selection, it was just a matter of convenience, and there was no expectations to discover any prodigies in the Cloud Wilderness. Zhang Tan took a slight glance at the group of youths in front of him and said with a businesslike attitude, "The reason for my trip is for official business, so there's no need for extravagance. Enter the city." Zhang Tan waved his hand and the Jin Longwei directly moved in. The young warriors of the Tao tribal clan were originally full of anticipation, and had prepared for it meticulously, but having waited for the day to come for the Jin Longwei to arrive, they were ignored. With this, the young warriors were depressed. "This 1,000 households Zhang, he totally looked down on us. That's too much. Our Tao tribal clan is the biggest tribe in the region. Although we are located in the wilderness and are poor in resources, but having grown up in the wilderness, we have grown up experiencing battles and seeing blood. How could those greenhouse flowers stand up to our real fighting experience? Soon it will be the selection, we will make the Jin Longwei officers know that they were wrong. We may not do well, but our Tao tribal clan's first young master is about to complete a tempered body, and reach a state of dragon pulse. In this warrior selection, he will definitely shine." These young warriors discussed in private with a defiant tone. The Tao tribal clan's first young master was named Huye and was well known throughout the tribe. This was because he was extremely close to reaching the state of tempered body. In the vast wilderness, it was extremely hard to reach a tempered body state. Zhang Tan led the Jin Longwei straight to their encampment. After a short rest, he changed and left alone in the middle of the night. Without any followers and without anyone noticing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 69, Diagram. Chapter 69, Diagram. In an elegant courtyard, there sat an old man dressed in fine clothes playing chess with a girl dressed in white clothes. "Master, it's your turn." The girl in white smiled. This girl was the girl, Lin Xintong, that Yi Yun had the chance to meet. And the old man she addressed as master was of course Old Man Su. Old Man Su knitted his brow in concentration as his fat finger tightly squeezed a chess piece, indecisive of his next move. He had used various excuses to avoid the last 8 chess matches. He had once again been forced into a corner by Lin Xintong. Seeing that his king was about to abdicate, and he did not have any way to get out of his predicament. "Kuko, Xintong, your chess skills have improved and resemble my skills of the past. Looks like I have to get serious," the old man Su brazenly said. It made Lin Xintong snigger, but all she did was to urge her master to make his next move. Lin Xintong seldom smiled, only in front of Old Man Su would she display the small liveliness a young girl would normally display. In Lin Xintong's mind, Old Man Su was both her master and grandfather. At this time, a voice came from the door. "This lesser commander, by order of the emperor, is here to deliver a letter to Grandmaster Su." "Ah. There's a guest," said Old Man Su as if his savior had arrived. Not playing anymore, not playing anymore. A guest is here. Xintong, bring the pot of tea here." With that, Old Man Su used his fat arms to swipe across the chessboard, messing up all the chess pieces. Lin Xintong was speechless and said with humor, "Your tea disciple had already prepared the tea. Master had been too focused on the game that you didn't drink it." Old Man Su looked at the teapot on the table as he blinked speechlessly. Fortunately, the Jin Longwei's 1,000 households Zhang had entered the yard and cupped his hand, saluting Old Man Su. "This lesser commander, by order of the emperor, is here to deliver a letter to Grandmaster Su. May Grandmaster Su look over it." As Zhang Tan said it, he placed the letter on the chess table politely. It was a red letter with a seal rune on it. Old Man Su's main reason for being at the Tao tribal clan was to wait for the letter that Zhang Tan brought him. He took the letter and with a serious look on his face casually said, "Zhang Tan, right? You've worked hard. Have some tea." Zhang Tan paused for a moment and glanced at the teacups on the table. He was a careful person. He could see that the tea was drank while Old Man Su and Lin Xintong played chess, and it was most likely brewed by Lin Xintong. Lin Xintong was a person of great stature that many elites from the big families chased after. She may one day be betrothed to a prince of the Taiya divine kingdom and become a princess, and may one day become empress. As a 1,000 household of the Jin Longwei, Zhang Tan would be courting death to drink tea brewed by a future empress. Although it was unlikely, Zhang Tan had to consider the big picture as a Jin Longwei 1,000 household when dealing with all kinds of people. He immediately replied, "Thank you Grandmaster Su for the offer. This lesser commander still need to return to report, so I'll not drink." Zhang Tan followed etiquette to the letter and was proper with his words, but Old Man Su was a person with no fixed place of abode, so even the kingdom's royalty would have to treat him with courtesy. He was not mindful of the etiquettes of the world, nor was he interested in it. "All right, you can leave then." Old Man Su waved his hand and waited till Zhang Tan left. He tore up the wax and with a few hand gestures released the seal. After that, Old Man Su took out something inside the envelope. It was not a letter full of text, but a diagram. When Old Man Su took out the diagram, an ancient beast ghost image rose up before disappearing. It was like a curl of smoke. Seeing this diagram, Old Man Su's eyes lit up. It was as if he was a poor vault guard seeing treasure. He said to himself, this cloud wilderness might really have some treasure. If Marquis Wen Yun could not do it himself and needs my help. Looks like the kingdom's search for treasure was not in vain. "Master, what's the matter with the diagram?" asked Lin Xintong, who was pondering on the side as she looked at the ancient beast ghost image that had already dissipated. She could not uncover the mystery from the diagram, but could feel its mysticism. Old Man Su said, "This diagram is something that was passed down from ancient times. I do not know if it's related to the purple cloud's birth, but even it doesn't, it's something quite good. Xintong, don't worry. I will search to the ends of the world just to find a way to join up your broken meridians." Ever since Lian Qingyu failed to break through into the purple blood realm, the Lian tribal clan had quietened down. There were no more grand scenes of hundreds of people on the mountains picking herbs, nor were there strong men fanning the fires in the grain sunning ground. The news that Lian Qingyu was injured had been covered up. All the people had believed that Lian Qingyu had broken into the purple blood realm and had increased his strength by leaps and bounds. Now, all they had to do was to wait for the kingdom's selection. Lian Qingyu would become a kingdom warrior and bring the Lian tribal clan to a better life. This day, the sky was dotted with snow as the clouds hung low. A large eagle was flying in the skies of the Lian tribal clan. This eagle had a wingspan of over 10 meters, and its flight picked up a gust of wind, causing the snow to dance in a chaotic manner. What's that? How could the poor of the Lian tribal clan have ever seen such a big eagle? Is it a fierce beast? Or could it be a desolate beast? Seeing such a large eagle had panicked the people. Typically under the protection of a wonderland, normal fierce beasts or desolate beasts would seldom encroach into the vicinity of a tribe. But those were under typical conditions. There could be instances when fierce beasts or desolate beasts would charge into the wonderlands that hosted people, resulting in a mass murder. That had the same meaning as genocide. There were numerous small tribes in the entire cloud wilderness, so it was of no matter if a few small tribes were to collapse. If it was really an attack by a desolate beast, it would be a tragedy for the Lian tribal clan. As the people panicked, the large eagle suddenly dropped something that began burning in the sky. Ping! A large explosive sound resulted in a row of text appearing in the sky. Each of these words would have taken half an acre of land if they were placed on the ground. In the sky, this allowed anyone in the entire region of the Lian tribal clan to see it clearly. In 3 days at noon, the Jin Longwei will send ambassadors to the Lian tribal clan and take with them 10 warriors to the Tao tribal clan for the selection. Those who pass the selection will become the kingdom's warriors, members of the Jin Longwei. The 10 people have to be below the age of 28. They are to be chosen from those who had passed the preliminary examination and up to be decided by the tribe. Seeing the large row of text, everyone paused. The kingdom's selection is finally beginning. After all these days of waiting, and all that they had sacrificed, it was here. The day they had been waiting for was here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 70, Prologue to the Selection. Chapter 70, Prologue to the Selection. In the courtyard of the Lian tribal clan, Yao Yuan squinted his eyes as he looked at the large words in the sky. He recalled that the large eagle was known as a divine wind eagle, specially bred by the Jin Longwei. These divine wind eagles were fed with fierce beast meat from a young age, and possessed a very high intelligence, and due to their speed and agility, they were able to fly in the vast wilderness. Previously, when the Jin Longwei made the maps, they had already indicated all the locations of the small tribes. Now, the members of the Jin Longwei had sent the eagles to all the small tribes to convey the news about the kingdom's selection. This large row of text was left burning in the sky for an hour before it slowly dissipated. In the back mountain of the Lian tribal clan, Yun was leaning on a large rock looking at the words while munching on a blade of grass. 10 people, decided by the tribe. Yun began to ruminate over the meaning of the words. Obviously the Jin Longwei were planning to hold the warrior selection in the Tao tribal clan. For such a small clan like the Lian tribal clan with only 10 places, the process would be simpler if the tribe chose the 10 people themselves. Chosen by the tribe? Ha! Yi sneered, for it was obvious that the 10 places would be taken up by Lian Xingyu and the rest of the most reliable members of the warrior preparation camp. As for Yi, he was considered a dead person in the tribe. No matter what selection method was used, Yi would not be chosen. Yi spit the blade of grass in his mouth and a thought came to him. 3 days later at noon, I'll get my spot by myself. At the same time in the Lian tribal clan's courtyard, snowflakes were slowly falling. Lian Xingyu was lying on a soft animal skin by a fire, as he squinted at the large words in the sky. Ever since he failed to break through to the purple blood realm, Lian Xingyu had been lying in bed for several days. His face had been pale, and was lacking in blood all those days. It gave of the feeling of a weak scholar. Because he was physically weak, he had been lying on a chair piled with soft animal skin. He was carried around in and out of the house, and was served by maidservants everywhere. At this time, Lian Xingyu was surrounded by 4 maidservants who were awaiting orders. They were about 17 years old. They were either holding a plate of dried cured meat, fruit, or a pan of charcoal. The day was cold and the 4 maidservants had been standing in the snow for 4 hours. They were far from the fire, so they could not enjoy its warmth. Their faces, ears and hands were all red from the cold. Because of the snow, their linen shoes were wet, trapping their numbed feet in an ice cavern-like environment. But still they stood there tall and straight without moving. They held the items in their hands properly, even though their arms had long turned numb. A few maidservants bit on their lips as they were almost about to faint. They desperately held on because they knew if they moved, their outcome would be miserable. All these days, they had been waiting on the sickly-looking Lian Xingyu, and he was prone to mood swings, making him very terrifying. 3 days ago, a maidservant beside Lian Xingyu had accidentally spilled the porridge on the animal skin rug when she was bringing the porridge over. As a result, Lian Xingyu broke her 4 limbs and tied her in the firewood chamber for 2 days and 2 nights without providing food and drink. That maidservant was probably almost dead by now. But no one dared to give her a glancing look, nor did anyone dare to give her anything to eat or drink. In the past, when Lian Xingyu beat or scolded people, he would not go as far as taking their lives, but now, in the eyes of these maidservants, Lian Xingyu had become an evil beast. The most terrifying thing was that his face showed no trace of killing intent before he killed. He could be laughing 1 second, and in the next second he would pull out a knife to stab you blind, cut your tongue and crucify you before placing you into an urn. Xingyu, the examination will begin in 3 days. At this time, a person had walked into the courtyard. It was a middle-aged man dressed in green. In the entire Lian tribal clan, there were only few who could address Lian Xingyu as Xingyu. It was mostly the elders of the Lian tribal clan. As for the only qualified outsider, it had to be the warrior preparation camp's instructor, Yao Yuan. Yes, I've seen it. Lian Xingyu answered weakly. He had never expected that he would be in such a state. With the desolate bonusans failing to work and his failure of breaking through to the purple blood realm, Lian Xingyu had received too great a shock. He had accumulated all of his home's assets, spent all his fortune, and burned down bridges just for that one bet, but when the time came, it was relentlessly destroyed. His 17-year life had practiced martial arts for a decade for that one dream, and just as he made the final step towards success with the kingdom selection, he had completely failed. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. It was evidenced by Lian Xingyu's angry vomiting of fresh blood at the altar. Xingyu, you had been triggered by anger, causing you to injure your meridians. This is not a light injury and will need plenty of rest. During this period, you must not use martial arts, nor should you circulate your body's energy. It's best you do not even move, or there might be permanent damage. Yao Yuan said that as he glanced thoughtfully at the 4 maidservants by Lian Xingyu's side. Lian Xingyu wrapped his body within the animal skin rug and said, I got it. Instructor Yao, look at my body, do you think I'll be completely fine when the selection begins? Yao Yuan answered, you have already recovered plenty. You should be fine in another 4 to 5 days. The Jin Longwei will escort you to the Tao tribal clan and settle you in. They will have to prepare the examination area, which will take a day or 2. By the time of the examination, you would have recovered to your prime condition. Alright, that's good. Lian Xingyu's voice was very calm, but when he spoke, his eyes flashed with a cold glare that would palpitate one's heart. It was a combination of venom, loath and hate towards the world. It was hard to tell what the impact of the failure to break through to the purple blood realm had done to Lian Xingyu's psyche. He seemed to hate everything around him. Why did I have to go through all these tribulations, and cross this bumpy road? Why did heaven steal my last chip? If there was a heaven, I curse you to oblivion. If there was a God, I curse you to be struck by lightning. Seeing Lian Xingyu's demeanor, Yao Yuan did not know what to say. He just comforted him, Xingyu, don't lose heart. You may have failed to break through into the purple blood realm, but you still have a high chance of passing the kingdom's selection. The kingdom's selection is mainly to see your potential, not how high your current cultivation is. He did not purposely hide his words from the maidservants, for these 4 maidservants knew better than to go around gossiping. Yes, I know. Instructor Yao, I will have to trouble you to choose 9 people from the warrior preparation camp. At that time, they will accompany me to the Tao tribal clan. Even after hearing Yao Yuan's consoling words, Lian Xingyu was still not in high spirits. He had not only planned to pass the kingdom's selection, but he planned to shock and awe, gaining the attention of the Jin Longwei's high brass, allowing him to be knighted as a kingdom knight, or even become a Jin Longwei 100 household or 1,000 household. But now, it was no longer guaranteed that he would pass the selection. It was impossible for him to make progress in a short time. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 71, 9 Spots. Chapter 71, 9 Spots. The way to choose the remaining 9 was to have a fighting match. It was a fair, simple, and direct method. In all these years, the Lian tribal clan had led an unexciting life, for all they did were search for food. This fighting match was a rare event. How could the villagers miss it? So, on the day the fighting match began, all the villagers that could come, came. They were there to see the men from the warrior preparation camp fight. With tough and boring lives, the villagers were extremely excited to be able to watch the lively fighting match. Among them, the children were the most happy, even more so when bacon was given out. The fighting match was scheduled to happen late in the morning and held in the square in front of the Lian tribal clan's patriarch compound. But, even before daybreak, the fighting grounds were already filled with people looking for a good spot. Children were riding on their fathers' necks, and with a favorable spot faced the stage. Many children were about the same age as Yi Yun, and wouldn't be considered young. How often would you see such old children ride on their father's neck? They would have been mocked, but today, no one could care less. The children were rubbing their fists and knuckles, hoping they could have been the ones fighting on stage. This fighting stage was extremely stimulating for them. They had always dreamed to become a member of the warrior preparation camp. It was so prestigious. The crowd grew bigger. Even the trees, houses, and roofs were packed with people. In this world, most people's eyesight were good, so they could clearly see everything that happened on stage from afar. Late in the morning, the members of the warrior preparation camp appeared. They were all wearing a warrior uniform, something they seldom wore. So the green clothes they wore looked new. Although, it wasn't much better than the linen clothes Ziyan wore, it was pretty impressive in the eyes of the people of the Lian tribal clan. One by one, the high-spirited members of the warrior preparation camp entered. When they surveyed the surroundings, they felt that they had proven their value in life today. They had been training all those years just for today. It feels great. Today I'll be able to show my face. Thought a short man of about 20 years old. His face was radiant with vigor. By his side was a perverted comrade. He glanced at the girls surrounding them as if stripping them off their clothes, saying, "This time I'll show my prowess, letting all the bitches in this village see how much vitality I have. In the future, when I shake my pinky, all these girls would be running to me." Life was tough in the village, so besides eating, men had only one other primal pleasure. As the old Chinese saying goes, food and sex. The basic human nature comprised of the need to eat and the need to have s**x. These were natural instincts animals had when they came into this world. For today's fighting match, the men from the warrior preparation camp had specially slaughtered 2 dogs. They had planned to celebrate after the match by eating meat and drinking alcohol. These 2 dogs were the hunting dogs reared by the village. But it's alright, the kingdom's selection was soon. They would be leading good lives soon. What use was there for a hunting dog? Look, it's young Master Lian. With the loud shout, a sudden uproar emerged from the crowd. Everyone looked over and indeed, out from the patriarch's compound came 2 men carrying a rattan chair. Lian Xingyu was sitting on that rattan chair with an animal skin rug draped over him. His eyes were squinted as if he was asleep. Behind him were the 4 maidservants. In their hands were the stove and a fruit plate. They looked like they were being extremely careful. "Young Master Lian, it's really young Master Lian." The villagers immediately became excited. Ever since Lian Xingyu had broken through to the Purple Blood Realm, his prestige in the Lian tribal clan had reached unimaginable heights. Everyone had placed their hopes into Lian Xingyu leading them into the city to lead a better life. It could be said that Lian Xingyu was now the spiritual pillar of support of the Lian tribal clan. The people began to fervently worship Lian Xingyu, as he was now the absolute king in the tribe. Anything he did would obtain the unconditional support of the Lian tribal clan. Whoever he wanted dead, a word without reason was sufficient to make the people be his murdering tool. Whichever girl he wanted, with a word, the people would wash her clean and deliver her to Lian Xingyu's bed. For the past few days, Lian Xingyu had been a recluse, preventing the people from seeing him. How could they not be excited when they finally saw him? Many 17-year-old girls were flushed with excitement. It was indeed true that the girls of the vast wilderness worshipped the strong, but compared to a rough, dark-skinned man like Zhao Taizhu, a pretty boy was much better. In the hearts of the girls of the wilderness, the most ideal match would be someone like Lian Xingyu who was both strong and extremely handsome. These few days, Lian Xingyu had already become the dream lover of many girls in the Lian tribal clan. Begin. Lian Xingyu said lightly. He clearly did not care whatever happened on stage. What a joke, it was the brutes from the warrior preparation camp. To him, they were all a bunch of straw bags. Even if they trained for another 100 years, they would not even be able to touch the Jin Longwei's gates. It was clear to the people that he was haughty and that he even had a faint disdainful look. But to the group of girls, it made him even more charming, making them worship Lian Xingyu even more. They all flocked to this grand match, yet young Master Lian could not even be bothered with it. This was the difference in outlook. Round, start. Zhao Taizhu shouted at the top of his lungs. Ever since he got closer to Lian Xingyu, he was the unspoken leader of the warrior preparation camp. In the past few days, he had enjoyed the benefits of the Lian clan herb mountain because he had managed to get the herbs that Lian Xingyu rejected. This caused Zhao Taizhu's strength to increase a lot. In a situation with scarce resources, whichever member of the warrior preparation camp had the most resources, they could cultivate the fastest. Because he was afraid the others would be jealous, he had secretly used the drugs. He had also hid from others that his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Even Zhao Taizhu did not know how much his strength had increased. He wanted to test it out on stage, for it was a place that gave Zhao Taizhu the chance to flex his muscles. After hiding it for so long, when I go on stage, I'll amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. After having a significant increase in strength, Zhao Taizhu's ambitions had grown. He had already planned to be the #1 henchman of Lian Xingyu, and no one was to vie with him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 72, The Pinnacle of Zhao Taizhu's Life. Chapter 72, The Pinnacle of Zhao Taizhu's Life. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Matches in the vast wilderness did not have many rules. The way it proceeded was simple: a person will stay on the stage and he would be attacked by others in a duel fashion. Whoever had the capability could go up. Eventually, when no one went up on stage, then the person standing in the arena would win a spot. He would then be able to take a wooden board that symbolized his victory. Such a system might sound chaotic, or it was possible for two similarly matched warriors to engage in a brutal match, or by tag teaming, causing the warrior who was hoarding the stage to run out of energy. However, the people of the warrior preparation camp did not bother to think too deeply into that. Simple and rough was their style. Originally, neither Yao Yuan nor Lian Xingyu could be bothered with this meaningless matches. Yao Yuan had given Zhao Taizhu the authority to decide on the rules, but for a boor like Zhao Taizhu, was it possible for him to come up with reasonable and fair rules? If the rules were too complicated, the people competing wouldn't understand. When the match began, Zhao Taizhu was first on the stage. He was unable to reel in his patience, for he had waited long for this opportunity where he could display his hidden strength. The arena was 100 feet wide. Zhao Taizhu stood in the middle of the arena and began making poses to showcase his muscles. Come. Who wants to spar with me? Zhao Taizhu began shouting. Likewise, the onlookers began shouting too. They did not expect that it would begin with an expert duel. Zhao Taizhu was famous. Together with his high-profile way of doing things, everyone knew that Zhao Taizhu was one of the top 10 experts in the warrior preparation camp. Brother Zhao, I'll spar with you. A strong man jumped into the arena. His surname was Sun and he was of average strength in the warrior preparation camp. He was not Zhao Taizhu's match, but he was on good terms with Zhao Taizhu. He was a pal who could share in the meat with Zhao Taizhu on the occasional successful hunt. He could tell that Zhao Taizhu wanted to parade himself, so he had gone on stage to compliment him. The people of the warrior preparation camp had trained together for a long period, so all of them knew each other's standing. They knew that Sun knew he would not be within the top 9 spots, so he might as well give Zhao Taizhu a favor. Good, brother Sun, come on. Sun and Zhao Taizhu both had aggressive attitudes. In the arena of the vast wilderness, there was no messy etiquette. The match began once you came into the arena. Since everyone was watching, the both of them fought with their best. The members of the warrior preparation camp indeed had large strength. As for fighting skills and techniques, then that was too much. Their sparring was similar to a Hong Kong action film, where the motions were slow, punches always landed and out of nowhere, they would grab each other in a twist. Sun was not Zhao Tieju's match even before his power had increased. Hence, in a few rounds, Zhao Taiju had grabbed his waist, pinning him down in the arena. The two had fought without any style, for as they fought, they realized all the fist techniques and stances they had learned before were not easy to use. In the end, grabbing each other and rolling on the ground was most pragmatic. Whoever had the greater strength won. This was also the logic of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. In the popular mixed martial arts competitions like the UFC in America, the person who was able to twist the arm or crush the other party's neck would obtain victory, albeit the awkward-looking moves. Good! The audience shouted. Although Zhao Tieju's movements were not elegant, it was a great pleasure in the eyes of the Lian tribal clan clansmen. They were easily excited just seeing wrestling. After Sun, another person went up on stage to spar with Zhao Taiju, but he had also lost to him. After 2 matches, Zhao Taiju's status was even better, for the more he fought, the more courage he gained. "Ha, who else is coming up?" shouted Zhao Taiju, glowing. It was as if he had drunk a jar of rice wine. The people could tell that Zhao Taiju would obtain one of those warrior spots today. A man jumped up the stage and said with a low muffled voice, "Brother Zhao, let me have a shot with you." When this person went on stage, it immediately drew cheers. It's Zhang Dali. Zhang Dali was naturally born strong. At 15, he could lift a 100-kilogram rock weight. It's unknown how strong Zhang Dali is now. In the Lian tribal clan, the names of the leading members of the warrior preparation camp were also widely known. When Zhang Dali could lift 100 kilograms of rock weights at 15, he had become famous in the Lian tribal clan. There was a high chance Zhang Dali would be among the 9 selected ones. With Zhang Dali and Zhao Taiju, this match of strong versus the strong caused the crowd to erupt. "Dali, ha, good. I've long wanted to spar with you, come." Zhao Taiju's eyes lit up. A year ago, he was weaker than Zhang Dali by a bit, but this year he had a substantial change in his strength. He had been yearning to find a strong opponent to test his strength out. Zhang Dali leaped onto the stage and was separated from Zhao Taiju by 30 feet. Without any etiquette, they rushed towards each other with a roar. Both men were stout, so it was as if 2 bulls were charging towards each other. Pang! Zhao Taiju and Zhang Dali collided into each other without any gaudy display. People could hear the sounds of flesh and bone colliding, scaring them white. Such a collision, if it directed onto their bodies, would have broken their bones. The battle between Zhao Taiju and Zhang Dali was obviously much more aggressive than Sun's battle from before. Both men's strength measured about 350 kilograms, more than twice a Tier 1 male. Such a disparity in strength ensured that even if a dozen Tier 1 men attacked Zhao Taiju, he would still be able to easily down them. "Taiju, well played." In the crowd, Lian Suihua was shouting at the top of her voice. As she had recently been roped in by Lian Xingyu to do some job, she had been close with Zhao Taiju, and soon they were an item. Thinking of the Zhao Tieju's vigorous prowess from the previous night, Lian Suihua could not help feeling a lustful desire. Hearing the people cheer in with Lian Suihua's support, Zhao Taiju seemed to gain some inexplicable strength and began lashing out a storm. But Dali did not wish to be outdone. With his huge strength, he still had a big advantage. The essence of a typical fight among the members of warrior preparation camp was a battle of strength. This was also why lifting stone rollers was their leading performance and the way to gain bragging rights. After wrestling on the ground for a long time, Zhao Taiju finally managed to suppress Zhang Dali. He was held down and could no longer move. The main reason why Zhao Taiju was able to suppress Zhang Dali was due to him eating lots of herbs, causing his fitness to increase along with prolonged stamina. He had won this match due to his stamina. Zhang Dali had been suppressed till he was a bit asphyxiated. He did not understand how Zhao Taiju was able to be like a tireless bull. How did he have an unexpendable amount of energy? It has to be said that although the average member of the warrior preparation camp had great strength, their arms would still be sore after lifting a 250-kilogram stone roller 8 times. It was not easy to be like Zhao Taiju, who becomes stronger the more he fought. Zhang Dali gasped for air as he asked, You can't have broken through to the vigor realm, have you?" "Ha ha, almost." Zhao Taiju began to brag. Most of the members of the preparation camp were in the valiant realm, and Zhao Taiju was far from the vigor realm. How could it be easy to be at the stage of breathes in like a snake, out like an arrow? Zhao Taiju had just a bit more endurance, but if he stayed in a poor place like the Lian tribal clan, he most likely would never be able to break through to the vigor realm. The surrounding commoners knew what the vigor realm meant. After all, the kingdom's selection had been known for a long time, and Lian Xingyu had long announced what was the purple blood realm. Under the false information by the ruling class of the Lian tribal clan, the people had all believed that Lian Xingyu had entered the purple blood realm. To the ignorant commoners, they felt that the purple blood realm was as powerful as a deity in heaven. If Zhao Taizhu was said to be a bull, then Lian Qingyu was a terrifying desolate beast. The gap between them was heaven and earth. The more they felt Lian Qingyu's strength, the more hope they had that Lian Qingyu would bring them into the city. At the same time, they felt that by following Lian Qingyu, it would be an honor to become a servant under him. In this chaotic world, people did not think about freedom. To those who could not fill their stomachs, freedom was an extravagance and a joke. All they wanted was to follow a good master and to be satisfied with a meal. Ha ha ha. Zhao Taizhu broke into a laughter. He was very pleased with the present scene. He also knew that there was no way he would be able to pass the kingdom selection, but to be able to show off, Zhao Taizhu felt like he had reached the pinnacle of his life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 73, Yi Yun's appearance. Chapter 73, Yi Yun's appearance. Who else wants to come up and try? Zhao Taizhu was in high spirits. Dongji, you want to come up here and play with me? Seeing no one coming up, Zhao Taizhu began calling out names. Brother Zhao, don't joke with me. How can I win against you? Just now the punch you sent out had a ring in your joints. Isn't that the thunder something, and Bao shooting down Flock Realm or something? All kind of methods of kissing ass was used by this young warrior by the name of Dongzi. He understood that to survive in the warrior preparation camp, he had to grab onto someone great, so that when the meat was handed out, he would receive more. Ha ha ha. It's thunder in the nine clouds, surprise Bao drops Flock. This phrase had taken a long while for Zhao Taizhu to memorize before he could spout the mouthful. He was still a light years away from that realm, but looking at Zhao Taizhu's expression, it was as if he had already reached that state. Noticing that no one in the audience was willing to face him, Zhao Taizhu felt there was no need staying pretentious and said loudly, if no one is coming up on stage, then I'll gladly accept this spot. Originally, Zhao Taizhu's rules were like so: if no one dared to face the person in the arena, then that person would take a spot away. This was how the 9 spots were chosen. No one had any disagreements because they were convinced of Zhao Taizhu's strength. Is there anyone in disagreement? Zhao Taizhu deliberately slowed down the speed at which he collected the wooden tablet. It was akin to the feeling of an auctioneer counting down in order to tease for higher bids. To Zhao Taizhu, this was just another of his pretentious acts, but no one expected that. Just as he asked that question, a voice came from the crowd, "You sure are detestable, why can't you just take the wooden tablet? Do you need to act in that infuriating manner, asking people to go against you? If so, then I'll fulfill your wish and go against you." Who? Zhao Taizhu was just about to finish his perfect act, but someone had actually jumped up to oppose him. And in between those lines, he had accused him as being detestable. That's right, everyone could tell that Zhao Taizhu was just putting on a pretentious act. He had used it to announce to the entire Lian tribal clan that he was the strongest in the warrior preparation camp, but who dared to speak out? Whoever who said that, come out here. I want to see who is sick of living. Zhao Taizhu had already considered the Lian tribal clan as his. If Lian Qingyu was a tiger, then he was the jackal henchman of Lian Qingyu. How could he tolerate being hit in the face in his own territory? But, if someone were to step forward now, he could set an example, establishing his authority. He had decided that he would kill the person who had caused trouble in front of everybody. In the lawless vast wilderness, there was nothing wrong with the strong killing the weak. Furthermore, it was in the arena, thus making it even more justified. Thinking of this, Zhao Taizhu swept through the crowd with his bloodthirsty eyes. Zhao Taizhu was looking for the person who had said those words, but the person was hidden within the sea of people and not coming forward. After about the time taken for 10 breaths, someone had pushed through the crowd to the forefront of the stage. The people gave way as they saw a small-sized kid walk out to the front of the stage and leisurely climb up the stage. This small-sized kid only reached Zhao Taizhu's chest and was dressed in rough linen clothes. His clothes were clean but tattered, with several large patches. Seeing this body size and posture, question marks filled the brains of the crowd. Was this child the person who called out? The people had originally thought that the person who called out was some warrior with a lot of confidence in his strength, and he was most likely a member of the warrior preparation camp, but unexpectedly, it was a child. Does he not want to live? It was no wonder he could not be seen earlier, because he was short and was hidden below the crowd. How could you? Zhao Taizhu was shocked at the child in front of him. Yi Yun. You aren't dead? Yi Yun's back was originally facing the people, so many had not noticed. Now, they could see clearly that the person on stage was none other than Yi Yun. Brother Yi Yun. It's really Brother Yi Yun. Yi Yun's neighbor Aunt Wang and her daughter Zhou Xiaoke were in the audience. Zhou Xiaoke, having seen Yi Yun alive, was pleasantly surprised, but seeing the immediate scene, she worried for Yi Yun. At this time, Zhou Xiaoke grabbed Aunt Wang's rough hands tightly with her heart in her mouth. Kiddo Yun is still alive, but why would he go up the stage now to antagonize this dangerous person? Aunt Wang was worried as she did not know what Yi Yun was doing. And at this time, Yi Yun, who was standing on stage, slowly turned his body towards the animal skin chair in the Lian tribal clan's courtyard, where a frail Lian Xingyu was sitting. The other party's eyes were like bullets shooting at him. Lian Xingyu was motionless in his seat, yet the four maidservants around him could not help but shiver. They could feel that Lian Xingyu had suddenly turned into a ferocious beast. How many times was it? Yes, it was the third time. Lian Xingyu placed the teacup in his hand down, and carried on staring at Yi Yun. The first time, Yi Yun was resurrected after falling down while picking herbs. The second time, Yi Yun had escaped after being attacked secretly by Lian Xingyu. The third time, after being poisoned by both the Desolate Bones frost toxin and the blood-thinning pill, and bleeding from his 7 orifices and falling down a big cliff, he still survived. Lian Xingyu's eyelids began to jump. The way he looked at Yi Yun was like a poisonous snake looking at its prey with traces of ruthlessness and greed. His body has a secret. Lian Xingyu believed that Yi Yun had a treasure that protected his life. Although he did not know what the treasure was, it was of no matter, because the treasure would soon be his. After killing Yi Yun, he would obtain the treasure. He could then slowly examine it and eventually figure out its usage. When he thought of this, Lian Xingyu slowly regained his composure. His expression was calm on the surface, but within his body was excited and hot blood. He gently licked his lips, flashing eyes that thirsted for blood. Good. Very good. The heavens are finally fair to me for once. The heavens may not have given me a glorious family background, nor had it given me the resources needed for practicing martial arts, and it had even cut me off just as I was about to break through into the purple blood realm. But today, you have given me a chance, sending this treasure that can protect one's life right to me. As the ancient saying goes, if you do not grab an opportunity presented to you, harm will fall unto you. If I were to ignore the object that the heavens give me, it will invite future disaster. I, Lian Xingyu, is not sure a stupid person. Surprisingly, this kid named Yi Yun as a starving little slave can have such a blessed life. No, it should be said that I have a blessed life. By killing him, I'll get the treasure. Whoever had the treasure in hand, whoever had the blessed life. Many thoughts flashed within Lian Xingyu's mind. A grinning Zhao Taizhu had already began walking towards Yi Yun without any orders from Lian Xingyu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 74, Brutally Attacking Zhao Taizhu. Chapter 74, Brutally Attacking Zhao Taizhu. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Those words were from you? Zhao Taizhu sneered. He was curious why Yi Yun had not died after falling down a cliff that was tens of meters high. He did not believe anyone could be that lucky and had used some trick to give the men refining the Desolate Bone a false impression. Zhao Taizhu had originally thought that a warrior with some means had challenged him, so he could use overwhelming strength to kill the other. But unexpectedly, what faced him was this useless little monkey, Yi Yun. With this, he was unable to show off. How could killing a little monkey that only reached his chest be show-worthy? What Zhao Taizhu was thinking was the method to which he could use to kill Yi Yun, one that would make Yi Yun most uncomfortable and afraid. Of course it was me. Wasn't what you just said nonsense? Yi Yun held his arms behind him with an expression that was clear. Did you need to ask such a retarded question? Ah. Zhao Taizhu looked at Yi Yun as if he was a retard. He could not understand if Yi Yun had crushed his brain in the door, for Yi Yun should have been envisioning the fate that awaited him. Little bastard, to offend me today, you are dead meat. Obediently kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times, before burrowing under my crotch. Do you want to do it yourself, or should I make you do so? Zhao Taizhu grinned while Yi Yun looked at him as if he was retarded. I'm here today to get a spot, not to listen to your nonsense. With those words, the entire audience were stunned. The people realized that by going up on stage, Yi Yun was not purposely antagonizing or making Zhao Taizhu unhappy, but to fight a match to obtain a participation spot for the kingdom's selection. Heavens, with his size, is he crazy? He had just trained for a month, and was just slightly older than 12 years of age. How was he to compete with Zhao Taizhu? Brother Yi Yun. In the crowd, Zhou Xiaoke was having a heart-wrenching moment. Did Brother Yi Yun know how strong Zhao Taizhu was? To the people of the Lian tribal clan, the members of the warrior preparation camp were like a group of tigers. No ordinary person was their match, what more a kid like Yi Yun. Ha ha ha. Zhao Taizhu convulsed with laughter as if this was the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. Little bastard, have you gone mad? Don't tell me that you believe you can defeat me after learning some skill from Lord Zhang, so that you can represent the Lian tribal clan at the kingdom's selection? As Zhao Taizhu said those words, the members of the warrior preparation camp roared with laughter. Brother Zhao, cut the crap with this kid. He's nothing. Just because he's one lucky fuck to get chosen by Lord Zhang, he thinks he's invincible. Many people echoed this. At that moment, a mean female voice sounded, Brother Taizhu, break the kid's legs and hang him up. The person was none other than Lian Cuihua. How could Yi Yun forget her shrill voice? The person who led the villagers to besiege Jiang Xiaorou's house with cow dung was this Lian Cuihua. Yi Yun sneered and took a deep glance at Lian Cuihua. What the F***K are you looking at, you little bastard? Do you think you can afford to look at me? Look anymore, and I'll dig out both your despicable eyes. Lian Cuihua was domineering as she said, Brother Taizhu, slaughter the little bastard. As she said that, Lian Cuihua even sent a flirtatious glance at Zhao Taizhu. Zhao Taizhu was obviously empowered by that flirtatious glance and laughed heartily. Kid, I guess you have not recovered from your sickness. Your mind still isn't straight. A little slave like you who can't even find food in the mud plains wants to join the kingdom's selection? Today I'll take off your head to be used as a urinal. With that, Zhao Taizhu charged at Yi Yun. His face showed a facetious expression as he stretched out the two steel-like arms of his to grab Yi Yun's head. He was not just saying, and was really planning to twist Yi Yun's head off. Zhao Taizhu had great strength, so how could a normal kid withstand his grab? Yi Yun stayed motionless and with a firm stance stretched both his arms to grab Zhao Taizhu. It was the same move as Zhao Taizhu. Yi Yun's hands were totally out of proportion compared to Zhao Taizhu's large hands. Seeing the idiot Yi Yun to dare stretch his hands out, Zhao Taizhu grinned and grabbed towards Yi Yun's hands. He had changed his mind. He wanted to crush Yi Yun's hands. The four limbs clashed and a snapping sound rang. Zhao Taizhu's face froze. His lips twitched as he looked unbelievably at Yi Yun's hands in his. His two large hands within Yi Yun's small hands had been mangled. Fresh blood trickled down without pause. Besides his thumb, all his other 8 fingers were twisted in weird angles and completely broken. His hands had been brutally crushed by Yi Yun. Ah! A loud heart-wrenching scream came out of Zhao Taizhu's mouth. Yi Yun looked coldly at Zhao Taizhu. Who did you say was the slave? In this world, the weak are enslaved as slaves, the strong are regarded as lords. Whoever was stronger could dominate everything. I'll tell you who the slave is today. After saying that, Yi Yun took a step forward and a simple knee struck Zhao Taizhu in the chest. Pung! With a thud, Zhao Taizhu's burly body flew up like a torn sack with Yi Yun's knee strike. His sternum bent inwards, with an unknown number of broken ribs. He fell heavily to the ground, with blood seeping out from his mouth. His body was twitching with a broken spine. This sudden scene shocked everyone present. Their expressions had been from seconds past, completely frozen. What was this? Yi Yun had crushed Zhao Taizhu's hands and sent him flying with a knee. Yi Yun's small and thin body and Zhao Taizhu's burly body were in sharp contrast, giving an extremely strong visual impact. Was this a dream? Lian Xingyu, who had been sitting in his animal skin chair all along, suddenly stood up and stared at Yi Yun with a pair of shining eyes. Yi Yun, a herb-picking slave who did not normally have food to eat, was no different from a beggar. Such a person would be no cause for concern in the Lian tribal clan. But, he was able to maim Zhao Taizhu in a brief moment. Where did his martial arts come from? Could it be that after practicing martial arts with Zhang Yuxian, he was able to grasp martial arts in a month's time, allowing him to beat Zhao Taizhu? How could this be possible? Lian Xingyu clenched his fists so tightly his nails pierced his palms. The audience were silent. For a long moment, no one uttered a sound, as they had yet to come round. Even Zhou Xiaoka, who had been worried for Yi Yun, stared at him with her 2 large dark eyes. She was totally stunned. Is this real? That devilish-looking, tower-like Zhao Taizhu had been defeated by brother Yi Yun. Yi Yun returned to his normal stance and casually straightened the tattered clothes he wore. This was Yi Yun's first act of violence. Previously, Yi Yun's punches would land on boulders. They were extremely hard, causing pain to his fists. But today, it landed on a human's body. All he felt was a hardness after softness. Having maimed a person directly, Yi Yun did not find it unacceptable. He had already grown accustomed to the new survival rules of this world ever since he crossed into this wild world. He knew clearly that if he were a compassionate person or a monk who did not have blood-stained hands, he would be taken advantage of. Yi Yun gently moved his 10 fingers before turning his head towards Lian Cuihua. You previously said that you would break my legs and hang me up? And to dig out my eyes? Saying this, Yi Yun slowly walked towards Lian Cuihua. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 75, Dog's Blood Over Face. Chapter 75, Dog's Blood Over Face. What do you want to do? Seeing Yi Yun walk over, Lien Suihua screamed. You little bastard, you contracted the plague, do you plan to spread it to the people? Lien Suihua was not someone to be trifled with. Seeing Yi Yun suddenly becoming so terrifying, she quickly thought of Yi Yun contracting the plague, and began shouting, hoping to be reinforced by the crowd. My fellow folks, this little bastard must have been possessed after he died, or he would not be so powerful. Have you forgotten he was possessed? Right. Lien Suihua suddenly thought of something and quickly squeezed through the crowd. Move away, move the F***K away. Running out, and when she returned, she had a wooden bucket in her hand. Looking at Yi Yun, an insidious smile flashed across her face. Little bastard, you can be so smug because I let you be. Just because you were possessed by those filthy things, it makes you invincible? See how I kill you. Saying that, Lien Suihua splashed the contents in the wooden bucket at Yi Yun. Inside the wooden bucket was blood-red liquid, and a stench emanated from it. It was dog's blood. Before the match, the members of the warrior preparation camp had slaughtered 2 hunting dogs, and had prepared to have a feast after the match. After slaughtering the hunting dogs, the blood was stored in the wooden bucket. In it floated the dog's intestines, fur, heart and lungs. And all these were thrown towards Yi Yun. The people of the Cloud Wilderness believed that dog blood was capable of exorcism. The filthy spirits could not stand the sight of the dog's blood, and if splattered with dog's blood, would melt away. A Chinese phrase dog's blood over face had that meaning. Cursing a person to the point of dog's blood over face was the same as a possessed person with dog blood over them. It meant they would stay immobile and remain speechless. Lien Suihua genuinely believed that Yi Yun had been possessed to be able to maim Zhao Taiju, so as long as the dog's blood covered him, the evil spirits would burn away, leaving a small chicken like Yi Yun, who would be helpless against her. Lien Suihua was dying to chop off Yi Yun's limbs and hook him up to burn. As long as she accused him as being possessed, it was easy to encourage the people to burn him at the stake. The people exclaimed seeing the bucket of blood spilled. At this moment, Yi Yun's eyes flashed a murderous intent. For a woman like Lien Suihua who did not know any martial arts, Yi Yun would not have bothered with her, but she had previously attacked Jiang Xiaro. Furthermore, he now knew how vicious this woman was. Some people were venomous to the bone. These kinds of people did harm to the world, whether they knew martial arts or not, whether they were a woman or not. Pang! A loud explosive crack sounded. Without seeing Yi Yun move, the bucket of dog's blood had already exploded right in front of Yi Yun's eyes. Although the blood splattered everywhere, not one drop landed on Yi Yun's body. On the other hand, Lien Suihua was covered with the dog's blood. Ah! Lien Suihua shrieked. Her hair was gone and she kept screaming, "You monster, you little beast, you bastard!" Ku. Lien Suihua was unable to say any more because Yi Yun had her by the neck. Lien Suihua's tongue hung out, and her eyes went white as her limbs twitched. Save me, the urge to survival empowered Lien Suihua to barely say those words. At this time, the surrounding people had frightenedly backed away. They did not dare to attack Yi Yun. The commoners of the vast wilderness were the type that bullied the weak and feared the strong, and had a strong inclination of servility. In front of an expert, they would unconsciously obey, while in front of a weakling, they will display their foul abusive side, turning into monsters. This was depicted by their attack on Jiang Xiaro. Lien Suihua was finally afraid. As she looked at Yi Yun, her eyes were filled with fear. She still did not understand how Yi Yun had suddenly become this strong. It seemed like he had not been possessed, because a possessed person would not be able to avoid the dog's blood. A possessed person seeing dog blood was akin to a mouse, frozen stiff from seeing a cat. You want to beat a woman? Kuko, Lien Suihua found it hard to open her mouth, as her voice trembled. Yi Yun laughed, I have never hit a woman. Saying that, Yi Yun loosened his grip slightly. Lien Suihua was able to breathe a sigh of relief and managed to muster some courage. Quickly let me go, and ask for forgiveness from young Master Lien, he might still let you go. You may have turned strong, but can you beat young Master Lien? Lien Xingyu was a god to the Lien tribal clan. He had absolute authority. These days, under the propaganda from Lien Xingyu, the people knew that about the various stages before the Purple Blood Realm. In the past, Lien Xingyu was at the peak of the 5th level of mortal blood, and Zhao Taiju was at the 1st level of mortal blood, and the gap between the two was like heaven and earth. Although Lien Suihua was afraid of Yi Yun, she recalled that she had been of service to Lien Xingyu, so with him backing her, would she need to be afraid of the little punk? If Lien Xingyu made a move, he would easily crush Yi Yun. Thinking of this, Lien Suihua became braver. She felt that Yi Yun letting her go was a display of him wising up. Go kneel before young Master Lien to admit your mistakes or he will tear off your skin. Do you think are so powerful just because you had defeated that loser, Zhao Taizhu? Zhao Taizhu compared to young Master Lien is like a worm. And you are just a slightly bigger worm. Lien Suihua shouted, thinking she could frighten Yi Yun. However, she genuinely believed all that she said, for Lien Qingyu as a purple blood realm warrior has unfathomable strength. As for the loser, Zhao Taizhu who couldn't beat a child, he might as well die. Lien Suihua would not reminisce old times with a cripple. Hearing Lien Suihua's threats, Yi Yun simply laughed and gave her a slap without warning. Pa! With that, Lien Suihua's body flew from Yi Yun's slap. She tumbled 3.5 times mid-air before landing on the ground heavily, with the heaven and earth revolving around her. Lien Suihua was stunned from her beating. Blood spit out from her mouth, like a trampled fish. Lien Suihua struggled a bit and with her shaking hand touched her left cheek. She found her left cheek completely deformed, a bloody mess. She felt something in her mouth, and with a spit, out came more than 10 blood-stained teeth. The left side of her teeth had been knocked out by Yi Yun. Lien Suihua looked at Yi Yun wanting to say something. But her tongue was destroyed and her face deformed, she could not say a single word. Even when looking at Yi Yun, her eyes would lose focus if her pupils were to dilate. She moved her lips with great difficulty, making out a distorted sound. This sound had long changed. But Yi Yun could still understand. If he guessed correctly, Lien Suihua had questioned him having never beaten a woman before. Did I say so? Yi Yun countered. Lien Suihua barely blinked her eyes. Yi Yun rubbed his hands and said, "Oh, what I said was in the past, in the future, I won't do so anymore. People who deserve a beating will receive one." It was alright if Lien Suihua had scolded Yi Yun, but she should have never bullied Jiang Xiaro. Yi Yun found it hard to imagine how Jiang Xiaro managed to survive the day when she received the news of his disappearance and the Caodong besiegement by the group. In this strange world, Jiang Xiaro was his closest relative. He did not allow anyone to hurt her. Just as Yi Yun finished his words, Lien Suihua spewed a mouthful of blood and passed out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 76, The Desolate Bones are Poisonous. Chapter 76, The Desolate Bone was poisonous. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. No one had expected the arena contest to have such a turn of events. Yi Yun's sudden appearance, the maiming of Zhao Taizhu and the beating up of Lien Suihua. In the vast wilderness, medical procedures were extremely backward. 99% of such injuries would lead to infection, and without antibiotics, the moment they became infected, they would have no chance of surviving. Even if he survived, Zhao Taizhu had been crippled off his ability to practice martial arts or work, even getting down from the bed would be a problem. As for Lien Suihua, she was disfigured. Of course, to Yi Yun, Lien Suihua's looks before being disfigured was terrible. But without her set of teeth, Lien Suihua would have trouble eating grain or vegetables. In the vast wilderness, unless someone gave her something to eat, she would most likely starve to death without anyone taking care of her. Be it Zhao Taizhu or Lien Suihua, the future that awaited them would be a tragic ending. After Yi Yun named Zhao Taizhu and Lien Suihua, there was total silence. Previously, the family members of those who had been infected with the plague hated Yi Yun to the bone, but now they were scared stiff. Yi Yun noticed these people and even recognized them as the children who had attacked Jiang Xiaro a few days ago. One of the woman's facial expression changed. She immediately shielded her child and said with a trembling voice, back then it was instigated by Lien Suihua to burn your house. Many of the people in the Lien tribal clan knew that with Yi Yun returning strong as ever, he would definitely settle the issue of the burning of his house and the besiegement of Jiang Xiaro. Yi Yun took a few steps forward. The woman's face turned even whiter, throwing the Caodong was instigated by Lien Suihua. We. The children who had thrown the Caodong were about Yi Yun's age, and some of them even looked stronger than Yi Yun. Typically, the child would not notice a child like Yi Yun, but today, he was scared stiff. You really think that your men got infected with the plague because of me? Yi Yun's words were injected with yuan qi, so it could be heard a few kilometers away. This made everyone hear it clearly. Everyone was stunned. This was news released by the upper echelon of the Lien tribal clan. How could it be wrong? Also, they could not comprehend something. Yi Yun had been infected with the plague. He was possessed and he fell down a cliff dozens of meters high. How could he not die? Also, how was it possible for him to beat Zhao Taizhu? Even till now, many villagers could not believe that Yi Yun had maimed Zhao Taizhu in 2 moves. They knew Yi Yun had practiced martial arts with Zhang Yuxian. But he had only practiced it for a month. How could he be stronger than Zhao Taizhu, who had been practicing for decades? Our men, what is it? The woman asked with a shiver, and at this point, Yi Yun could see by the side of his eyes that Lian Xingyu had already stood up. Both his eyes were like a venomous snake staring at him. Coldness, killing intent, and greed. All the properties a snake would possess were contained within. Yi Yun knew that Lian Xingyu was threatening him. But he met Lian Xingyu's gaze and said without fear, "The desolate bone was poisonous. Your men died because of the desolate bone refinement. It has nothing to do with me." Yi Yun's voice was transmitted far, and everyone heard it crystal clear. In a moment, the villagers exploded. The desolate bone was poisonous. Our men died from refining the desolate bone. The villagers were at a loss and began to flurriedly discuss. Today, if it was a weak Yi Yun who said it, no one would have believed him. On the contrary, they would burn him at the stake, in the name of exorcising the evil spirits. But now, Yi Yun had a formidable power backing him. What he said might sound crazy and incomprehensible, but some people would subconsciously believe in it. This was what strength could bring. A person's strength not only determined their position or dignity, it also affected the words they said. An expert's words were as good as gold, and each word had its oomph. A weakling's words were the same as the sounds of farts, no one would care about it. The present Yi Yun was relying on his strength to stand in the arena, or as a 12-year-old child, how was he to show his might? Lian Xingyu sneered and remained quiet. At that moment, a yellow-robed elder stood up. Empty words. The elder with a harsh voice was naturally the patriarch of the Lian tribal clan. You kid, how dare you instigate the masses with your wagging lies? The desolate bone was bought using all our savings, and with the help of our tribe, we managed to refine it successfully after weeks. How could it be poisonous? This desolate bone essence has been eaten by Qingyu. If it was poisonous, the first person to be poisoned would be Qingyu. The patriarch remained extremely dignified. He had gained an air of authority after being in charge of the Lian tribal clan for all these years. Even though Yi Yun had the strength, whatever Yi Yun said would not have the weight compared to the patriarch. Besides, the patriarch's words were very reasonable. The desolate bone was bought by the tribe at great expense to be refined for Lian Xingyu. If it had poison, it would have been equivalent to the tribe spending a great deal just to harm Lian Xingyu? The patriarch is right. My fellow folks, don't believe the kid's words. How can you trust the words of a 12-year-old child? In the crowd, several people shouted. These people were the people who had Lian as their surname. They had mutual interests as the Lian tribal clan's upper echelon, and some of them were similar to Lian Cuihua. They were the eyes on the ground for the Lian tribal clan upper echelon, responsible for whistleblowing and the spreading of rumors. By doing so, the upper echelon would give them extra food. Seeing some of the villagers having doubts, these people said, "You think that little monkey is strong? Compared to young Master Lian, he's nothing. So what if he beat Zhao Taizhu? Zhao Taizhu is just like us, normal mortals. As for young Master Lian, he has already reached the purple blood realm. Do you even know what the purple blood realm is? Lord Zhang that previously came to our village was also in the purple blood realm, and he was almost the same as a god in the sky. Back then everyone knew that Zhang Yuxian rode a behemoth, and he had brought down a large tree with a simple chop. The power of the purple blood realm was terrifying. In comparison, beating Zhao Taizhu in wrestling was nothing. Yi Yun may seem strong to us, but compared to young Master Lian, he's nothing worth mentioning. Only young Master Lian can lead us to a good life. It can't be that you choose to believe this kid over young Master Lian." People began to shout once again. It had to be said that having ruled the Lian tribal clan for so long, the ruling class was deep-rooted. For Yi Yun to say a few words to affect their standing would be very hard. Furthermore, Yi Yun had no proof. Also, the entire tribe's efforts had been invested in Lian Xingyu, and Lian Xingyu had not failed to disappoint the masses. He had made greater breakthroughs in his strength, and had achieved the purple blood realm. With all their hopes on Lian Xingyu to change their lives, how could they stop believing Lian Xingyu and instead believe a 12-year-old child like Yi Yun? It was the same even if Yi Yun defeated Zhao Taizhu. Yi Yun had already expected this, and it did not matter to him. He did not hope to overturn Lian Xingyu with just words, he simply wanted to plant a seed of doubt within the people. The vast wilderness was a world where power ruled supreme. Ever since time immemorial, it has been so. Would a victor need to provide proof? It was superfluous because the strongest victor's words were the rules, the law, and the truth. Experts did not need more words to explain themselves. Others would subconsciously believe in it and eventually really believe in it. By making his appearance today, Yi Yun was already mentally prepared to have a direct conflict with Lian Xingyu. He knew that Lian Xingyu would not break through to the purple blood realm with that energyless desolate bone essence. Lian Xingyu was at the peak of the Qi Gatherer realm, while he was in the beginning stages of the Qi Gatherer realm, but at the same time had reached the realm of Dragon Pulse. He was confident of this battle. However, Yi Yun was still worried about Yao Yuan. He did not know Yao Yuan's strength. He waited for Lian Xingyu to make his move, and at the same time secretly observed Yao Yuan. But surprisingly, Lian Xingyu had no plans to make any moves and was just looking at him with a dark look. Today, Lian Xingyu would not be making any moves. Yao Yuan had already warned him that he had hurt his heart due to the anger he experienced. If he ignored his injuries and made a move, it was possible, but he would never recover to his peak at the kingdom's selection in a few days. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 77, Yao Yuan's Advice. Chapter 77, Yao Yuan's Advice. Of course, Lian Xingyu was not going to affect his chances at the kingdom's selection for Yi Yun. It was his life's top priority. With no room for failure. Instructor Yao, what do you think of his strength? Thunderous? Meridians? To be able to easily cripple Zhao Taizhu, and even crush his fist, Lian Xingyu was sure that Yi Yun was above the third realm of mortal blood and his strength was above 1,000 pounds. Lian Xingyu was not sure, however, if Yi Yun had opened his Rendu Air Mai. Yao Yuan said, "We have all underestimated Yi Yun. I'm not sure of his strength, but one thing I know is that his intelligence and thinking far exceeds that of a 12-year-old child. Whoever goes against him, if they treat him as a child, they will only lose badly." Yao Yuan's words subtly referred to Lian Xingyu. Lian Xingyu had difficulty dealing with this, for he had never imagined that the day would come when he would be compared to a child. But he had to admit that in the past few clashes with Yi Yun, he had been played by him. This kid has been playing the sucker. He knew all along that I had intentions of killing him, but he pretended to not know, making me careless. At such a young age, how could he be so scheming? Lian Xingyu was in disbelief. Yi Yun was a problem. Instructor Yao, my body is not in the condition to do anything today. Could Instructor Yao catch this little bastard for me? Yao Yuan turned silent upon Lian Xingyu's request. Yao Yuan had also guessed that Yi Yun must have met with some fortuitous event, such as eating some treasure while picking herbs, allowing him to have a rapid increase in strength. This was the only explanation, and with this, it was reasonable that he had survived the fall into the East River. As for this treasure, it had to be able to neutralize the frost python's toxins, so it could be said that the treasure was more valuable than the frost python desolate bones. But what could they do? The treasure had already been eaten by Yi Yun. To extract it out would be difficult. Even if it were to be extracted, Yao Yuan did not have any coveted thoughts about it, since he had been wounded by an enemy, cutting off his meridians, preventing him from proceeding further along the martial path. Yao Yuan's status was simply a long-term guest in the Lian tribal clan, and not Lian Xingyu's henchman. Yao Yuan said, "Xingyu, years ago, I owed your dead grandfather a favor, promising him that I would protect the Lian tribal clan, and teach you martial arts, but I never said I would help you kill, nor did I say I would aid you in your evil ways. I knew about your refining of the desolate bones, but I didn't butt in, because I know this world is one where the strong preys on the weak. Sacrificing the weak to gain achievements is still understandable. But to want me to attack a child who has a talent for martial arts, because you are jealous? I cannot agree because of this reason. Although you will not listen, but I will give you a word of advice either way. You have to be broad-minded. If you want your life to be good, you will need to have some tolerance. If you are too ruthless and extremely self-centered, and intolerant with others, sooner or later, it will destroy you." Yao Yuan's words made Lian Xingyu frown. Since ancient times, good advice is a shock to the ear. As for Yao Yuan's words, Lian Xingyu had already found them shocking to his ears. "Instructor Yao, what is the meaning of this? All these years, I have honored you as a teacher, but today, you are helping an outsider?" Lian Xingyu's words were filled with anger. Yao Yuan shook his head. "All these years, I've seen you grow up. I know all about your thoughts, I just do not want to see you committing mistakes one after another. Besides, although it is hard for anyone below the purple blood realm to match my strength, I have no confidence in capturing Yi Yun." Yao Yuan's words surprised Lian Xingyu. How is that possible? Was Instructor Yao admitting that this kid had the ability to match Instructor Yao? If so, wouldn't he at least be in the Qi Gatherer realm, similar to me? It's impossible. Lian Xingyu found it preposterous. No matter what lucky event Yi Yun had encountered, he could not have such a high cultivation speed. "I also think it's impossible," Yao Yuan sighed. "But did you not consider that with this child's intelligence, and his level of cultivation, he wouldn't know the differences in the realms below purple blood? Your cultivation level and mine aren't a secret, yet he still dared to appear here. This proves that he has the confidence to confront you, and the ability to escape without any injuries. Yao Yuan's words provoked Lien Xingyu, and he rebuked, if Instructor Yao were to give it a shot, he would not be able to escape without any injuries. Yao Yuan said, I have similar thoughts. I too feel that he should have died after being poisoned by the Desolate Bones' frost toxin and falling down into the East River, yet he still came back to life. Yao Yuan's words made Lien Xingyu speechless. Indeed, he had believed that Yi Yun should have died, but today, he was standing in front of him. He even named Zhao Taizhu. This was no doubt a public slap to his face. Yao Yuan said, his strength might be in the Thunderous or Meridian's realm, but he might also have some method to preserve his life, like a treasure that will protect him. A 12-year-old child with such mental capabilities and strength, if you were to make him your enemy, unless you killed him, he will no doubt seek revenge on you in the future. Originally, Yao Yuan had wished to prevent Lien Xingyu from sinking any deeper. But now if he failed to kill Yi Yun, he would have to take on the risk of a revengeful Yi Yun. This gave Yao Yuan less reason to attack Yi Yun. I got it. Lien Xingyu took a deep breath. His expression was horribly gloomy. Because of Yao Yuan's refusal, he now held a grudge. With Yao Yuan not making any moves, and him unable to make any moves, the only person who could rival Yi Yun was his grandfather, the Lien tribal clan patriarch. To have the patriarch attack a kid under the watchful eyes of this many people was inappropriate. The fact was that Lien Xingyu could not guarantee that his grandfather would be able to handle Yi Yun. This was because the patriarch was old and feeble. In the mortal blood realm, people used their muscles and body to fight, so age would severely affect their battle strength. The older they got, the worse it became. Although the patriarch was in the 5th stage of mortal blood, the Chi Gatherer realm, his frail body would make it difficult to even fight a 4th stage mortal blood warrior. Besides, Yao Yuan had said that Yi Yun might have some hidden card. After considering all the possible outcomes, Lien Xingyu realized he was in an extremely awkward situation. He had been smacked in the face by Yi Yun publicly, yet he could do nothing to him. At least, not before he recovered his strength. Damn, if I were not injured, I would rip that little bastard's skin off. Lien Xingyu was pissed. He had never thought that the day would come when he could not do anything to a person he treated as an ant days before. Yao Yuan stayed silent, while everyone present was looking at Lien Xingyu. Lien Xingyu needed a way to get out of the predicament. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 78, Pedestal. Chapter 78, Pedestal. Lien Xingyu looked at Yi Yun with a scathing look. I just need a few days to recover, and when that happens, I'll make sure I'll get revenge for what happened today. I want to let you know what it means to lead a living death. If he had been overwhelmed by an expert, it would be no matter. But now, a person who seemed weaker than him was provoking him and undermining his authority, yet because of his injuries, he could not do anything about it. How could he not be angry? Yi Yun, Lien Xingyu said with reluctance. However, Lien Xingyu knew that he could not do anything. If he fought with Yi Yun, even if he won, it would affect his chances at the kingdom's selection that was days away, and that was not a price he was willing to pay. My Lien tribal clan has suffered for hundreds of years in the Cloud Wilderness. Our ancestors ate grassroots and tree barks as they slowly developed our clan into what we are today. Finally, in my generation, I have practiced martial arts for a decade and never slacked off in my cultivation, even during the famine years. The only reason was to bring the Lien tribal clan out of the wilderness and into the city, letting the tribe prosper. But now, just as I have invested all of my assets into saving the tribe, you come out here to spread rumors, to bewitch the people and falsely accuse me. Do you want the people of the Lien tribal clan to live forever in misery? Lien Xingyu's words were spat right back at Yi Yun, creating a public debate. Lien Xingyu and Yi Yun stuck to their own arguments. Yi Yun said that Lien Xingyu had refined desolate bones that contained toxins, causing the deaths of the people, while Lien Xingyu said Yi Yun was framing him. Both sides were diametrically opposed to each other. However, in this debate, the people undoubtedly believed in Lien Xingyu. After all, Lien Xingyu had extremely high standing in the Lien tribal clan, while Yi Yun was just a child. Hearing the speech, Yi Yun could guess the sentiments of the tribe members, and could not help recall a fable from Earth. During the primitive periods, a group of cavemen worshipped a shadow. The shadow could grow bigger and smaller. It looked like a god, so the cavemen would worship the shadow every day. However, a clever caveman did not believe in God. With great effort, he managed to climb to the top of the cave one day. He then realized that the god the people worshipped was just the shadow of a rock being cast by the sunlight. The clever caveman told his tribe the truth: he did not want them to worship the shadow, because it was just the shadow of a rock and not a god. In the end, no one believed the clever caveman, but they became scared. The clever caveman was eventually burned at the stake because of his blasphemy against the god. After that, the caveman carried on worshipping the rock's shadow. Ian felt that his current situation was exactly that of the fable. He was the clever caveman, while Lian Xingyu was the shadow. The current Lian Xingyu, who was trying to save the tribe, had cut all the roads of retreat and had managed to successfully break through into the Purple Blood Realm, was a god in the Lian tribal clan. Everyone, be it the Lian tribal clan upper echelon, the members of the warrior preparation camp or the commoners, had all placed their hopes on Lian Xingyu, hoping he will bring change into the tribe, leading them out of poverty and hunger. People who lived in hardship would tend to be religious. They needed an emotional support, allowing them to escape from reality and believe in a brighter future. Only then would they have the courage to keep living. As for Lian Xingyu, he had undoubtedly taken that spot. He was the tribe's leader, and an idol for many youths in the tribe. He was the perfect dream lover in all the girls' hearts. As long as Lian Xingyu passed the kingdom's selection, he would be the savior of the Lian tribal clan. As for Yun, he was just a 12-year-old child. He didn't have much prestige or authority, so it was difficult for him to topple Lian Xingyu. Besides, Yun had no evidence. Even if he did, it was likely that no one would believe in him because if Lian Xingyu was toppled, it was tantamount to shattering the poor people's spiritual hope, telling them that they would forever live in darkness. Who would allow that? If Yun hadn't maimed Zhao Taizhu and used his strength to stand his ground, he would have been burnt at the stake by the angry crowd like the clever caveman. Seeing that the people were clearly on his side, Lian Xingyu was pleased. The only thing that annoyed him was that, even with the support of the people, he still could do nothing to Yun. Yun, I acknowledge you as a genius, and you have acceptable talent for martial arts. It was probably some fortuitous event that allowed you to get to this stage. Lian Xingyu emphasized the word fortuitous, because he was extremely jealous of Yun. What gave Yun the right to have a fortuitous event, but not him? Although he was jealous, Lian Xingyu had to act as though having a fortuitous event to obtain increased strength was not showing one's true strength. It meant that only by taking a shortcut could you reach this stage, but I had worked hard using my own strength to obtain it. Lian Xingyu's meaning was quickly understood by his henchmen. They said, no wonder. This kid could beat Zhao Taizhu, it's because he took a shortcut. He may have eaten some treasure, but I heard that with these treasures, although it can quickly increase your strength, your fundamentals will be shaky, and you will eventually meet a bottleneck. It's like pulling up a seedling in the mistaken hope of helping it grow. The henchmen gave a look of understanding. Of course their boss was the strongest, and as for Yun's strength, it was just short-lived. Besides, Yun wasn't that strong, he had only defeated Zhao Taizhu, and that didn't count for anything. The crowd was swayed as they felt the reasoning of these henchmen reasonable. This was the only way they could understand how Yun's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Lian Xingyu carried on. To be able to reach this stage, it was not easy indeed. I'll pardon you, so you should join hands with me, to work hard together to make the Lian tribal clan prosper. Lian Xingyu said it with dignity. Lian Xingyu's henchmen and the idolizing fans in the crowd began to cheer. Young Master Lian understands the principles of right and wrong and the tribe is really fortunate to have him. Some people clapped and shouted with joy. Young Master Lian is so magnanimous. Yun discredited Young Master Lian, but yet Young Master Lian didn't blame him. He even wanted to put Yun in an important position. If Yun knew any better, he should assist Young Master Lian. The talk on the ground was easily swayed. What's more, the words of the henchmen were totally reasonable. After all, Lian Xingyu had broken into the Purple Blood Realm, so passing the kingdom's selection was a sure thing. As for Yun, although his talent seemed good, he had not practiced martial arts for long and obtained such strength from a fortuitous event. He was roughly at the third state of mortal blood, so it was unlikely he would pass even if he participated in the kingdom's selection. In the future when Yun grew up, if he was willing to help Lian Xingyu, he would be a great help to Lian Xingyu, allowing the Lian tribal clan to take off. These were the thoughts of the majority. However, Lian Xingyu and Yun had no such thoughts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 79, Arrival of the Selection's Ambassador. Chapter 79, Arrival of the Selection's Ambassador. Yun ignored the comments of tribe members and Lian Xingyu's henchmen. He was surprised that Lian Xingyu didn't make a move against him to write the malicious slander against himself. What could be the reason? Yun noticed that Lian Xingyu was pale. Could he have experienced a Kundalini crisis, which had hurt him? But even if Lian Xingyu did not make a move, there was still Ya Yuan. Yun did not know the reason why Lian Xingyu hadn't made a move, and he ignored the doubts of the people. In fact, it suited Yun that Lian Xingyu didn't make a move today. His strength had grown exponentially in a short time, so in time, he would exceed Lian Xingyu. When the time to exchange blows came, there was no reason to fear Lian Xingyu. Yi Yun would, without any doubts, win. Even if Yao Yuan intervened, Yi Yun would have nothing to fear. Yi Yun's appearance today was simply to obtain a qualifying spot at the kingdom's selection. It was sufficient enough to reach this goal. Young Master Lian, you said to join you to make the Lian tribal clan prosperous. If so, do you plan for me to participate in the kingdom's selection? Yi Yun asked with a faint smile. Lian Xingyu frowned. He knew he had no reason, nor did it make sense to publicly reject him. The Jin Longwei would be here the next day, and Yi Yun had proven his strength in front of the tribe. The Jin Longwei's purpose of holding the kingdom's selection was to select the strong. Whoever was strong or had potential would be recruited. They would definitely accept Yi Yun's participation, as all he had to do was display his strength in front of the Jin Longwei's ambassadors. Lian Xingyu had no power to decide who was going to participate in the kingdom's selection, because it wasn't organized by the Lian tribal clan. Of course. But Yi Yun, your cultivation period has been short. I'm only letting you participate in the kingdom's selection so you can broaden your horizons. With that experience, it will help you in your future growth. You might not know how difficult the kingdom's selection is. In a region that spreads out 1,000 miles, of all the tribes within this region, only 20 will be chosen. Among the 20, about 3/4 of them will come from the Tao tribal clan, which is the biggest in these lands. The Tao tribal clan had the people and the resources. Lian Xingyu's frost python desolate bones were obtained from the Tao tribal clan. Besides resources, the scholarship of the Tao tribal clan was outstanding. The elites of the younger generation from the Tao tribal clan were under the tutelage of purple blood warriors in the middle, late or even peak stages. They even had a heritage of cultivation techniques. How could a small tribe compete with the Tao tribal clan? Hence, with a quota of only 20 people, the spots left for the small tribes were just 3 or 4. To choose 3 or 4 from dozens of small tribes was a pathetic ratio. Lian Xingyu carried on, the Tao tribal clan is a behemoth, their population is hundreds of times bigger than our Lian tribal clan. Some of the young elites of the Tao tribal clan have even reached the purple blood realm. Especially the 3 young masters of the Tao tribe, they are even more famous. To compete with them, as a person born from a small tribe, is impossible. As for the kingdom's selection, if you are not at the 5th stage of Mortal Blood's Qi Gatherer realm, you can forget about it. Even Lian Xingyu, who had failed to break through to the purple blood realm, was facing a lot of pressure. Mortal blood was impossible to compete against purple blood. They could only compete with the people who were in the mortal blood realm. And just reaching the 5th stage of mortal blood was a mediocre entry ticket. When I pass the selection, I'll assist you. If you can achieve a lot, it will be a good thing for the tribe. Lian Xingyu said this extremely reluctantly. He naturally did not want Yi Yun to participate in the kingdom's selection, because it meant that during the selection, there was no way he could attack Yi Yun. Also, Yi Yun's growth was too quick. Even if Yi Yun had obtained his strength from some lucky object, his growth was so quick that it even worried Lian Xingyu. Lian Xingyu did not like things to be beyond his sphere of control. Lian Xingyu wanted to remove Yi Yun as soon as possible, especially when Yi Yun was in an unprepared state. Lian Xingyu was still worried about the item that was protecting Yi Yun's life. Killing Yi Yun meant that the treasure would belong to him. Then, I'll thank young Master Lian for his guidance. Yi Yun emphasized on the word guidance with a thick hint of sarcasm. But, young Master Lian, you don't look well. Are you not feeling well? Saying that, Yi Yun took a few steps forward. Lian Xingyu was alarmed. Yi Yun had suspected that he was injured. Instructor Yao! Lian Xingyu shouted angrily. Yao Yuan sighed and transmitted words into Yi Yun's ears silently. Little brother, today I will not go against you. That's because I respect you as a young warrior. Do you need to be so difficult? Yao Yuan's words made Yi Yun stop. He didn't know how to transmit words silently, so he could only look at Yao Yuan and cup his fists. That was the reason why Yao Yuan didn't make any moves. Although Yao Yuan was one of the ruling class in the Lian tribal clan, he had a strong sense of chivalry, and didn't play a part in Lian Xingyu's vile actions. Instructor Yao is right, Little Me gives his thanks. Little Me extremely admires Instructor Yao as a person. Little Me will go ahead first. See you tomorrow at noon. Yi Yun's words were polite to Yao Yuan. In fact, Yao Yuan was Yi Yun's first master. He had taught him the most basic cultivation technique, Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, although Yi Yun had learned it secretly. Yi Yun squeezed through the crowd and headed towards the Lian clan herb mountain after saying those words. He was worried about Jiang Xiaoro's safety, so he didn't expose the treehouse's location. He planned to jump down from the chasm of the herb mountain into the East River and going with the flow down to the waterfalls. As such, no one would be able to guess where he stayed. The next morning, Ian opened his eyes as he finished meditating. The day had finally arrived. Today, the Jin Longwei ambassador would come to the Lian tribal clan to bring them to the kingdom's selection. Yuner, just do your best, but don't insist on it. You are still young and have plenty of time ahead of you. Our days will become better and better, so don't do things out of spite. As for acting on impulse, I got it, sis Xiaro. Knowing it was the day of Yun's departure, Jiang Xiaro had been advising Yun. Hearing these heartwarming words, he said, Sis Xiaro, you have to be by yourself in these few days. I have prepared all the food for you. Don't wander around. Yun had guessed that he could not bring Jiang Xiaro into this foray to the Tao tribal clan for the kingdom's selection. He was just an unimportant candidate, and had to sit on one of the mounts the Jin Longwei had. It was impossible for him to bring someone along. Thankfully, the Lian tribal clan's back mountain was extremely broad. To hide Jiang Xiaro was easy. Also, Lian Qingyu would be leaving the Lian tribal clan to participate in the kingdom's selection, so it eased Yun's mind. As long as Jiang Xiaro hid herself, the back mountain was very safe as there were no beasts there. Finally, as a last measure of protection, Yun gave the protective charm old man Su had given him to Jiang Xiaro. That yellow tattered pulp, that was comparable to toilet paper, had been kept by Yun all this while. The only hope he had was that old man Su was not pulling a prank on him. To pull a prank using a defensive item, that old fool would be extremely wicked. Yun laughed. He was like an agile antelope, and moved towards the Lian tribal clan with great speed. When Yun came to the Lian tribal clan, the entire top brass of the Lian tribal clan had come out to receive the Jin Longwei ambassadors. The Jin Longwei ambassador came punctually at noon. He was a large man with ashen black skin. Riding on a standard-issue Jin Longwei mount, he arrived at the Lian tribal clan with a commanding aura. Who will be participating in the kingdom's selection? This ambassador's words were short and sweet, with bold undertones. The 10 people including Yun and Lian Qingyu stepped forward. Get on. The ambassador waved his hands and cut to the chase. As such, the 10 candidates mounted the ambassador's mount. Although the mount was tall, with 10 people on it, it became extremely crowded. The Jin Longwei ambassador sat on the spacious back of the beast, while the rest sat on the sides, practically shoulder to shoulder. Of course, Lian Qingyu was given more room by the other 8 members of the warrior preparation camp. As henchmen, they needed to ensure their master was comfortable. That was the duty of a henchman. With limited space, and Lian Qingyu enjoying a large amount of room, Yun naturally did not have much room. He was squeezed in the middle of 2 men, but Yun was not bothered by it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 80, Departure. Chapter 80, Departure. Ever since dawn, the people of Lian tribal clan had already came out of their houses, and stood by the village entrance, waiting to send off Lian Qingyu and company. Lian Qingyu's departure symbolized the harvest of a seed they had painstakingly cultivated, hence, there were extremely high expectations by the tribe. Young master is sure to win. Triumphant return. Young master is sure to win. Triumphant return. The members of the warrior preparation camp began to shout their slogans once more. Hearing the chants, Yun felt ashamed. He was speechless at the retardedness of the warrior preparation camp's members. The people also began to shout a few words. Young Master Lian, the entire tribe are depending on you. There were old men kowtowing on the ground. Also, the only witch in the village was dancing in her epileptic manner again. My people, don't worry. I will not let you down. Lian Qingyu stood up from his spacious spot and clasped his hands, first to the left, then to the right, in an amiable manner. It had to be said that Lian Qingyu was charming. Together with his long white robe, he looked extremely elegant. He had the bearing of a large tribe's young master. Combined with his self-confidence and friendliness, it was extremely charming to young girls. Many young girls in the tribe were awestruck by Lian Qingyu. Blushing, they shouted, Young Master Lian, we will wait for your return. Don't worry, when I can enter the city to build my own ground, and establish my family clan, you can all accompany me, and become the first batch of citizens of my Lian family clan. Lian Qingyu's confidence words made the villagers flush from excitement, as if they had just drank a bottle of wine. As for those girls, they were red from dreaming of being a personal maidservant of Lian Qingyu, or even a servant in the bed. To be able to follow young Master Lian was a great joy. Many young girls had such thoughts as they were smitten. Yun was apathetically watching by the side, for he knew he would not receive any sending-offs. Suddenly, he heard a timid voice, Brother Yun, you must work hard, Xiaoka will wait for your return. Hearing this voice, Yun was stunned. He looked over and saw a little girl dressed in old clothes looking at him nervously. Those watery pair of eyes exuded a million words of meaning. She was Aunt Wang's Zhou Xiaoke. Among all the young girls sending off Lian Qingyu, to shout Yi Yun's name by herself took a lot of courage. Xiaoke. Yi Yun beckoned Xiaoke over. Seeing how this little girl's face glowed, he found her adorable. Don't worry, I'll return safely. Okay. Zhou Xiaoke nodded her head with force. Kiddo Yun, it's alright if you don't pass the selection. Don't be discouraged, for you are still young. You are just 12. Aunt Wang was shouting by the side too. As she shouted, she took out a vegetable dumpling from a basket. Kiddo Yun, I made this vegetable dumpling. Have it along the road. Seeing the vegetable dumpling that was made with little grain, Yi Yun was touched. He came down from his seat and accepted the vegetable dumpling. In return, he stuffed a cloth bag into Aunt Wang's hands. Auntie, open it up only when you are back home. Saying that, Yi Yun did not wait for Aunt Wang's response before jumping back onto the behemoth's back. And at this time, the Jin Longwei ambassador began to lead the beast forward. Seeing Yi Yun's figure grow smaller into the distance, Zhou Xiaoke continued to wave. A few women surnamed Lian looked disdainfully at Aunt Wang's family, saying, You sure have a good relationship with that kid. It's none of your business. Puckered Zhou Xiaoke's small mouth. The women let out an unbridled laughter. This little lass sure got smitten. That kid Yi Yun thinks he's one of the main participants. To think he followed young Master Lian to participate in the kingdom's selection. Did he even consider his own strength? Young Master Lian is just too nice a person. So what if he takes the kid with him? Young Master Lian is just taking him to experience life, and use him for his own purposes. In the future, he will just be another henchman. Do you really think the kid will pass the selection? These Lian women completed each other's sentences with ease and delight. They were surnamed Lian, and was the part of the same family as Lian Qingyu, and had the same bloodline as the Lian tribal clan. As long as Lian Qingyu struck it big, they would receive great benefits. With the end of their suffering beckoning, how could they not be happy? As the Lian women ridiculed Zhou Xiaoke, Aunt Wang was shocked as she touched the cloth bag Yi Yun had passed to her. After freezing for a moment, she swallowed a mouthful of saliva before carefully putting the cloth bag away, keeping it close to her body. She ignored those mean women and quietly pulled Zhou Xiaoke home. Only after latching the door did Aunt Wang take the cloth bag out. She placed it carefully on the table in the main room. Mom, what did Brother Yi Yun give? Zhou Xiaoke asked curiously. Aunt Wang's hands were trembling. At that moment when she touched the bag, there were many people, hence, she was afraid to open it up. But while holding it, she could feel the texture and smell the smell of something she thought that was impossible to get. She took in a deep breath and unwrapped the cloth bag layer by layer. Moments later, Zhou Xiaoke was stunned. As for Aunt Wang, even after being mentally prepared, her heart still skipped a few beats. What appeared in front of both of them was a roasted chicken. It was crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. It was golden blazed and fragrant. This is, Zhou Xiaoke began to swallow mouthfuls of saliva. Brother Yi Yun gave this? Yes. Kiddo Yun gave us this. Aunt Wang was gawking at the chicken in disbelief. How did Yi Yun manage to get this roasted chicken? Also looking at this roasted chicken, it was cooked with exquisite culinary skills. The smell of the skin was familiar with Aunt Wang. It was honey, she had picked some in the back mountains by chance a long time ago. Honey roasted chicken, how did Kiddo Yun get this? Aunt Wang was in disbelief, but at this moment, Zhou Xiaoke's saliva was dripping down to the table. She eagerly looked at the roasted chicken asking, Mom, can I eat it? Aunt Wang laughed and touched Zhou Xiaoke's head. Kiddo Yun's chicken was given to you for eating. Saying that, Aunt Wang tore a chicken leg and stuffed it into Zhou Xiaoke's tiny hands. Quickly eat it. We can eat the rest when your dad returns. Yes. Zhou Xiaoke hurriedly took a bite. The moment the chicken flesh entered her mouth, Zhou Xiaoke felt she was floating in the sky. The chicken flesh was too delicious. She had never eaten something so delicious in her life before. Brother Yi Yun is so good. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaoke's heart was filled with happiness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 81, Third Young Master. Chapter 81, Third Young Master. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. The behemoth's running speed was fast. In a short while, the Lian village and the people sending them off had disappeared into the distance. Yi Yun could only shake his head with regret. The people of the vast wilderness were easily cheated. They were simple but not kind. On the contrary, they exhibited all the evils and ugliness. Maybe that was human nature. Ian stopped thinking about it as he looked at the scenery hurling past him. Feeling the wind from the behemoths galloping forward, Ian could not help but say, "Vast wilderness, here I come." This was the first time that Ian stepped out of the Lian tribal clan and into the large vast wilderness. He would learn what the real vast wilderness was like outside the Lian tribal clan's protection. The fast behemoth left a huge footprint with each step and could travel a few thousand kilometers each day. They felt violent tremors while sitting on the behemoth's back, so without a certain strength, it was unbearable. A person's bones could break just by sitting on it for a day. Even the warrior preparation camp's members were finding it hard to endure. As for Yi-Yun, he was standing on the behemoth, holding onto the reins, and enjoying the scenery. As the behemoth ran out of the protective area of the Lian tribal clan, Yi-Yun could finally see the real vast wilderness. The cloud wilderness was extremely vast, without any traces of humans. There were forests everywhere and the landscape looked primal. Actually, Yi-Yun did not know if they were called forests. These forests were different from the primal forests on Earth. The primal forests on Earth were hot and humid, and the forest floors were covered with dead leaves and twigs. The forests were dense, and under the trees were shrubs. Such a forest would be extremely difficult for a person to walk through, what more a huge behemoth. But in the vast wilderness, the trees were far apart from each other, allowing the behemoth to run through the woods at full speed. The trees were ridiculously tall, reaching 100 meters, or even hundreds of meters, to the point of exceeding the clouds. And such trees grew on the extremely barren land. Everywhere in the vast wilderness was boulders, hills, and deserts. There were even trees that rooted themselves into black ironstone. A huge boulder growing a divine tree that went up hundreds of meters was a grand sight. But this was not a rare sight because this was found everywhere. There was little soil in the vast wilderness and its surface was littered with rocks. 90% of the trees had no choice but to grow in these rocks. These rocks were rough all around, and there were steep cliffs everywhere, making it hard for even monkeys to climb. The mountain peaks, protruded isolated peaks or the mountain ranges that were thousands of meters high, were considered short. It was common to see 10,000-meter tall mountains which had snow-covered peaks that never melted in thousands of years, making them as strong as steel. In between the mountain peaks, it was full of lofty cliffs that had bottomless canyons. This was the vast wilderness which had fearsome desolate beasts that could swallow a warrior in one gulp. Even without them or fierce beasts, any typical warrior would not be able to cross the vast wilderness because the path was too difficult to take. Climbing cliffs, leaping across chasms and facing the blizzards, avalanches, and the invisible ice caverns on the tall mountains. Even a purple blood warrior would find it difficult to get past these lands. The Jin Longwei's behemoths were huge. They could easily run on such rugged paths as if they were plains. The behemoth followed a chasm path, which was the passage used to travel between the Tao tribal clan and Lian tribal clan. Halfway through the journey, the behemoth passed two large mountains, and Ian finally saw the Tao tribal clan he had heard so much about. The buildings were lined up like fish scales. The streets were filled with people and they were lined with bustling stores. In the middle of the Tao tribal clan, there stood a tall building and a tower. In the Tao tribal clan, those who could stay in the tower were all purple blood warriors, for they were the protectors of the tribe. You will stay here. The Tao tribal clan had prepared accommodations for the participants from the small tribes. Around the Tao tribal clan was dozens of small tribes. 10 people came from each tribe. As for the Tao tribal clan, their young promising candidates numbered more than all the small tribes' participants put together. There were over 1,000 people taking part in the selection. The prepared accommodations for the participants were divided into 3 large areas. It was obvious the construction quality differed greatly among the 3 areas. The first area was made up of individual small buildings. Each small building was exquisitely built. It resembled the villas from Yi-Yun's previous life. The second area was made up of neat rows of large houses. Although less luxurious than the small buildings, they were still made with brick and looked extremely comfortable. Then there was the third area, which was made up of makeshift wooden huts. The wooden huts were shaky and the furnishing was simple. There were only a table and 4 beds in each hut. With 4 to a room, it resembled the college dormitories from Yi-Yun's past life. The first area was prepared for the offspring of the Tao tribal clan, where they could each enjoy a small building. The second area was prepared for leaders of the small tribal clans like Lian Qingyu. Each person stayed in one of those spacious tile-roofed houses. The third area had the most people and was the place where the followers like Yi-Yun and the members of the warrior preparation camp would stay. Each leader of the small tribes would participate in the kingdom's selection, so they would bring their men along since there were 10 spots. To others, these followers were not different from slaves. Although they too were here to participate in the kingdom's selection, the difference between slaves and their master were huge. How could they stay in the same place? In this different world, there was a rigid concept of hierarchy, which was similar to ancient China. When Yi Yun came to his own residence, he saw his 3 other roommates. They were about 14 years old, not much older than him. They too wore linen clothes, but the clothes looked new. They must have prepared new clothes for the kingdom's selection. In the vast wilderness, there were plenty of suffering people. Time to go out and see how the geniuses of the vast wilderness are like. With this thought, Yi Yun left the wooden hut. The Tao tribal clan was large. This area was originally used to gather the tribe. For the Tao Divine Kingdom's selection, it was not a simple arena match, for the examiners would set up all sorts of hurdles to test the participants on various aspects. As for the specific topic, it was still unknown. In front of the residential area, Yi Yun saw a familiar face, Lian Qingyu. But Lian Qingyu was together with several young elites. They surrounded a youth who had red lips and gleaming teeth. He was dressed in white and was about 14 years old. He was fair-skinned and looked just like a girl. He was extraordinarily handsome. Lian Qingyu, who was always arrogant, displayed a humble smile on his face. He stood together with the young masters of the other tribes, discussing the kingdom's selection. Lian Qingyu, the people you mentioned are not even worth mentioning. The 14-year-old child was extremely overbearing as he said, "This kingdom's selection has about 1,000 participants, but in reality, about 90% of them are followers or slaves pulled here to fill the spots. Removing these slaves, how many are there left? If you wanted to count properly, there isn't more than 100 people. These 100 people would only seem strong to commoners, but to me, even the specially cultivated air of a small tribe is nothing to me. As for you, you barely make it. This selection is actually pointless." The child who said those words was absolutely overbearing. Yi Yun was shocked upon hearing those words. Who the hell was that person? The person had even said those overbearing words loudly, making it be heard by people all around. A large number of them were also included in his reprobation. These people as described by the child were either slaves or poultry. F***K, who the hell is the kid? A large man could no longer hold it in and was about to rush to the youth in white to beat him up, but he was stopped by the people around him. Do you want to lose your life? He's the Tao tribal clan's 3rd young master, Tao Yunxiao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 82, He Really Came. Chapter 82, He Really Came. What 3rd young master? Asked the man who was at a loss. You don't know? He is the Tao tribal clan's 3rd young master. An elite carefully nurtured by the Tao tribal clan. The 1st young master is 18 years old, and his cultivation level has reached the middle stage of the purple blood realm. The 2nd young master is 16 and has just broken into the purple blood realm. As for the 3rd young master, he's the youngest and just reached 14, but his cultivation level is already at the peak of the Qi Gatherer realm. Most people are saying that he will break through into the purple blood realm before 15 years of age. Breaking into the purple blood realm at 15 years of age? Hearing these words, everyone gasped. The angry man no longer dared to say anything. He was 25, and just at the 3rd stage of mortal blood. How could he go against him? Even Lian Qingyu could hardly keep up his facade after hearing Tao Yunxiao's arrogant words. His talent, which he was proud of, had been criticized with a barely make it. F***ck, if not for the Desolate Bones refinement failure, I'd be in the early stages of purple blood. From the mortal blood to the purple blood, the former was considered mortal, while the latter was considered to have exceeded mortality. It was 2 different concepts. If everything had went well, he would be in the early stages of the purple blood realm at 17. To be able to receive such results from a poor tribe would be something to be proud of. This kingdom's selection would no longer be a question. Would he need to listen to this kid's bragging? Tao Yunxiao patted Lian Qingyu on the shoulders saying, I think you are smart. Follow me in the future. You must break into the purple blood realm early. To not have done so by 17, it's a bit slow. Tao Yunxiao touched a tender spot. Although Lian Qingyu was extremely aggrieved, he could do nothing but say, thank you for your appreciation. I will definitely work harder and break through into the purple realm soon. Lian Qingyu still did not know the reason why he had failed to break through. The frost python Desolate Bones that was given to him by the Tao tribal clan did not have problems. The strong frost toxins and the able-bodied men who fell sick after refining the bones made it clear. So what could be the problem? Lian Qingyu could never understand it, for he had never eaten a Desolate Bone essence before, nor did he know what would happen after eating a real Desolate Bone essence. He lacked experience, so it was not easy to tell what had went wrong. This kid, it happened that Tao Yunxiao noticed Yi Yun. As the children in the vast wilderness suffered from malnutrition, their body development was slower. Because of this, Yi Yun's body was still extremely tiny, and he stood out in the crowd. Tao Yunxiao had originally believed that at the age of 14, he would be the youngest person to participate in this kingdom's selection. Unexpectedly, he saw someone even younger in the square, so he paid special attention to Yi Yun. He can participate in the kingdom's selection at such a young age? Tao Yunxiao frowned. He had wanted the honor of being the youngest participant in the kingdom's selection. But from the looks of it, he had no chance to get that honor. At best, he would get the honor of the youngest chosen member of the Jin Longwei. Young Master Yunxiao, that kid is called Yi Yun. He's from my Lian tribal clan and has some talent for martial arts. He was lucky and had some fortuitous event, giving him some strength. As young Master Yunxiao knows, our Lian tribal clan is lacking in resources and is unable to groom much talent, so I brought him here to experience the world. Lian Qingyu mentioned upon noticing Tao Yunxiao's gaze. I see. After listening to Lian Qingyu's explanation, Tao Yunxiao lost interest for this kid as he was not noteworthy. He wanted to pay attention to the true heroes of this era, and not the self-proclaimed elites of the vast wilderness. For example, Tao Yunxiao turned his head and squinted at a tall tower in the distance. That tower was about 200 feet tall with 12 stories. It was colored in dazzling purple gold. Young Master Yunxiao, what are you looking at? Lian Qingyu traced Tao Yunxiao's gaze and looked towards the tower. That tower looked especially special. What sort of person is on that tower? No ordinary girl. Lian Qingyu did not expect those words from Tao Yunxiao. Tao Yunxiao had enjoyed success from a young age, and grew up in an environment where he was treated as a star. He had never stepped out of the Tao tribal clan, and had never undergone tribulations, but he was regarded as one of the top prodigies of the Tao tribal clan. With such life experience, could he not be arrogant? Besides, he was a 14-year-old child and was at the age where he felt highly self-important and dreamed of being a hero. To say that the girl was no ordinary girl meant that she was extremely dazzling. Is she joining the kingdom's selection too? Lian Qingyu asked. For such an extraordinary girl, he was naturally interested. If he could get to know her and win her favor, she would be able to greatly aid him in his journey. The kingdom's selection? Sneered Tao Yunxiao, I already said she was no ordinary girl. What does it mean to be extraordinary? You have talent that makes people jealous of you, unfathomable strength, and a mysterious background that intimidates anyone. How could such a person participate in the kingdom's selection? Even the 1,000 households of the Jin Longwei has to be extremely polite to her. You think the Jin Longwei dares to take her in even if she wants to join the kingdom's selection? Tao Yunxiao rebutted with a rhetorical question, shocking Lian Qingyu. Was it that exaggerating? To Lian Qingyu, the Jin Longwei was already incredibly powerful. For such a powerful army, its 1,000 households had to be respectful to this girl. Then what sort of identity did she have? Tisk. Tao Yunxiao showed some disdain upon seeing Lian Qingyu's dazed expression. So what if she's of noble birth? It does not mean anything. There were many ancient emperors who were commoners before they eventually thrived. Today's kingdom's selection is just my first step. In the future, when my strength grows, I'll leave the Taiya divine kingdom and become famous all over the world. When that happens, I would be noticed by the power behind that extraordinary girl. Eventually she will be betrothed to me, then wedding her would be no wonder. Tao Yunxiao expressed his monologue with confidence. Lian Qingyu was stunned. He had already believed his ambition was great. By being able to get a named rank in the Jin Longwei, he would be knighted in the kingdom and thrive. But Tao Yunxiao was planning to leave the Taiya divine kingdom. The huge Taiya divine kingdom could not hold him in. Whether it meant to be young and crazy, or that newborn calves were not afraid of tigers, it was the best way to describe the 14-year-old Tao Yunxiao. Yi Yun had took this all in from the side. There was no such thing as the most arrogant, but only someone more arrogant. Tao Yunxiao, does your mother know about your arrogance? As for the extraordinary girl in the tower, the one that the Jin Longwei's 1,000 households had to be respectful to. Yi Yun squinted his eyes and looked towards the purple gold tower. And he did not know that at this moment, someone was looking right back at him from the tower. Lin Xintong was standing by the tower's window, and her eyes could distinguish Yi Yun through the crowds in the busy street. Her eyesight was extremely good, and even at such a distance, she was able to see Yi Yun's face clearly. Master, he really came, Lin Xintong smiled. Old Man Su had said that they would likely not meet Yi Yun again after going their separate ways at the Lian tribal clan's back mountain. But the youth had given Lin Xintong's meridians a magical feeling. Although it was like grasping at shadows, to think that that special feeling could heal her of her meridians was a crazy thought. However, Old Man Su did not want to leave anything to chance, so he had stayed in the Tao tribal clan to wait for the kid to come knocking. A young child who reached the Meridian's realm was definitely a first-rate genius in the vast wilderness. How could such a genius miss the kingdom's selection? Let's see how this kid performs at the selection. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 83, Testing Your Spirit. Chapter 83, Testing Your Spirit. A day later, all the participants from the small tribal clans within 1,000 miles slowly arrived at the Tao tribal clan. After a night's rest, the kingdom's selection was officially started. The selection's venue was a flat wasteland just outside the Tao tribal clan city. This flat wasteland covered a large area. Its surface was littered with black ironstones, as if they were specially paved tiles. More than 1,000 participants, who split up into their own tribal clans, lined up neatly on the wasteland. In the middle were the young elites of the Tao tribal clan. They numbered about 600 people and had more participants than all the small tribes combined. Not only were they large in numbers, the quality of their cultivation was excellent. Even those who were pulled in to fill the numbers were stronger than the Lian clan's warrior preparation camp members. Ian noticed that right in front of those people stood the Tao tribal clan's third young master, Tao Yunxiao. As for the first and second young master, they did not make an appearance. According to the rules of the kingdom's selection, the first assessment was a preliminary round. It would eliminate those who lacked strength. As for those who had already reached the purple blood realm, there was no need for them to participate in the preliminaries, as they could just participate in the final selection rounds. In fact, by reaching the purple blood realm, it was a guaranteed spot in the Jinlong Way. The final selection round was just going through the motions. A purple blood warrior before the age of 28, even if they were in the early stages of the purple blood realm, they already proved their talent, hence, they were well qualified to be a member of the Jinlong Way. In the entire Tao tribal clan, besides the first and second young master, there were 7 other purple blood warriors who were below the age of 28. Hence, 9 spots in the kingdom's selection had already been reserved for these 9 people. Over 1,000 people had to vie for the last 11 spots. A group of cavalry horses galloped forward. Leading them was the Jinlong Way's 1,000 households, Zheng Tan. He was also the examining officer of the selection in the Tao tribal clan. Zheng Tan gently reeled in the reins and dismounted the horse. Now, I'll announce the rules of the first preliminary round. Zheng Tan was direct with his no-nonsense attitude. He did not even introduce himself before jumping straight to the point. The selection's first round is to test your spirit. Spirit? The participants were stunned. They were guessing that the preliminary would be a test of strength or something similar, as it was the simplest and easiest. But to test spirit? What is spirit? How does one test it? Spirit is your morale, and it's also your resoluteness. A person with great spirit would be able to deal with matters decisively. They would be daring, and never retreat in the face of adversity. They would charge forward with determination regardless of any temptations. On the path of learning martial arts, there are several obstacles. There are many mysterious areas that are life-threatening, and without spirit and resoluteness, you would not dare enter into these areas. When facing a strong desolate beast in battle, spirit is required to protect the human cities. It is insufficient to only have power. When facing a primordial desolate beast in battle, if you were to be timid, you would not be able to display a half of your true strength. How would you be able to fight? One step on the path to breaking through the realms is to defeat the demons within oneself. You need to have the momentum and the will to break through everything. On the path to becoming a peerless expert, you will face endless temptations. Many forces will try to draw you to their side by granting you riches, treasure and beauty, hoping to corrupt you, and then eventually, they will exploit you. If you were to indulge in these temptations, without being resolute, that would be the end of your martial arts path. So the future of a warrior is not talent, but spirit. Upon hearing Zhang Tan's monologue, Yun understood it deeply. Having great spirit is a quality that every accomplished person should have. The heroes of ancient China were all focused on one goal, and they surged forward through tribulations. Adversity and temptations had all failed to hinder them. This spirit was known in ancient China as aura. The people who could read a person's aura would see an accomplished person have a purple halo above their head. A person with this halo would be known to have the aura of the son of the heavens. In novels, it is known as having the aura of a conqueror. In summary, to have the aura of the son of the heavens means they have the power to accomplish great deeds. Zhang Tan carried on. To determine your spirit, it will be a holistic test. A simple test will not be able to accurately assess you. Now, all of you circle around me. The closest person has to be at least 50 steps away from me. With that, the crowd began to move. A crowd of 1,000 people without any unified direction, not to mention the vagueness of Zhang Tan's orders, made the scene chaotic. Seeing this situation, several people including Tao Yunxiao and Lian Xingyu began to display their leadership qualities. The people of the Tao tribal clan, hear my command. We shall hold hands and form a circle around 1,000 households Zhang, and then spread out. As the Tao tribal clan had the most number of people, by holding hands and forming a circle, they could avoid the confusion. Several other tribes began to follow suit. Yi Yun, what are you idling there for? Go across, can't you see that there are few people there? Lian Xingyu shouted at Yi Yun. He felt that maintaining order in the chaos was also a way to showcase his spirit. If he did it well, he would gain the attention of the upper echelon of the Jin Longwei. This was an opportunity for him. Yi Yun was, after all, a member of the Lian tribal clan. If Yi Yun did not obey his orders and ran amok, it would make him lose face and make him appear incompetent. Yi Yun looked coldly at Lian Xingyu and said, "Just take care of your lackeys." Yi Yun's words made Lian Xingyu turn cold. "I'll see how long you can stay arrogant. You may have talent in martial arts, but in this test of spirit, how could a follower like you, who is poor and always hungry, have any?" Spirit was the ability to achieve great things. Only a person with leadership qualities could possess it. As for the Lian tribal clan, who was the leader? It was clear. "Let us try it and we'll find out who has more spirit," shrugged Yi Yun. "Also, young Master Lian, how's your injury? It won't affect the test of spirit later, will it?" Yi Yun was great at targeting people's weak spots and ridiculing them about these weak spots. Lian Xingyu's failure to break through to the purple blood realm and his anger at this failure that caused him to cough up blood was his most depressing and disgraceful memory. Lian Xingyu's face fell when Yi Yun mentioned it. "Little bastard, I'll see how long you can be this arrogant. You will eventually fall into my hands and then I'll let you know what it means to lead a living death." After saying it in a hushed tone, Lian Xingyu turned and walked away. Yi Yun chuckled and was not bothered by Lian Xingyu. He moved with the crowd and he would occasionally glance at Zhang Tan. He saw Zhang Tan retrieving a black box, which exceeded 3 meters in length, from his interspatial ring. This black box was made entirely of black iron and its surface was covered in ancient, mysterious-looking inscriptions. When all the people had finally formed a circle around Zhang Tan, he coldly said to the crowd, "The preliminaries are about to begin. I will give you all a word of advice. Do not push it. If you think you are lacking in spirit, stand further away to prevent injury." No one moved after listening to Zhang Tan's words. In fact, a few people, including Tao Yunxiao and Lian Xingyu, moved forward a few steps to demonstrate their spirit. Zhang Tan smiled and opened up the box. From the box, he took out a 3-foot-long black object. It was a curvy spiked spine. The spiked spine was helical and looked like a scimitar. Yi Yun could tell that the black object was the horn of a huge beast. After Zhang Tan took out the horn, it began floating slowly upwards, defying gravity. This was the object to test one's spirit? Everyone was confused and was unsure how the assessment would proceed. Weirdly, they felt a sense of unease while in front of the horn. This feeling of unease sunk into their hearts. I will say it once more. Those people who lack confidence, stand back or this test might kill your confidence. It might even prevent you from practicing martial arts ever again. Zhang Tan said solemnly. A few of the Jin Longwei members by his side retreated and left Zhang Tan alone. With a few light taps, blinking runes appeared around the horn. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 84, Absorbing Energy Again. Chapter 84, Absorbing Energy Again. It seems like the horn was sealed and now the examiner is releasing the seals. Upon seeing the lit runes, Yi Yun understood. Back when he received the Qilin head from Old Man Su had done something similar. After desolate bones were obtained, to prevent the loss of energy, people would seal it up with an arcane technique. They would only unseal it when they were going to refine and use it. That horn must be the horn of a desolate beast, thought Yi Yun. If it was a desolate beast, it had to be an impressive one. Because as the seals were removed, colorful light dots appeared from the horn. These light dots could only be seen through Yi Yun's pairing with the purple crystal. The energy contained within the horn made Lian Xingyu's frost python desolate bones pale in comparison. Such strong energy, I wonder which desolate beast the horn belongs to. Yi Yun was startled and uncertain, and he realized the participants beside him had all began to turn nervous. Some of them were worse and had turned pale. Fear could be seen in their eyes as if they saw something terrifying. The seals were lifted one after another by Zhang Tan's quick fingers. As more and more colorful light dots appeared in Yun's vision, more and more participants began to tremble. Suddenly, Zhang Tan stopped. His gaze swept through the people surrounding him, speaking with a hushed voice. "It begins, the first test, the test of your spirit." With this, Zhang Tan tore off the last seal by waving his hand. The moment the seal was removed, Yun saw a bright light pillar shoot up into the sky like a sword stabbing the clouds. "This is?" Yun's expression changed and took several steps back. As for the participants around Yun, their faces were ashen, full of cold sweat, and their knees went soft, causing them to collapse kneeling on the ground. There were even some who had trouble breathing as their teeth chattered. They could only feel an immense invisible force encasing them, causing them to be frightened out of their wits. Those that could still stand had retreated with their trembling bodies. After retreating about 10 meters, they turned around and ran. Such a strong, desolate beast. Yun was shocked. At this time, he realized that the light pillar had formed a phantom image. This phantom image was not only seen by Yun, but by all the participants. It was huge and had robust limbs. Its body was burning with blue flames like a huge white tiger, but was infinitely more terrifying. Everyone held their breath when the huge phantom beast appeared. The beast was unrestrained but stared at everyone with great killing intent. It was as if it were to charge forward at any time, beginning its wanton killings. Those who couldn't bear it, like the members of the warrior preparation camp, were scared silly. A man that had the strength to lift 500 pounds who previously ridiculed Yun had collapsed onto the ground, his wet pants stained with the stench of urine. Don't eat me." He seemed lost in an illusion as he trembled to crawl out of the area. As Zhang Tan said, this test could destroy a person's wits, preventing them from ever having the confidence to practice martial arts and to amount to anything. But then again, even if they had been scared out of their wits, they would not have gone far due to their lack of talent. Yun stood motionless and felt a chill. He held in his breath as he saw the energy light dots from the phantom image slowly float towards him. Even such a fierce and terrifying bones would have its energy absorbed by the purple crystal after having its seal removed. Noticing that the purple crystal was going to consume all the energy from the horn, Yun's face turned solemn. He immediately began to interface with the purple crystal to slow down the absorption rate. Not long ago, Yun had absorbed dry the energy within the frost python desolate bones, and nearly broke his meridian channels. Hence, having learned his lessons, he felt that to absorb all the energy from this unknown horn that had many times the energy of the frost python desolate bones would likely blow up his body. As Yun was focusing to deal with the surge of energy, a large number of participants around him had been eliminated. As Zhang Tan said, they lacked the spirit, so they were unable to withstand the terrifying aura. Such people would never be able to exhibit their full strength when entering a mysterious land or while battling a desolate beast, and were nothing but a bunch of trash. Of course, out from the trash appeared strong warriors. About 400 people could handle the pressure. And out of those, another 100 could easily cope with it. It was to the point that tens of people including Lian Qingyu and Tao Yunxiao were able to laugh in the face of such adversity. Tao Yunxiao took a glance at the people around him, and only felt disdain. It was so unsightly to see those bunch of good-for-nothings exhibit such ugly expressions in front of the desolate beast's aura. He was not surprised to see Lian Qingyu standing firmly where he was. But... oh. Tao Yunxiao noticed that not far from Lian Qingyu stood Yun. A 12-year-old child was very noticeable in the crowd. Yun was surprisingly still standing there. Besides him being in a daze, there were no signs of discomfort. Tao Yunxiao was surprised. Didn't Lian Qingyu say previously that this kid had just increased his strength by eating some treasure? How could he withstand the fierce pressure of the desolate beast's aura? Interesting. Tao Yunxiao only smiled. He knew that this was just the beginning. Although Yun had attracted his attention, it was just a cursory notice. Tao Yunxiao did not see Yun as a competitor. In fact, Tao Yunxiao did not treat anyone below the purple blood realm as a competitor. He was thinking of how to show off in the kingdom's selection, and how to attract the attention of the upper echelon of the Jin Longwei. Suddenly, he noticed that high in the sky, there was a blur. It was a white boat drifting over. An airship? Tao Yunxiao was slightly stunned. He had previously read about airships in books, but this was the first time he had seen one. An airship was extremely fast. It also contained extremely precious cargo and passengers. To have an airship, it would make it easy to travel in the vast wilderness. But in the entire Tao tribal clan with 100,000 households, they could never afford such an airship. Not just buying it, even if an airship was given to the Tao tribal clan, they could not use it, because the power source of the airships came from desolate bone essences. If they had desolate bone essences, the Tao tribal clan would have given it to their young geniuses to eat. How could they afford to use it to power an airship? To be able to sit in an airship was an extremely expensive affair. As for the person residing in the Tao tribal clan who owned an airship, that person's identity could be easily guessed. It was the mysterious girl in white. Tao Yunxiao did not know her name and had only seen her side view from afar. But this did not prevent Tao Yunxiao from having thoughts of love and conquest about the girl. A strong girl with a mysterious background, who had thousand households Zhang's respect, would of course arouse the interest of the arrogant Tao Yunxiao. If he could conquer this girl, then it would be proof of his strength. And secondly, it would be a perfect way to satisfy his ego. As an extraordinary man who would leave the Taiya divine kingdom, how could he not have a mysterious, extraordinary girl as his partner? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 85, Noteworthy. Chapter 85, Noteworthy. I didn't expect the extraordinary girl to be watching the kingdom's selection preliminaries. Who is she here for? Could it be me? Although he felt it was impossible, but who else in the preliminaries besides him was worth paying attention to? The likes of Lian Xingyu were nothing compared to him. Upon thinking of that, Tao Yunxiao grew excited. Whether if she was here to see him or just to soak in the atmosphere, he wanted to put in greater efforts to shine in the selection, winning the attention of that extraordinary girl. To shine, standing there was insufficient. Noticing that, Zhang Tan understood Tao Yunxiao's intentions. Releasing the seal was just the first step. To pass the preliminaries, they had to march forward despite the horn's tremendous pressure. Zhang Tan shouted, "A bunch of wimps. It's only the horn of a dead desolate beast, and yet you are unable to handle it. Besides wasting the food and creating waste, what are you doing living in this world? If you can't handle it, get lost, for you are not suitable for practicing martial arts. I shall now announce the goal of the preliminaries. Using your own strength, you must walk towards the horn, and when you reach a distance of 20 steps from this horn, you must be able to stay there for the time it takes for 10 breaths. For every 10 steps you move forward, the pressure will double. Whether you are a mule or a horse, that will be decided. It begins now." Zhang Tan's words echoed in a 10-mile range. Zhang Tan was only a few feet away from the horn, and under the pressure, he was still able to convey his words loudly. Just based on this, it was extremely admirable. I wonder what state Zhang Tan is in. Maybe he has exceeded purple blood, thought Lian Xingyu. He then began to open up his strides and walk towards the horn. As he was walking forward, Lian Xingyu glanced at Yi Yun. Lian Xingyu was still surprised that Yi Yun was able to stand there. It was surprising that a poor little bastard could withstand the pressurizing aura of the horn. This troublesome kid has that much spirit? Lian Xingyu was not pleased. Besides having good talent in martial arts, he was lucky. This luck allowed him to meet some fortuitous event, improving his strength rapidly. Now the kid even had spirit. Could he be destined to achieve great things? Lian Xingyu was unwilling to accept that. He felt that he himself was the true son of the heavens in the Lian tribal clan. How could that troublesome slave Yi Yun have luck that could compare with his luck that had been accumulated from many generations in the Lian tribal clan? With those thoughts, Lian Xingyu carried on walking towards the horn. He wanted to prove that, not only could he be within 20 steps, but he could be within 15, 10 steps or even be able to touch the horn. Lian Xingyu began to speed up his pace as he forced his way forward in a bid to prove himself. But after taking about 10 steps, Lian Xingyu felt that the pressure emitted by the horn increased by a lot. That desolate beast phantom image in the air gave out a terrifying force that felt extremely realistic. Both its eyes seemed to be able to see through people's minds. Its tusks seemed to have torn apart countless warriors. This desolate beast phantom made Lian Xingyu unable to face it. It's fake. It's just an illusion. Although Lian Xingyu told that to himself, but no matter how he tried to convince himself, a chill still came to him. This was similar to a person who was afraid of ghosts and going to the bathroom late at night. Although he will keep telling himself that there's no such things as ghost, he would still feel a chill. If a black cat were to suddenly leap out, or a sudden cold gust of wind blew, it would scare him out of his wits. Lian Xingyu had taken 15 steps forward, but Tao Yunxiao's progress was much faster, having entered the 30-step range. Upon entering the 30-step range, Tao Yunxiao felt the pressure for the first time. What sort of desolate beast horn is it? It's so powerful. Tao Yunxiao frowned. He surveyed his surroundings and found himself to be the first. This pleased Tao Yunxiao, for if he were the first to enter the 20-step radius, he would be the person with the greatest spirit in the preliminaries. But this was understandable. Spirit was a person's boldness, resoluteness, self-confidence, and it also included strength. A person's spirit might be strong, but they could be weak. But a strong person would naturally have great spirit. Tao Yunxiao raised his head to the airship and a smile appeared on his lips. Beauty, are you looking at me from up there? First place is mine. Although it is as easy as picking one's own pocket and nothing worth mentioning, this is just the beginning. As time goes on, my light will shine brighter. Tao Yunxiao began moving forward without fear and with a most gallant posture. Up in the sky in the airship, a girl in white was holding a teapot. The way she poured and drank the tea did not emulate the etiquettes of the nobles, but it still looked extremely elegant. Her every move seemed to be of the greatest elegance. The girl in white looked out of the window from her side, but did not notice Tao Yunxiao's gallant posture. She was here today only to see Yi Yun. Facing the pretty girl was the exact opposite, a wretched fat elder busily filling his mouth with salt-baked chicken. This salt-baked chicken was of course made by Yi Yun. As the fat old man ate, he also drank wine. He did not use a wine cup, but just drank directly from a wine flask, flooding his greasy mouth with alcohol. So how is it, has the kid passed yet? The old man was vague. In this opinion, the kingdom's selection was nothing of great importance. If not for Lin Xintong's meridians having a tiny reaction, he would not have bothered coming here. Not yet, he has been staying still. Lin Xintong frowned slightly. What was he doing? Why was he idly standing there? Lin Xintong did not believe this test was able to trouble Yi Yun. Although she was not optimistic about Yi Yun's martial arts talent, no, to be accurate, Yi Yun had no martial arts talent. But with Yi Yun's tempered body and dragon pulse, to be able to go within 20 steps of the beast horns would not be a difficult matter, unless he did not have a shred of spirit. Although she met Yi Yun by chance, Lin Xintong did not know why she could not bear to see Yi Yun performing poorly at the kingdom's selection. It might be because having her meridians activated, Lin Xintong subconsciously hoped that Yi Yun was no ordinary person. To her, it was hope, even if there was the slimmest of chances that he could help her join up her terminated meridian channels. Ha ha ha, is this kid a coward? Old man Su wiped the oil from his mouth and stuck his neck out. All he saw was Yi Yun foolishly standing there. Oh, this kid is dully watching a show. Actually, even if Yi Yun was timid, old man Su would not have been surprised since Yi Yun was just a child. He had never seen such a large desolate beast phantom image. For an ordinary child not to wet their pants from fear was pretty good. But to old man Su, he felt that Yi Yun was no ordinary child. This will get interesting. The thing Zhang Tan took out is a horn from an ancient desolate beast, fierce divine tiger Marquis Wenyun killed in the cloud wilderness. It was about 3 meters in length originally, but a desolate heaven master had carved it, reducing its size to what it's like now. Marquis Wenyun then used this as the Jin Longwei 6th Division's commander's seal. The Jin Longwei's commander seals are usually in the hands of the generals, to control the troops. Seems like ever since the Purple Cloud's birth in the cloud wilderness, the 6th Division's reckless General Yan Menglong joined in the fun. So this commander's seal was used as a prop by the reckless general for this kingdom's selection. It was apparent that old man Su was on good terms with Marquis Wenyun, so he knew well about the matters of the Jin Longwei. I want to see the kid embarrass himself. If he were to perform well and overcame all obstacles, I can't even be bothered. It's fun only if he embarrasses himself though. Old man Su derived pleasure from the misfortune of others, so upon hearing those words, Lin Xintong was speechless. She did not understand how he could be happy if Yi Yun were to really perform badly. Yi Yun was indeed especially unique among the crowd. Those that could withstand the desolate beast's pressure would have long begun walking towards the horn, as for those who couldn't withstand it, either they were paralyzed on the ground or tumbling away. But for Yi Yun, he remained motionless, because he was focusing on absorbing the divine tiger's desolate bones energy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 86, Moving Towards the Horn. Chapter 86, Moving Towards the Horn. At this moment in time, the horn's energy had entered Yi Yun's body, putting tremendous pressure on it. The energy contained within the horns was not ordinary. It contained an aura of unspeakable evil and blood-curdling arrogance. Boom! Yi Yun felt his vision tremor, as if a white tiger-like desolate beast was standing on a mountain roaring, and under its feet were 10,000 beasts succumbing to it. The suppressor of these beasts was no ordinary beast, but an existence that was above the fierce beast grade. Some large beasts were much stronger than Purple Blood Realm human warriors. This white tiger-like desolate beast had a respectable status as a beast king. During its life, it had conquered large territories, winning it infinite glory. Even in its death, its remnant horn still possessed such awe-striking power. It seemed like it was this evilness and blood-curdling arrogance that put immense pressure to the participants, causing their misery. Yi Yun repeatedly took in deep breaths. His face paled, for he realized the energy he had absorbed seemed to have a life of its own. Although it was suppressed by the purple crystal without a fight, the energy upon reaching his body was still extremely proud. It surged within his meridian channels, causing Yi-Yun pain. He had to gather up all his strength to withstand the pain. Even so, he still felt an immense pain. The heat within his body made sweat appear on his forehead, as his body trembled. Yi-Yun felt as if he had dropped into a cauldron of fire. His fists tightened as he clenched his teeth. Blood even seeped out along the edges of his mouth. Whereas at this moment, Tao Yunxiao had finally reached a position within 20 steps from the fierce divine tiger's horn. Members of the Jin Longwei proceeded to draw a circle at this spot. Tao Yunxiao was the first participant to cross into the region. Ha, I'm indeed the first. Tao Yunxiao glanced at Lian Xingyu, who still needed at least 5 steps. But Lian Xingyu's progress was considered good. Many of the other heirs of the smaller tribes could not compare with Lian Xingyu. There were also some elites that had been nurtured by the Tao tribal clan who were still short of a few steps from that circle. As for Yi-Yun, he was no longer noticed by Tao Yunxiao. This was because Tao Yunxiao only looked at the ones closest to him. Compared to these people, there's nothing to be proud of even if I became first. I need to walk another 10 steps, and eventually hold the horn within my hand. With this thought, Tao Yunxiao looked up to the airship. Wait and see how far I can go forward. Past the 20-step radius, it became much harder to move forward as Tao Yunxiao felt immense pressure. At this time, Lian Xingyu had already walked into the circle. I passed. This is my spirit, and the ability to accomplish great things in the future. Very good, even if I wasn't first, nor within the top 3, the people in front of me are all elites of the Tao tribal clan. The only person to have such spirit from a small tribal clan is me. Lian Xingyu was pleased with himself. Coming out from a small area like the Lian tribal clan, he had little resources to enjoy, so his ambition was limited. To obtain such results made him proud of himself. Lian Xingyu took a glance at Yi-Yun. He wanted to see how far Yi-Yun had progressed. With that glance, he was stunned as Yi-Yun was standing motionless on the same spot. Not only that, Yi-Yun's face was red, and he was sweating profusely. A thin blue vein had appeared on his forehead as if there was a blue line buried under his skin. Yi-Yun looked as though he had been chasing wild horses for days. How can he be that weak? Lian Xingyu was stumped. He had originally believed that Yi-Yun's spirit would barely make it. Although Yi-Yun was incomparable to him, Yi-Yun should have been able to enter the 20-step radius, or at least the 30-step radius. But from the present situation, he seemed no different to those losers who had been scared out of their wits. Besides being able to maintain his standing position, he seemed to be at his limits in every aspect. Facing the facts, Lian Xingyu sneered to himself, I thought this kid was so capable that he could be arrogant. It looks like forcibly standing up without kneeling down is his limit. To think I thought he would be a future threat. What a joke. So what if he has good luck, he has a worthless background? That's all he amounts to. That's right, how is it possible to find a son of the heavens in a group of beggars? All the luck accumulated by the Lian tribal clan had been used to support me. There cannot be another person who will threaten my status. With this thought, Lian Xingyu no longer cared about Yi-Yun and proceeded walking towards the horn. The participants with considerable power began crossing the 20-step boundary and started walking past it. All of them wanted to show what their limits were. At the same time, they wanted the upper echelon of the Jin Longwei to notice them, and nurture them for greater achievements in the future. At this moment, Lin Xintong, who was in the airship, could no longer understand Yi-Yun. Could Yi-Yun not withstand such a degree of pressure anymore? Not only could he not withstand it, his whole body was sweating as if he could no longer stand. Master, what's up with him? Lin Xintong asked. Old man Su took a side glance as he was curious what the kid was doing. He can't be that bad? No one knew what Yi-Yun was experiencing with the purple crystal's energy trap. Every pore of his was burning. It was as if knives were moving through his meridian channels. Yi-Yun had never felt such pain from absorbing energy with the purple crystal. This was because the fierce divine tiger's energy was too difficult to overcome. Under the extreme pain, Yi-Yun found it unbearable. But at the same time, he was extremely excited. Due to the violent flow of energy entering his body, he felt his vessels and meridians becoming stronger, his bones and organs were also being tempered by this violent energy, becoming even stronger. His body was transforming. His cultivation was rapidly increasing. Originally, Yi-Yun was just at the beginning stages of the 5th level of the mortal blood realm, but slowly he felt his strength consolidate, and his base grow solid. He had gradually reached the middle stages and even making steps towards the peak of the 5th level of the mortal blood realm. If he reached the peak of the 5th level of the mortal blood realm, Yi Yun's cultivation level would be no different from Lian Qingyu's. Combined with his tempered body, Dragon Pulse, defeating Lian Qingyu would be an easy task. The rapid increase in strength made him excited. It made Yi Yun's determination firmer. Even under the meridian's ripping pain, he carried on enduring. He wanted to break through to the peak of the Qi Gatherer realm in one sitting. But Yi Yun felt there was something lacking to push his body to the limit. To compress all the energy into his body, it seemed like there was a lack in pressure. He wanted to push himself to the limit, only then would he shine. Biting his teeth, Yi Yun began to take steps forward towards the horn. He planned to be close to the horn, using the fierce divine tiger's immense pressure to train his body, and forcing him to break through, all the way to the peak of the Qi Gatherer realm. Master, he's moving. Lin Xintong's eyes lit up, but Old Man Su was still frowning. He may have moved, but such a state didn't seem like he would pass. I don't want you to steal the show, but don't make me ashamed. Oh? That's not right. Old Man Su suddenly realized something and looked towards Yi Yun with a surprised look. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 87, Peak of the Qi Gatherer Realm. Chapter 87, Peak of the Qi Gatherer Realm. Compared to the footsteps of the other participants, Yi Yun's faltering steps looked more difficult. He looked like he was destined to be much slower than the rest. Most of the heirs of the small tribal clans and the elites of the Tao tribal clan had come within 20 steps of the horn. There were some who were struggling, trying their best to pass the 20-step mark. This little slave actually began to move. But in such a miserable state, he can't go far. After one glance, Lian Qingyu did not take any further notice. He raised his head to look at the large desolate beast phantom image in the sky. He bit down his teeth and wiped the sweat from his brow as he carried on moving forward. The closer they were to the fierce divine tiger's horn, the greater the pressure became. For Lian Qingyu, each step became more difficult than the last. He saw that he was about 12 steps away from the horn, and knew that upon reaching the 10-step radius, he would receive an intense increase in terrifying pressure. Without any mental preparation, he would not be able to withstand it and be forced backwards by the energy. Some of the elites of the Tao tribal clan had failed because of this. And among the people, the only person to successfully enter a 10-step radius was Tao Yunxiao. Lian Qingyu had to admit that Tao Yunxiao beat him both in terms of strength and spirit. As a 14-year-old child, Tao Yunxiao was absolutely arrogant, but such arrogance was also a manifestation of spirit. At this time, the slowest Yi Yun had approached the 20-step radius. Master, he's about to pass soon. Lin Xintong said. Old Man Su pinched his beard and said, passing the kingdom's selections preliminaries would be nothing even if you were to pass it, but... Old Man Su focused his mind and looked carefully at Yi Yun. This kid is doing something. Oh? Lin Xintong was stunned. His strength is increasing. Old Man Su said without rhyme or reason. From the moment he began moving towards the horn, his cultivation level had been slowly increasing. Strange. Old Man Su stroked his chin and his incredible eyes could easily see every inch of Yi Yun's body from high in the sky. By observing Yi Yun's body condition, he had realized that Yi Yun's energy within him was undergoing change. If not for the mysterious purple crystal that exceeded Old Man Su's comprehension, he would have been shocked, for uncountable number of light dots were flocking to Yi Yun like birds following a phoenix. 20 steps. Yi Yun finally stepped into the 20-step boundary and passed. Every person who stepped into the 20-step demarcation line would catch the attention of the crowd. Yi Yun was no different. A few members of the warrior preparation camp had already retreated to over 100 steps away to a safe distance. Seeing Yi Yun qualify, they were displeased. This kid could not hold on and each step looked like he would tumble, yet he qualified. Heaven was unfair, this punk's spirit was stronger than all of them. Buzz. Buzz. At this time, Yi Yun's accumulated energy had reached its maximum. The purple crystal in his heart would absorb the energy and compress it with each pulsation. Yi Yun started to spit out blood as his blood vessels began to rise up as if they were about to explode. Just a bit more, just a tiny bit more. Yi Yun gritted his teeth, and as he was just about to take another step, the fierce divine tiger in the sky stared at them all with its large amber eyes. Roar! The long roar of the fierce divine tiger, which comprised of a large amount of energy from the horn, was like a volcano eruption, surging up into the sky. Ah! Lian Qingyu let out a scream. The sudden change in pressure was too much for him. He felt like he had been rammed in the chest by a jackhammer. With a snort, his body flew backwards. Fierce divine tiger got its name because its roar was extremely fearsome, enough to scare the heavens. This was only the phantom image of the fierce divine tiger. If it was a mature living fierce divine tiger, a roar would be enough to kill an army of 1,000 people. Many of the elites of the Tao tribal clan experienced the same thing as Lian Xingyu. With the sudden burst of the imposing aura, they were not prepared and failed to react in time, resulting in them flying backwards. Those who were already at their limits immediately vomited out blood and could no longer move forward. As for Tao Yunxiao, his strength and confidence were showcased. Although he had retreated backwards and his face ashened, he was only down on one knee and did not collapse. Good. Good. Exhilarating. I must conquer you today. After wiping the blood off his lips, his eyes lit up with excitement. No one was competing with him anymore. The person to defeat was himself. Just as Tao Yunxiao wanted to stand up and move, he heard a bone-crunching sound behind him. Ka ka ka. It was the clear cracking sound of eggshells cracking which was alarming. Ha! Tao Yunxiao turned his head suddenly to search for the source of the sound. He saw a youth drenched in sweat, as if the youth that had been fished out of the water, and the youth was crouching on the ground, while his muscles were jumping and shaking. The trembling of his muscles was not due to the fear caused by the pressure, but the joy of the muscles filled with energy. The energy within Yi Yun's meridian channels were circulating rapidly. When the fierce divine tiger roared, the pressure had reached its extreme, sending a violent surge of energy through Yi Yun's body, as if a high-speed crash into a wall. The seal on his body's energy was smashed through in that instant. A whirlpool began to form at Yi Yun's heart and began sucking in innumerable light dots to it like a black hole. Boom! With the explosive burst of energy, the rock by Yi Yun's feet shattered. He opened his eyes and his eyes flashed like lightning. The peak of the Chi Gatherer realm, I have finally broken through to it. As such, I'm just one step away from the Purple Blood realm. What's the matter with this kid? From Tao Yunxiao's insight and observation capabilities, he could not tell what had happened to Yi Yun's body. As for Zhang Tan, who was in the middle of the square, he could feel it. Although he had not reached the point of opening Heaven's eyes, he could tell that Yi Yun had broken through. This kid actually used the pressure from the fierce divine tiger's roar to break through? Zhang Tan was surprised but gave an interested look. Interesting. Interesting. Normal people would find it hard to bear under such tremendous pressure. Each breath felt as long as a day, and could not wait to finish the test early. But this kid actually used this chance to give himself an opportunity. Ah, interesting. Zhang Tan felt that this kid would one day amount to something. Yi Yun clenched his fists and took in deep breaths. He felt every breath was sweet and refreshing. His saliva was like the water from an oasis, nourishing his body with each swallow. Reaching the peak of the Chi Gatherer realm that was just one step shy of the Purple Blood realm, he felt the world appear clearer to him. His perception of the environment had increased further. Not only that, he felt an inexhaustible amount of energy within his body. The rich heaven-earth yuan qi around him was entering all his pores and into his body. A warrior at the peak of the Chi Gatherer realm could easily absorb the energies of the surroundings. Although they had not reached the realm of avoiding grain, they could still survive even with the lack of food. This is the peak of the Chi Gatherer realm, it feels great. Yi Yun clenched his fists and felt an emotion. He turned his head over and he glanced at Lian Xingyu. Yi Yun and Lian Xingyu were separated by a distance of dozens of feet as they looked directly at each other. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 88, Arrogant for Once. Chapter 88, Arrogant for Once. Both of them glanced at each other. Lian Xingyu and Yi Yun had reached the point of irreconciliation. Yi Yun's first enemy in this alternate world was Lian Xingyu. Lian Xingyu, I want to fight you now. Yi Yun said in his heart as he had been holding in for a very long time. He had finally gained the absolute power needed, for even if Lian Xingyu and Yao Yuan had attacked him, Yi Yun had nothing to fear. Under such circumstances, the one thing Yi Yun wished to do was to brutally beat up Lian Xingyu. If possible, he wanted to cripple Lian Xingyu for life. Little bastard, what the hell are you doing? Lian Xingyu did not know what had happened to Yi Yun, all he felt was that the kid was slightly different. However, he could not tell what was different. Humph, what are you looking at me for? Why, don't tell me you want to fight me? You don't even qualify. Lian Xingyu forced his voice into a line, sending it into Yi Yun's ear from dozens of feet away. Yi Yun did not know that little technique. To speak to Lian Xingyu, he had to shout, which would make him seem silly. I need to learn this technique. Based on the wuxia novels he had read in the past, Yi Yun knew that it wasn't hard for an expert who had opened up his Rendu air to learn. But, being unable to speak didn't mean Yi Yun had no means of response. He held out his hand and gestured to Lian Xingyu by lifting his pinky. Even in this alternate world, lifting the pinky represented contempt and provocation. Lian Xingyu's face turned stiff. "You're courting death." Yi Yun only sneered and began to ignore Lian Xingyu. Arrogance? That's right, this was arrogance. Yi Yun was not a low-key person. In the past he stayed under the radar because he lacked the strength and could only endure. Now, he had the strength, and no one in the Lian tribal clan could threaten his strength anymore. At this moment, was there any need to endure anything? "Little slave, how dare you be so disrespectful to your master?" Not far off, Tao Yunxiao had noticed Yi Yun's situation. He recalled that Lian Xingyu had mentioned that Yi Yun belonged to the Lian tribal clan. To Tao Yunxiao, such a tribesman was equivalent to a slave. But a slave dared to raise his pinky at Lian Xingyu. Such arrogance deserved death. Tao Yunxiao belonged to the ruling elite and was of similar stature as Lian Xingyu. So he could not stand the revolt from a slave to his master, because he was a master himself. "Kid, you sure are arrogant." Tao Yunxiao also knew how to force his voice into a line, and had purposely included an aggressive attack within his voice like a needle, pricking Yi Yun's eardrums. Yi Yun took a glance at Tao Yunxiao. For a person that was arrogant to the extreme, only the world would allow him to be arrogant, and if someone appeared more arrogant than him, that would be a challenge on his authority. He would then be displeased, aiming to destroy the other party. Although Yi Yun did not have hate for Tao Yunxiao like the hate he had for Lian Xingyu. But Yi Yun thought this kid still deserved a good spanking. Yi Yun did not know how to transmit his voice, so he could only extend his small hand and gestured with his pinky to Tao Yunxiao. He was at the peak of the Qi Gatherer realm, and Tao Yunxiao had not broken into the Purple Blood realm, or he wouldn't have needed to participate in the preliminaries. Since everyone's cultivation was the same, who was afraid of who? F***CK. On Tao Yunxiao's forehead appeared veins that formed a cross. He never thought that the little slave was so arrogant that he even provoked him. "You are courting death. It's indeed true that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Do you know who am I?" "Very good. I will make sure you will regret your action for life," growled Tao Yunxiao. Yi Yun laughed because that phrase was best directed back at Tao Yunxiao. A 14-year-old child, who had never experienced setbacks, did not know his limits. A vast majority of people in the world subconsciously think they are different, even a retard might think the same way too. Tao Yunxiao regarded himself as extraordinary, and a new generation's master who would eventually step out of the Taiya divine kingdom. Yi Yun ignored Tao Yunxiao, and he started taking big steps towards the beast horn. He had not finished absorbing the energy. The energy that the purple crystal absorbed had all been expended for the breakthrough to the peak of the Qi Gatherer realm, so Yi Yun felt his body lacking in energy. In his empty condition, only a fool would not absorb the high-quality energy source in front of his eyes. Yi Yun not only wanted to absorb, he wanted to drink his fill. As for the extremely uncomfortable prowess of the fierce divine tiger he had previously suffered from, it was now extremely comfortable for Yi Yun. Also with existing pressure, it made him absorb the energy even more efficiently as it forced the energy absorbed by the purple crystal to enter his flesh and blood sooner. Under such a situation, Yi Yun naturally wanted to go closer to the beast horn. Seeing Yi Yun open up his footsteps, Tao Yunxiao made a contemptuous smile. "You little slave, you sure are stubborn. I want to see how far you can go. Aren't you going to wipe the sweat from your body?" Tao Yunxiao's words were full of sarcasm, but Yi Yun ignored him. As he began walking forward, although each step was easy, Yi Yun's speed was not fast as he wanted to absorb the horn's energy, and also he wanted to use the pressure to strengthen his body. Lian Xingyu had managed to get up after a few moments. It was hard to believe that this rascal did not incur a serious injury and still had the strength to move forward when the fierce divine tiger sent its pressure surge. It had to be said that putting aside the narrow-mindedness and the jealousy, Lian Xingyu had the persistence and perseverance in martial arts. Yi Yun, Lian Xingyu and Tao Yunxiao all began walking towards the beast horn. There were not many people left, only about 12, but they were all still on the ground. Many people had already qualified, but they had been pushed back by the aura previously, and were injured. As such, they had to retreat to a safe distance. Spirit included 20% strength, 20% boldness, 20% determination, and 20% fortitude. This was a holistic test on a person. If any aspect was lacking, so long as the person had another aspect that stood out, they could still do well in the preliminary. This kid, to actually point his pinky at others, is really arrogant and childish, but I like it. Old Man Su laughed as he stroked his beard. "Master, how did Yi Yun suddenly break through?" Lin Xintong was incredulous. He broke though under the pressure. Sometimes, warriors would break through their bottlenecks under immense pressure. For example, in the face of danger, with their life on the line, some warriors will break through, getting out of the jaws of danger. This is a wonderful ability. Usually such people will have a lot of spirit, and can easily survive in desperate times, allowing them to go far in the future. Lin Shintong could not believe that old man Su would say such earnest words because Yi Yun's constitution was lacking. But from the looks of it, besides Yi Yun's constitution being bad, in all other aspects, be it perceptivity or spirit, he fulfilled every requirement of a martial arts prodigy. Could such a person eventually break the shackles of his poor constitution and achieve greatness? Lin Shintong did not know, just like she did not know her if there was that tiniest hope that she could join up her terminated meridians in the future. As Lin Shintong was thinking, Yi Yun had already moved forward by 8 steps. Yi Yun's legs were short, so even after 8 steps, he was still far from the 10-step radius boundary from the horn. At this point, Lian Xingyu had finally reached that boundary. At the 10-step boundary, the pressure would increase again. Lian Xingyu loftily looked at Yi Yun. With a deep breath, he raised his foot to take a step inwards. Boom! Lian Xingyu felt a thick murderous spirit shrouding him, and in a second it was as if he was in the middle of a sea of blood during a slaughter. Lian Xingyu's body suddenly shook and with a loud roar, his bones began to snap and crackle. Green veins protruded from his neck as he tried to contain that endless amount of bloody and murderous pressure. Pang! Lian Xingyu half kneeled on the ground supporting himself with both arms. His eyes were red and he took in deep breaths. His cheeks were puffed up like a toad, and it was clear that this was his limit. But he managed to step within 10 steps of the beast horn. I've succeeded. Lian Xingyu clenched his fists, even though his nostrils were bleeding, and his body was soaked in sweat and was in a sorry plight, he had still succeeded. He was infinitely excited because he was near the top for the preliminaries. Besides the 9 purple blood warriors who did not participate in the preliminaries and besides Tao Yunxiao and a handful of Tao tribal clans elites, there was no one that matched Lian Xingyu. Based on the rankings of the preliminaries, if he could maintain it, he had no problems passing the kingdom's selection. Good. Lian Xingyu wanted to laugh loudly, but he had already expended all his energy, so he could no longer laugh. Suddenly, Lian Xingyu realized that Yi Yun had already came to his side. As Lian Xingyu was challenging the pressure that came from being within 10 steps, Yi Yun had leisurely walked to the 10-step boundary with his short legs. Lian Xingyu's mouth showed a trace of contempt. He had undergone the baptism of that brutal murderous surge, and knew deeply of its terror. Even after experiencing endless numbers of real battle, he had nearly been scared out of his wits by that immense murderous intent. Yi Yun was a kid who usually only went up the mountains to pick herbs and dig for food in the mud. How would he be able to withstand this extremely real-like murderous surge? Many people in this world might have the talent, but even with talent, they had to train themselves to slowly release their potential. What sort of training could Yi Yun have? Lian Xingyu waited to see Yi Yun suffer a setback. He had just completed an extremely painful task, so seeing someone do it was an inexplicably good feeling. But, many of a time, things do not go as expected. Lian Xingyu saw Yi Yun shoot out his short leg and cross the 10-step demarcation line. He did not even pause in his steps. Just crossing over like that. Crossing over like that. Over like that. Over. Lian Xingyu was stupendous as his eyes stared like a bug-eye goldfish in a fishbowl. Not only Lian Xingyu, from not far away, Tao Yunxiao had noticed this turn of events and was stunned silly. How could this be possible? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 89, First in the Preliminary. Chapter 89, First in the Preliminary. Even for Tao Yunxiao, it was not that easy to cross the 10-step demarcation line. It was incomprehensible. Was the 10-step demarcation line Yi Yun crossed different from the line that others had crossed? Neither Tao Yunxiao nor Lian Xingyu could believe it. But they could not walk to the area that Yi Yun had crossed and examine it because they were finding it difficult just to stand on their spot. Could it be possible that Yi Yun accomplished this feat because he had unparalleled spirit? This was unacceptable. Even many disqualified participants from far, especially the members of the Lian tribal clan warrior preparation camp, were agape and shocked, as if they had just swallowed an egg whole. The invincible young master Lian Xingyu in their hearts had been overtaken by Yi Yun. Just a few minutes ago, Yi Yun was being pressured by the fierce divine tiger's aura, causing him to profusely sweat and looking pathetic. How did he suddenly seem to receive divine help, which allowed him to walk forward with ease? How could this kid have greater spirit than them? They could not accept Yi Yun's strength. He had only learned martial arts for a few days and could not have that much strength. How could a 12-year-old kid, that grew up in a ravine and had not seen the world, be braver than others, strong-willed, and in spite of adversity, forge ahead? Is there something wrong with the test? Could Yi Yun have found a loophole? Lian Xingyu could only think that was the reason, and that was the only reason he found acceptable. But seeing Zhang Tan nodding, he knew that his objections would be overruled and Zhang Tan would only end up looking down on him. What the heck? Lin Xingyu could not accept it. Having stepped into the 10-step radius, his results were at the top, but Yi Yun, the person who he hated the most, had pushed him down, and he didn't know what had gone wrong. At this time, Tao Yunxiao began to react and quickly marched towards the horn. The fierce divine tiger's aura was oppressing. It made Tao Yunxiao know that to be one step away from the horn and touching it was impossible. All he wished was not to lose to Yi Yun. But Yi Yun's steps were more sure, and his steps were something that Tao Yunxiao could not compare with. In fact, if Yi Yun had not been absorbing the fierce divine tiger's energy by controlling the purple crystal as he walked, his speed would have been much faster. After using the energy of the fierce divine tiger's horn to break through to the peak of the Chi Gatherer realm, Yi Yun enjoyed the pressure given by the horn's aura. It was as if his flesh and organs were being pounded by the pressure, and the feeling was fantastic. Seeing Yi Yun catch up, Tao Yunxiao became anxious. He ignored everything and headed towards the horn, hoping to suppress Yi Yun. Because he had overdrafted his body, Tao Yunxiao began to feel his breathing become shallower and he sweated profusely. He was close to his limit. Yet at this time, he could hear the footsteps behind him grow closer. Tao Yunxiao was flustered. I cannot be overtaken by him, I cannot be overtaken by him. Tao Yunxiao began crying in his heart as each step he took felt like he was carrying a huge mountain. But no matter how hard Tao Yunxiao tried, he was ultimately unable to change fate. He helplessly watched as Yi Yun walked to his side with his short legs. In contrast to Yi Yun, Tao Yunxiao seemed to be moving in slow motion, and it was comical. As everyone were very close to the horn and were only a few steps away from it, Tao Yunxiao was very close to Yi Yun. They both looked at each other. After exchanging glances, Yi Yun made a bashful smile, said hello and then just walked past Tao Yunxiao. Tao Yunxiao nearly spit blood. He had been overtaken by someone whose strength was inferior to him, by an inferior, poor villager from a small tribal clan. Tao Yunxiao felt his pride of 14 years being severely trampled. He could not accept it. Just as Tao Yunxiao lost his concentration, the fierce divine tiger phantom in the sky issued its second roar. It could be said that if it's not one thing, it's another. Roar! A killing intent spread out like a blood pool from hell. Tao Yunxiao was not prepared and was swept away by this rush of killing intent. His ass hit the ground after tumbling a few times. As for Lin Xingyu, he was sent flying a dozen of steps, and had already been pushed out of the 20-step boundary. As for Yi Yun, during the moment of that roar, Yi Yun had felt the energy in his body accumulate to its extreme. Ka ka ka. The cracking eggshell sounds erupted again. Yi Yun's body was cleansed by the energy, and each inch of his body was tempered, tranquilizing him. Pwah! Yi Yun took a few steps back and spit out a mouthful of black blood. This black blood was the impurities within Yi Yun's body. With every marrow cleansing, he flushed out his body's impurities, and Yi Yun's body was becoming more and more pure. With his body pure, he laid a good foundation. The day he breaks into the purple blood realm, he can directly reach the peak of the early stages of the purple blood realm. His body could hold much more energy than other purple blood warriors. I didn't expect this kingdom's preliminaries to turn into a fortuitous event for me. Using it, I have broken through to the peak of the Chi Gatherer realm and just a step away from purple blood. I also feel my body filled with energy. I really cannot wait to expend this energy by cultivating. Yi Yun was full from absorbing the energy, and there was no more significance in proceeding further. Besides, he had already overtaken Tao Yunxiao and took first place in the preliminaries. Master, Yi Yun took first place. Lin Xintong only knew Yi Yun amongst all the participants. Besides, Harem Meridians had some relations with Yi Yun, so Lin Xintong naturally wished for Yi Yun to win. A grassroots level kingdom's selection, and only a preliminary at that. So what if he's first? There's nothing impressive about that. Old Man Su curled his lips like he didn't care, but Old Man Su was pretty surprised to see Yi Yun break through under the great pressure. If it was just a one-off, then it would have been nothing. But if Yi Yun were to break through repeatedly under pressure or while in times of difficulty, then he would be a force to be reckoned with. Too bad, it's really too bad. If his constitution was perfect, no, even if it was just slightly below perfect, then he would be a real great martial arts seedling. Old Man Su shaked his head sighing. He still remembered his first meeting with Yi Yun, who had said very extraordinary words. Just from the words Yi Yun said, Yi Yun's spirit should not be bad. However, there was always one form of regret or another in this world. Lin Xintong had perfect constitution and extremely high perceptivity. In every respect she was impeccable, but due to Harem Meridians, it had cut off her road to martial arts, and was destined not to go far. Yi Yun had dragon pulse, spirit, excellent perceptivity, and great ambitions. However, his constitution was lacking, and it could be his fatal weakness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 90, Gene Longway Elite. Chapter 90, Gene Longway Elite. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Congratulations on passing the preliminaries. Zheng Tan took the horn and began sealing it. His voice was clear and loud. He had no need to inject energy in his voice for everyone to hear him. Only a dozen or more people passed. Over 1,000 people had been cut down to few dozen people. This disqualification rate was astoundingly high. The members of the Lian tribal clan's warrior preparation camp had all been disqualified. They were not the only ones. Even some of the weaker participants in the Tao tribal clan had also been disqualified. Being disqualified was nothing, as the members of the Lian tribal clan's warrior preparation camp were mentally prepared that they would never pass the kingdom selection, but Yi Yun had received first place. Was this selection fair? They believed that Yi Yun was of similar background to them, and he had a poor sufferable life. Why did he stand out? People were like this. To people who were hallowed, they could accept that they were resplendent without being jealous. They might even sing their praises, hoping to cling on to them, gaining glory by being a follower. But they could not accept that people similar to themselves or even someone even worse off to suddenly make an uprising and surpass them. Zheng Tan carried on. In accordance with the rules of the kingdom's selection, I will need to ask if you are willing to become a member of the Gene Longway. If you agree, you can carry on in the semi-finals of the kingdom's selection. If not, you can now leave. Zheng Tan's words were just a formality, but as rules were rules, he had to ask. No one left, including Yi Yun, as they all wanted to become a member of the Gene Longway. Yi Yun had read novels in his previous life where protagonists would pass up the big factions pole and all the incentives that came with it and go at it alone. With the support of great fortune, such an approach allowed a person to deserve being cocky. But Yi Yun knew that he was far from that. His strength was just a tiny bubble of no consequence in this world. A single prick would burst it. Besides, be it cultivation resources or cultivation techniques, he could not obtain any by himself. His meals were even a problem. He needed to join a large faction, and using the faction's resources and heritage, he could slowly rise up and eventually become a mighty power. After he managed to reach a certain point of accumulated resources and experience, he would then have the minimum requirements to be cocky and freely pursue his desires. You. What's your name? How old are you? Zheng Tan's fierce and commanding gaze landed on Yi Yun. General, I am Yi Yun with the age of 12. Yi Yun replied without being servile or bumptious. Good. I shall now announce that you came in first for this preliminary round. In this kingdom selection, if you could be selected, and obtain the first spot among the mortal blood participants, I will declare you a warrior of the Gene Longway's elite troops immediately. Zheng Tan's words spread across the venue, making the people envious and jealous. Gene Longway's elite. Even the warriors of the Gene Longway had different hierarchies which resulted in different treatment. For example, Zhang Yuxian, who had previously gone to the Lian tribal clan, was an elite warrior of the Gene Longway. Elite warriors enjoyed extremely great advantages in terms of cultivation resources, cultivation training grounds, cultivation techniques, much more than the regular warriors. Most warriors that get selected by the kingdom's selection would usually be designated as normal warriors. Some of the best purple blood warriors, such as the Tao tribal clan's first and second young masters, could become one of the elite. But now a child who did not even need to shave had been valued greatly by Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan was even prepared to make him an elite warrior. How could they take it in their stride? How strong is this kid? His cultivation level can't be higher than ours. As for the preliminaries, although the kid had obtained first place, he had suddenly risen to prominence at the end to overtake Tao Yunxiao. There might have been something wrong, such as him finding a loophole. Even if there was no problem, even if Yi Yun had a strong spirit or had an upheaval there and then, so what? Could you use spirit to kill? The various aspects that influenced spirit included strength as one of its smaller components. And in the vast wilderness, where people lead insecure lives and the beasts roamed freely, what people valued the most was one's strength. Fancy stuff like spirit was just some concept the people of the kingdom's heartlands created. To the warriors of the vast wilderness, what was spirit? Could it be eaten? Many people remained unconvinced, especially Lian Xingyu and Tao Yunxiao. Lian Xingyu wanted to stand up and oppose it, but Zheng Tan was too overbearing. A person who had exceeded the purple blood realm was far stronger than anything Lian Xingyu could conceive of. In front of Zheng Tan, Lian Xingyu could not muster up the courage. How could a mouse oppose a lion? But, although Lian Xingyu lacked the courage, this did not mean Tao Yunxiao was lacking in courage. In this world, not many people knew their place. After all, Tao Yunxiao was only 14. He had not crossed over into a new reality. A 14-year-old youth tended to be arrogant, so he settled matters in a straightforward manner, doing whatever he wanted to do. Just as Tao Yunxiao was about to open his mouth, a stern voice rang in his ears. "Yunxiao, shut up." Tao Yunxiao could easily tell that it was his father's voice. "Father, I can't accept it. What the heck is with this kingdom's selection? Why aren't they examining strength? Wouldn't it be immediately clear once a test of strength is made? But they had to test such useless things. I can't accept it." After being exceeded by Yi Yun in the test of spirit, Tao Yunxiao began to subconsciously belittle the use of spirit in his words. "If you are not convinced, then exceed him during the semifinals." Tao Yunxiao's father simply replied. "Exceed that kid?" Tao Yunxiao snorted. He would exceed him for sure without a doubt, and would even crush him. "Alright, I'll exceed the kid. The first place for the Kingdom's Selection's Mortal Blood competition is mine." Tao Yunxiao clenched his fists as he stared at Yi Yun with a strong sense of animosity. At that moment, Tao Yunxiao's father hesitated for a moment and sent his voice to Tao Yunxiao. Upon hearing it, Tao Yunxiao's eyes lit up. His voice was trembling with excitement. "Father, is what you say true? Can I really use it? The tribe is no longer concealing it?" "Yes, it's mostly confirmed. A moment of forbearance does not mean that you are weak. Yunxiao, all my hopes rest on you. For this selection, you must live up to my expectations. Not only must you become an elite warrior of the Jin Long Wei, the kingdom's selection will be the starting point of our Tao tribal clan's move into the Central Plains." "I understand." Tao Yunxiao clenched his fists with excitement. He had never expected that the Tao tribal clan's elders had such ambitions. "Great! I shall be the person to write a new chapter in the Tao tribal clan's history books. As for beating Yi Yun in the semifinals, yes, with that thing, would it even be a question that I can defeat Yi Yun? As long as the tribe did not conceal it, I will let everyone know what does it mean to be a frog in a well." Tao Yunxiao looked at Yi Yun, who was in the crowd. His eyes were full of contempt and ridicule. "You might have been in the limelight for the preliminaries, but I will completely crush you in the semifinals." As for his father's words, Tao Yunxiao was full of anticipation. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 91, Meeting Lin Xintong once more. Chapter 91, Meeting Lin Xintong once more. Deep in the night of the Tao tribal clan suburb, a clear sound of fist punches, cracking in the air could be heard. The Tao tribal clan's wonderland was covered with a thick, wide layer of qi. Hence, in the 100-mile radius of the Tao tribal clan's wonderland, no fierce or desolate beast would choose to enter. So it was considered a safe place, though that was under normal circumstances. Having absorbed a large amount of energy in the day, he felt his body burning. He could not sleep, hence he was out in the mountain outskirts cultivating. Pawing. 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 Each move and stance was part of Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. A tree the size of a woman's waist was broken with one punch from Yi Yun. The more Yi Yun punched, the more excited he became because he felt an inexhaustible amount of energy within his body. After performing the whole set of Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist a dozen times, he was still not tired and still full of energy. In the past, when he was in the Lian tribal clan's back mountain, Yi Yun would feel exhausted after performing Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist about 5 times. But today, he could perform it continuously. As Yi Yun was practicing the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, he could feel the purple crystal in his body pulsating with each heartbeat. Each pulsation allowed the purple crystal to absorb the environment's Heaven-Earth-Yuan Qi. Yi Yun realized that the Heaven-Earth-Yuan Qi in the Tao tribal clan was much denser than that of the Lian tribal clan's back mountain. This was naturally because the Tao tribal clan's wonderland was of higher quality than the Lian clan's herb mountain. With a thicker Heaven-Earth-Yuan Qi, Yi Yun could feel his energy replenishing faster, giving him great comfort. So a wonderland has such a magical effect. Yi Yun finally realized that cultivating in a high-grade wonderland had a multiplier effect. And this was only the Tao tribal clan, which is just a medium-sized tribe in the vast wilderness. If viewed from the perspective of the Taiya Divine Kingdom heartlands, its scale was that of a rural village and nothing noteworthy. If it was the big city of the Taiya Divine Kingdom, or the training grounds of the Jin Longwei base, or even the Royal Imperial City, it was unimaginable how it would be like cultivating there. In an environment with dense Heaven-Earth-Yuan Qi, with each cultivation, Yi Yun had entered a no law, no shape, no void, no me state. It was a magical state, as if he was trying to catch something. It seemed like a thought but also an understanding. It had to be important, but whenever Yi Yun was just about to catch it, it would slip away. What was it? Yi Yun chased after that thought but failed time and time again. It was to the point of exhaustion, and suddenly, he woke up from his trance-like state. Looking up, the moon was already directly above him, and it was likely 3 in the morning. In the mountains, the breeze blew. Yun's body was covered in sweat and he was exhausted. Touching his stomach, he realized the energy he had consumed from the beast horn had been expended, and he was hungry again. I sure can eat. Yun grimaced. As a 5th-stage mortal blood warrior, the body required energy supplied to it through food, and it was the point when he could eat the most. Besides, his appetite had grown even bigger after practicing the elephant swallowing technique. He did not have an interspatial ring, so he did not bring much meat when he left the Lian tribal clan. He could only eat the standard meals provided by the Tao tribal clan. Even if the Tao tribal clan was rich and food was provided by the Jin Long Wei, the standard meal could not be of sufficient quantity for Yun to digest. If there was a grilled cow in front of him, Yun felt he could swallow it all. If I had plenty of desolate beast meat for my meals, my strength will definitely grow faster. As Yun thought about it, he looked at his surroundings that had turned into a mess. Many of the trees had been split apart by Yun and several black ironstone boulders had been shattered by him. He did not realize that under his trance-like state, he had caused so much damage. I wonder if I were to fight with Lin Shintong with her 3rd level of mortal blood suppressed state, what would be the result? If she were to only use the dragon rib tiger bone fist, I should be able to easily better her, but if she were to use her specialized skill Fairy Maiden Heart Sutra, the result would be unknown. Thinking back to 2 months ago when he sparred with Lin Shintong, he felt that Lin Shintong had bested him by too much. Now with his strength improved, he wouldn't be that much weaker than the Lin Shintong of old. As he was thinking about that, he felt something and turned around. Just a glance petrified Yun. He gaped, for not far from him was, it can't be. Now, about a dozen feet away from Yun, stood a girl in white up on a pine tree. As the night wind blew, her clothes fluttered in the wind. It was a beautiful picture formed of moon, pine tree, girl and green mountains. Yun was stunned for a while. Lin Shintong. Why was she here? Right, Old Man Su had said they would come to the Tao tribal clan, but Yun had believed that Lin Shintong and Old Man Su were only here to train in the Cloud Wilderness, so he would not stay in the Tao tribal clan for long. You said, you wanted, to spar with me? Lin Shintong smiled. Yun was speechless. What was going on? The words he said to himself nearly didn't sound out, and Yun felt he himself didn't even hear it. What sort of senses did she have to hear it? Suddenly appearing in front of him at night while wearing white sure seemed like a ghost. Yun was just worrying in his mind when he decided as a man, such a beautiful ghost to appear in front of him was a blessing. You have broken through to the peak of the Chi Gatherer realm, said Lin Shintong calmly, as if stating a fact. Yun was stunned for a while, for he felt he could not hide anything from Lin Shintong. It was even possible that Lin Shintong had seen him breaking through during the kingdom's selection preliminaries. That airship. Yun suddenly recalled that there was an airship in the sky during the kingdom's selection preliminaries. Yun had initially thought it was someone like a judge, and did not pay attention. It might be that Lin Shintong was on it. Lady Lin, you saw me participating in the preliminaries? Asked Yun in an unsettled manner. He was extremely conscious about the existence of the purple crystal. But upon further thinking, even if Lin Shintong saw the process of him breaking through, she might not be able to tell. It was unlikely she could notice the presence of the purple crystal, or even the traces of the purple crystal's absorbing of energy. They were just light dots which she couldn't see. It was clear that the other party was oblivious when he met Old Man Su 2 months ago. Yes, I saw you break through at the preliminaries. You seem different from the rest. Lin Shintong watched Yun carefully, making Yun uneasy. Upon further thinking, Yun felt that his breakthrough yet again could be explained as the treasure he had previously eaten still had not been fully digested. Actually, Lin Shintong had already noticed that Yun had a secret, but the warriors of this world had too many secrets. Many prodigies had their own fortuitous events. This world had a long history, and many experts had been born out of it. These experts had left behind many opportunities. Some of them were big, some of them small, so obtaining a few was not unusual at all. Lin Shintong had previously explored mysterious ruins, and found some good luck, but some of them were so small that she could not be bothered to collect them. Shall we fight? Lin Shintong suddenly asked Yun once again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 92, Another Sparring Match. Chapter 92, Another Sparring Match. Yun was stumped. Are we really sparring? It can't be. Previously it was due to Old Man Su who fanned the flames, making Lin Shintong fight him. Yun could tell that Lin Shintong did not want to fight him back then. Her cultivation level and his cultivation level could not be compared. It would be like an adult bullying a kid. But maybe it was because Lin Shintong did not have any heirs, so she did not mind lowering her stature to give him some pointers. Because of this, that battle was fought. But today, what was there to fight? Yi-Yun asked puzzledly, Lady Lin, please don't joke with little me. What's there to fight between the two of us? Lin Shintong shook her head, I don't like to joke around. As for why I want to battle you, it has to do with a secret of mine. Secret? Yi-Yun's curiosity was aroused. What sort of secret could such an extraordinary girl have? It had to be said as a modern netizen, Yi-Yun was quite into gossip. But since she didn't say, he did not probe further. But, my stomach is a bit hungry, I don't have strength left for the day. Yi-Yun rubbed his stomach with a wry smile. Lin Shintong fluttered down from the pine tree and stood in front of Yi-Yun. With a flick of her finger, a light flashed past. Yi-Yun catched it without thinking, and upon looking at it, it was a red crystal the size of a peanut. It was like crystallized blood and exuded a thick aura of energy. This can't be a desolate bone relic. Yi-Yun was excited. The legendary desolate bone relics were refined by desolate heaven masters, and worth a fortune. Only the rich and proud could enjoy it. No, Lin Shintong shook her head. With your present strength, if you were to consume a desolate bone relic, you might explode. That's a fierce beast relic that was refined by me. Usually when the children of large families say they eat desolate bone relics for their cultivation, a large number of them are really eating fierce beast relics such as the one in your hand. Fierce beast relic, Yi-Yun was stunned but quickly recovered as he understood. Right, there were many times the number of fierce beasts than desolate beasts. In the entire cloud wilderness, out of the humans' wonderlands, there were only fierce beasts. These fierce beasts had the power to absorb heaven-earth yuan qi, and through that, they could grow stronger. Killing these fierce beasts could easily allow them to be refined into a relic. Many of these fierce beast relics were consumed by the large family clans. But Lin Shintong said that the beast relic was refined by her. It suddenly occurred to Yi-Yun that the girl in front of him was a desolate heaven master, or at least a quasi-desolate heaven master. There was a saying that comparing leads to exasperation. Not only was she of a noble background and extremely strong, she was also a desolate heaven master. Obtaining such achievements at 10+ years of age sure was exasperating. Your strength has risen to the Chi Gatherer realm, so I will increase my cultivation level by 1, which means I'll suppress myself to the 4th stage of mortal blood to battle you. I will still use the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, but you have to be careful. In the previous battle, I was not serious and because of something, I was distracted during the battle, but this time, I will not be distracted. Lin Shintong said it faintly. The reason for her distraction during the last battle was naturally due to the changes she felt in her meridian channels. Also, Lin Shintong's meridian channels had some development when she was using Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist against Yi-Yun, so this time, she was still going to use Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. Thank you for the lady's reminder. I will be careful. Yi-Yun was playing with the beast relic in his hand and found that it emitted a tantalizing aroma, as if it was an extremely delicious cuisine. Under the moonlight, the relic was red but translucent like a red crystal. It was indeed a work of art. It was enviable that Lin Shintong could refine such a beautiful fierce beast relic. But no matter how beautiful it was, it had to be eaten because Yi-Yun was hungry. He ate it as if he was eating a popcorn, he just threw the beast relic into his mouth. This was the first time he was eating an exquisite food. He realized that the relic was not as hard as he thought it would be, it was chewy and could be crushed with his teeth. As Yi-Yun chewed on the beast relic, it was like exquisite wine was gushing out from the relic, filling his whole mouth. Delicious. Really delicious. So this is the taste of a fierce beast relic. If I ate this often, I'm afraid I'll get addicted. But fierce beast relics can't replace a proper meal. It's a totally different sensation from eating a salt-baked chicken. Eating delicacies was an enjoyment, drinking wine was another form of enjoyment, and so was smoking. Although the three were hard to compare, one could not replace the other. With the relic in his stomach, the warm energy from it spread throughout Yi-Yun's body. Yi-Yun's originally empty stomach suddenly filled up as Yi-Yun felt the warm energy go wild within his body, making him keen to vent it out. He wanted to really fight a match, immersing himself in battle. Yi-Yun looked at Lin Shintong with excitement. Having had his fill, he wanted something to aid in his digestion. With such a high-level trainer, how could he not be excited? Although he was at the peak of the Chi Gatherer realm, his strength was naturally great, but that was a flaw. He lacked battle experience that paled in comparison to Lian Qingyu. Lian Qingyu would spar daily with Yao Yuan. With Yao Yuan, a past purple blood warrior, he lived a life that dealt with bloodshed. The battle experiences that he taught Lian Qingyu would be extraordinary. As for Yi-Yun, he did not know any fighting skills or techniques. All he had was just a tempered body, and having only gone through 2 rounds of true battle, his battle prowess was minimal. Now he could spar with an expert like Lin Shintong, curing him of his weakness. Yi Yun was so excited that he waved towards Lin Shintong to make her move, just short of saying come at me. But Yi Yun quickly understood that one shouldn't get carried away, otherwise one would regret it. Just after he beckoned Lin Shintong to attack, she disappeared from his sight. In a blink of an eye, Lin Shintong seemed to have teleported in front of Yi Yun. All he saw was a blur before he felt a blow on his chest as if a sledgehammer had hit him. Pang! Lin Shintong's palm had hit Yi Yun's chest. Yi Yun felt as if his bones had deformed and his organs were in turmoil. It was very painful. That girl may look weak, but she was a human Tyrannosaurus. Boom! Yi Yun crashed into a large tree, breaking it. He saw stars as he struggled to get up. Thankfully, all he ate was a fierce beast relic. If he had eaten something like a salt-baked chicken, he would have vomited everything out. At this moment, Lin Shintong was not looking at Yi Yun but her hands. That mysterious feeling still did not appear from that blow. Was it really just an illusion? Lin Shintong was a bit disappointed as she looked back towards Yi Yun, lightly saying, "You were too careless. Real warriors constrict their pupils when facing an enemy so they can monitor each and every move of their enemies. Just before I attacked you, your eyes may have been looking at me, but they were not watching my actions but they were watching my face." When Lin Shintong said those words, Yi Yun turned red. This girl's eyes were really venomous. Even if you noticed that, you shouldn't have said it out loud. Yi Yun coughed and readjusted his mental state and began to seriously look at Lin Shintong's every move. Yi Yun was indeed too careless previously. Looking at Lin Shintong's face was just a subconscious move. He wasn't a battle-hardened warrior, so he could not emulate what Lin Shintong said about constricted pupils and the observation of every movement. Lin Shintong may be pretty, but Yi Yun had just met her by chance. He had a favorable impression of her, but did not have any other thoughts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 93, This Feeling Again? Chapter 93, This Feeling Again? Seeing Yi Yun quickly adjusting his mental state and his eyes focused, Lin Shintong gave a satisfied nod. And then, she attacked again. Her speed was as fast as lightning. This time, Yi Yun saw it. He saw the stone by Lin Shintong's feet break as she stretched out her white as snow palm to his stomach. He could even tell that this stance was the fierce tiger shatters jade of the dragon rib tiger bone fist. But even then he could not avoid it. Yi Yun had no way of avoiding it, nor even the time to block the attack. He could only subconsciously arch his body to dampen the attack by tightening his muscles to resist the blow. By tightening his abdominal muscles, his resistance to the attack was much stronger. Despite that, Yi Yun still flew backwards and crashed into some rocks. A surge of blood erupted from his throat as he spit out a mouthful of blood. Fast, too fast. Yi Yun wiped the blood from his lips. A serious Lin Shintong was totally different from the casual Lin Shintong from days ago. And she was still suppressing herself at the 4th stage of mortal blood. As a 4th stage against his 5th stage mortal blood, how could the gap be that great? Lin Shintong seemed to hear Yi Yun's thoughts and explained, to classify the 5 stages of mortal blood, it is just based on phenomenon, and not a real stage. For example, the thunderous stage just means a person's bones can emit thunder-like sounds, but, 2 different warriors who can both create thunderous sounds from their bones, are their strengths the same? Lin Shintong's response had cleared Yi Yun's doubts. Yes, everyone who was at the 5th stage of mortal blood was different. Even by suppressing her strength to the 4th stage of mortal blood, his 4th stage was a totally different concept. I understand, take your shot. Yi Yun knew his strength was inferior to Lin Shintong's, but regardless, an expert had to know how to receive hits before they could deliver hits. If he did not get beaten up, how was he going to accumulate battle experience? But even if he was being abused, Yi Yun did not want to suffer a crushing defeat. He needed to at least regain some of his pride. Pang! Yi Yun had already been sent flying by Lin Shintong numerous times. This time he was sent flying into the woods, breaking several tree branches. Lin Shintong and Yi Yun both had their own motives. Lin Shintong was looking for the reason her meridians had been activated, while Yi Yun wanted to become strong. I can't dodge it, I still can't dodge it. Her speed is too fast for me and I can barely keep up with her movement. All I see is a blurry afterimage, and in the moment my body wants to react, I would already be hit. Lin Shintong's strikes were well placed, although it caused Yi Yun's body to ache. The force she sent in only affected his muscles and bones. Such an attack would not only not cause harm to Yi Yun, but would temper Yi Yun's body, making his body even purer. This was what Lin Shintong wanted, for she did not want to owe him a favor. She was sparring with Yi Yun for her own meridians. In order to understand the situation she had experienced, she had to beat up Yi Yun, but this made her feel bad. Hence, she decided to help Yi Yun grow stronger and by honing Yi Yun's combat experience, as a form of compensation. Phew oh phew. Yi Yun half squatted on the ground as he held out both arms on a rock, breathing in deeply. From his stance, he looked like the toad skill practiced by Ouyang Feng. Yi Yun was in this stance because he couldn't help it. The benefits of half squatting was the ability to exert strength quickly and without bending his leg, he was able to charge forward. Also by making his body shorter, he reduced the surface area that could be hit. He then had less spots to parry when Lin Xintong attacked. I can barely see her moves but I can't avoid them. My body's speed is slow and is unable to keep up with her. How should I overcome this? To overcome his slow body movements seemed like an impossible task. Suddenly, Yi Yun had a sudden flash of brilliance. Right. Previously when I avoided her moves, I had moved my entire body, so I was naturally slower. When Lin Xintong sent a palm strike, Yi Yun was thinking of jumping to the side to totally avoid it, but he could not do it. There was a process for a person's body to accelerate from rest to motion. If he took a step backwards, he did not need to move his entire body to avoid it. As long as he changed his body's position, with the smallest of moves, he could avoid the palm. As such, Yi Yun's center of gravity would not change, the only change would be his stance, which would make his avoidance naturally faster. Upon understanding this, Yi Yun felt exceptionally clear in his mind and as if his body was filled with energy. Seeing Lin Xintong's ankle making a gentle move, Yi Yun knew Lin Xintong was about to strike. Lin Xintong would always make a small movement before striking. In fact, she could have totally avoided doing so, but she did it to alert Yi Yun. Yi Yun felt his mind having an unprecedented clarity. His vision was locked on to Lin Xintong's every move, even the night breeze gave him signals about Lin Xintong. Yi Yun was well aware of Lin Xintong's heartbeat rate and respiratory rate. Come! Yi Yun shouted in his heart, and at this time, Lin Xintong made her move. Her speed was fast as usual and in a blink of an eye, she was in front of Yi Yun after traversing a distance of 30 meters. But at that moment, Yi Yun felt that time had suddenly slowed down. This feeling was the same feeling he had months ago when Zhao Taizhu barged into his house and grabbed him. Yi Yun had the ability to see through Zhao Taizhu's movements and had the opportunity to kill him in a split moment. Now, Yi Yun had the same kind of illusion. Lin Xintong's motions turned slow. In the past, he could only see the blur afterimage of Lin Xintong's movements, but now he could see every move of Lin Xintong in detail. He could also tell that Lin Xintong's arm was not straight but bent. Her palm was scrunched up as if she was catching insects as it came to his right chest. Dodge! Yi Yun gritted his teeth and by sending strength to his legs, he bent his hips sharply, twisting his spine in an awkward position. It was as if his body was about to lose its balance. Yi Yun's right chest, which was where Lin Xintong was aiming, quickly moved backwards, while Yi Yun's left arm moved forward with his hands forming a fist. By tilting his body to the point of having almost lost his balance, Yi Yun managed to avoid Lin Xintong's strike. Cha! The recoil from the punch tore off the shirt on Yi Yun's chest. His chest burned with pain. Even after avoiding Lin Xintong's attack, it was still so painful. This little girl sure didn't pull her punches. Yi Yun vented in his heart. He clearly understood the words Lin Xintong had said before they began their battle. In the previous battle, I was not serious. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Yi Yun had been taking hits all night, and had finally managed to avoid Lin Xintong's attack. How could he afford to give up the chance of a counterattack? Just before his body lost its balance, he had sent out a left punch, attacking Lin Xintong's belly. At this moment, Yi Yun's body was very close to Lin Xintong's body, so close that he could smell the fragrance from Lin Xintong. This blow's angle was extremely tricky as it stuck close to Lin Xintong's body. Pang! Yi Yun's body emitted a sound. This was his tendons tightening up. Yi Yun had managed to master Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist to the point where every fist of his instinctively included the strength of his tendons. Hit, he was almost about to hit her. Yi Yun's heart was crying out loud, but at this time, as compared to Yi Yun who was highly concentrated, Lin Xintong had entered a temporary inattentive state. At the moment her palm brushed past Yi Yun's chest, Lin Xintong felt a tiny surge of coolness. This coolness had entered her meridian channels, as if a drop of water had dripped into a dried-up well. Although it disappeared instantaneously, this feeling was enough to make Lin Xintong lose her concentration. It's this feeling again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 94, What do you want to do to me? Chapter 94, What do you want to do to me? At that moment, Lin Shintong felt that mysterious feeling again. She felt her body start to burn up. Yi Yun's punch had already hit her belly. Oh! In quick response, Lin Shintong's body rapidly retreated backwards. Her retreating speed was even faster than Yi Yun's punch. Although Yi Yun had managed to make contact with her body due to her moment of distraction, the moment she came to, Yi Yun could not keep up with her speed. Yi Yun's punch had clearly hit Lin Shintong's body, but due to her quick retreat, she had not received the full brunt of the force. Yi Yun felt like he had punched a ball of cotton. Yi Yun raised his brow. He had been beaten all night and finally managed to hit Lin Shintong once, but Lin Shintong had retreated so quickly, it was as if he had never hit her. Yi Yun could not accept it. He did not want to let Lin Shintong retreat fully, so he charged forward, forming his fists into a claw as he scratched forward. This was the stance of Tiger Claws Smite Rocks. When Yi Yun issued the move, a tiger's phantom image manifested from Heaven Earth Yuan Qi had formed behind him. Roar! The tiger roared as it pounced towards Lin Shintong. At that moment, Lin Shintong could even feel the wind brought forth from the tiger. This feeling was as if a real tiger was pouncing towards her. Ha! Seeing the tiger phantom image, Lin Shintong was surprised. This act of surprise had made her footsteps slightly slower. With that, Yi Yun managed to grab the ribbon by her waist. Pang! The tiger phantom image exploded in front of Lin Shintong. At the same time, with a ripping sound, as she tried to attack and defend, Lin Shintong's ribbon by her waist had been ripped open. You! Lin Shintong's reactions were extremely quick. With a quick rotation, she was covered with Yuan Qi as she flew up to a pine tree. As for that ribbon, it was left in Yi Yun's hands. Oh, Yi Yun froze. Lin Shintong looked angrily at Yi Yun. Yi Yun looked at the ribbon in his hand and the Lin Shintong standing on the pine tree. The situation quickly turned awkward. Actually, it was no big deal having a ribbon torn off, but since the ribbon was located at Lin Shintong's waist, it made Yi Yun feel awkward. I did not do it on purpose. Besides, Yi Yun innocently pointed to his right chest, which had been ripped apart by the wind generated by Lin Shintong's palm. Yi Yun's meaning was clear. You tore my clothes and even revealed my skin, while I just pulled a strap of yours. Of course, compared to Lin Shintong's clothes, Yi Yun's clothes were ugly. Lin Shintong did not know to cry or laugh, but she did not pursue further. In her eyes, Yi Yun was just a child. A 12-year-old child naturally could not have any bad intentions. Although the reason why Yi Yun could tear off her strap had to do with her being distracted, it was still impressive. It was because Yi Yun had managed to avoid her palm strike. Lin Shintong was surprised that Yi Yun could progress so quickly from just a day's fight. She never gave Yi Yun pointers on his movements, and Yi Yun grasped them all by himself. Yi Yun having managed to avoid her palm may sound simple, but it was hard to do in practice. It had a special name for it, known as minute subtlety. By using the smallest of moves to avoid an enemy's attack, one could reduce greatly the flaws in one's movement. It could also allow one to stick closely to the enemy, and counterattack when the enemy's move is almost done. To be able to do this at 12 years old, Yi Yun would be considered quite a genius. Of course, in terms of genius, it only referred to his perceptivity and his body's coordination. Besides, the thing that made Lin Shintong most concerned about was the strange reaction within her meridian channels at that moment. In this world, few people were born with yin meridians. Compounded with the fact that people with yin meridians were considered to have a terminal condition, these people could not live long. Commoners with the condition would usually die around the age of 20, even in a martial family. Few families would spend the resources needed to nurture a person with this terminal condition. So there were very few records of yin meridians, just a few records that said something along the lines of yin meridians or terminated meridians, without cure, without chance of practicing martial arts. Lin Shintong was searching for a way to open up her yin meridians. Now, although Yi Yun's body had resulted in a mysterious phenomenon for Lin Shintong, she did not know what it meant. Yi Yun, Lin Shintong softly spoke. Yes, sister goddess, what orders do you have? Yi Yun appeared very obedient and his speech was sweet to the ears. Lin Shintong descended from the pine tree. The move, Tiger Claws Smite Rocks, that you used, formed a tiger phantom image from Heaven Earth Yuan Qi behind you. Did you notice that? A tiger phantom image formed from Heaven Earth Yuan Qi? Yi Yun shook his head. When he used Tiger Claws Smite Rocks, he only had one thought, and that was to not lose totally, and as for the strike having an impressive aura, he was not aware of it. Yi Yun remembered that in the wuxia dramas he had seen, when skills such as the 18 dragon subduing palms were used, there would be a golden dragon flying in the sky. The phantom image formed from the Heaven Earth Yuan Qi he punched out was probably similar to that. Lin Shintong said, a warrior's every move and gesture can affect the Heaven Earth Yuan Qi. At a certain level, when a warrior attacks, the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi will automatically form a phantom image. This is usually an ability people have only after reaching the purple blood realm. But you are just in the Qi Gatherer realm. Logically speaking, you should not have such an ability. But, since you have tempered body, dragon pulse, your meridian channels are wider than an ordinary warrior's. It might be wider than those of a warrior at the middle stages of the purple blood realm, so that's why you can punch out a phantom image formed from Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. By infusing Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi into your moves, it can strengthen and increase the speed of your moves. Besides that, the movement you use to avoid my palm strike, that is the introductory stage to a movement technique known as minute subtlety. By using the smallest actions to avoid an enemy's attack, this is known as minute subtlety. This minute subtlety technique, after the introductory stage, is known as the small success stage, which can borrow the opponent's force to aid in avoiding. Even if I said more, it will be hard for you to comprehend. Everything will depend on your own enlightenment. By being able to do those two things in the Qi Gatherer realm is quite impressive. You need to slowly chip away at it to understand its wonder. Hearing Lin Xintong's compliment, Yi Yun scratched his head. Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi Phantom Image, Minute Subtlety Movement. Yi Yun did not know anything about this, but after being reviewed by Lin Xintong, he had learned a lot from her. At least in the short run, he had a goal, which was to ponder over the two techniques. As for the minute subtlety's small success stage, by using the force to avoid. These things that sounded too mysterious to him were ignored. Yi Yun, Lin Xintong opened her mouth again. Yes, sister goddess, what's the matter? Yi Yun had noticed that Lin Xintong had something on her mind but was hesitant on saying it. Lin Xintong bit her lips as she looked at Yi Yun's palm. The both times she had felt that strange phenomenon was when she touched Yi Yun's body. The contact with Yi Yun's body during their battle had been fleeting, but what if they remained in contact for a longer period of time? Would something special happen? Aware of this possibility, Lin Xintong could not help thinking of verifying it. But, to proactively touch someone's body of the opposite S*X was awkward. Also, if she made the request, people might find it strange. He's just a child, it should be okay, Lin Xintong said to herself as she beckoned Yi Yun over. Unsure of the reason, Yi Yun obediently went before Lin Xintong. She did not know what Lin Xintong wanted, but the next words of Lin Xintong left him dumbfounded. Can I touch your hand? Lin Xintong could not think of any euphemistic expression and decided to just be direct. Yi Yun did not have time to react because her request was extremely strange. What do you want to do to me? With those words, Lin Xintong choked. A 12-year-old child is usually muddle-headed. When an elder sister says those words, a child would just stretch his hand out without knowing what is it about. But Yi Yun's rebuttal had rooted Lin Xintong to the ground. I just want to verify something. Lin Xintong had trouble saying those words because it was embarrassing. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 95, Star-Filled Sky. Chapter 95, Star-Filled Sky. Oh. Yi Yun was curious with what Lin Xintong wanted to verify. But since she did not explain herself, he knew he would not have received an answer. He could feel that Lin Xintong was a pure and noble girl. One could feel that in the middle of Lin Xintong's clear eyes was innocence. Yi Yun obediently stretched out his hand. Seeing Yi Yun's hand, Lin Xintong hesitantly took a step forward, closing the gap. She said, "Raise up your palm." Yi Yun followed, and upon seeing Yi Yun's palm, Lin Xintong's cheeks turned slightly red as she hesitated for a moment before stretching her hand to meet Yi Yun's palm. Under the pine tree, they stood 3 feet apart from each other with their palms locked. Under the bright moon, the two figures' shadows were merging together. Such a picturesque scene seemed to have frozen for eternity. So cold. This was Yi Yun's first thought. Although when he sparred with Lin Xintong and had made contact with her body, due to the presence of energy, Yi Yun could never feel the touch of Lin Xintong. But today, he could feel it in the raw. It was cold and soft to the touch, like the touching of a pool of clear water. Why is it so cold? Both their palms were about the same size and they were a perfect fit. Lin Xintong closed her eyes as her eyelashes trembled slightly, as if she was hoping to feel something with her eyes closed. As she remained quiet, Yi Yun also stayed silent. This feeling, Lin Xintong closed her eyes and searched for any changes to her meridians. She had a strange feeling that the child in front of her was like an endless star-filled night sky. As for her, it was as if she was swimming within this night sky, and deeply experiencing the vast expanse of the night sky. It was a miraculous feeling. Although she knew it was an illusion, it felt very real. As such, Lin Xintong could not help but opening her eyes midway. Under the faint starlight, an immature but surprisingly handsome face appeared in front of her. Those eyes were black and bright, like the world's purest black gemstone. And facing this black gemstone, Lin Shintong could clearly see her own reflection. Oh! This scene, for some unknown reason, left a deep impression on Lin Shintong. She subconsciously took a few steps back, as if she had been frightened by something. No! Although in that split moment, Lin Shintong had experienced an illusion, the feeling that she had been searching for, the thing that had activated her meridian channels did not appear. It was like running after a shadow with no trace to be found. Lin Shintong was disappointed. But what was that star-filled-like illusion from just now? Lin Shintong hesitated for a while before locking palms with Yun again. Once again, there was nothing. She did not feel anything in her meridians, nor did she experience the illusion of the star-filled sky. She looked up and saw that the moon hung in the sky as if nothing had changed. Lin Shintong sighed. Had she failed in her search? But when she pondered about it, she realized that there was nothing to be disappointed about. In fact, this was normal. How could she have subconsciously believed that a child like Yun was able to join up her terminated meridians? That would be impossible. I'll look for you tomorrow night at this time and in this spot. With those words, Lin Shintong floated away and was gone with the wind. Yun was still filled with questions. He did not know why Lin Shintong had approached him for a fight. But he was not worried because it was beneficial for him, and it was something he yearned for. After Lin Shintong left, Yun was not in a hurry to leave. Although it was already late at night, he had just eaten one fierce beast relic, and his body was still overflowing with energy, so how could he waste this precious opportunity to train? He could train only when his body had energy. It was impossible to train without energy. After sparring, Yun had some insight he needed to ponder over. First of all, it was the phantom image formed from Heaven Earth Yuan Qi, and the other was the minute subtlety movement technique. The path of martial arts needed talent, but it needed hard work even more. A talented person who did not have the will to practice would still fall behind. Yun's talent may not be good, but with the purple crystal making up for it, he was not worried. But nothing could make up for hard work. He had to rely on himself. Punch after punch was sent into the vacant air. Pang pang pang. A big black ironstone was shattered by Yun, sending its stone chips flying. But it was a pity that the tiger phantom image formed from the Heaven Earth Yuan Qi did not appear. As for the minute subtlety movement technique, he needed a person to further his understanding. Hence, Yun could not make any progress on those two techniques. On the contrary, Yun entered a trance-like state. In an unseen world, Yun began to appreciate the wonders of the dragon-ribbed tiger bone fist. It was a mysterious feeling, but when Yun tried grasping it, he could not. Master, he managed to form a phantom image from Heaven Earth Yuan Qi, and realized the minute subtlety movement technique. In the woods, Lin Shintong was silently staring at Yun's practicing figure while speaking to Old Man Su beside her. Yes, I saw it. This kid's perceptivity sure is not bad. He didn't only comprehend these two things. We shall wait and see what else he has in store for us. Tomorrow is the Kingdom's Selections semi-finals and I still want to see his performance. The Kingdom's Selections preliminaries had injured many, but the Jin Longwei did not plan to give the injured much time to rest. In Zhang Tan's words, the moment a battle begins, it would be like a storm. Would the enemy give you time to rest? Yun practiced all night till the break of dawn before returning to his residence. He was exhausted. The moment Yun's head hit the bed, he fell into deep sleep. In his dream, the purple crystal was slowly absorbing the Heaven Earth Yuan Qi around him, slowly recovering Yun's strength. In his deep sleep, Yun was still cultivating in his dreams. In a blur, he felt like he was by a cliff, and above the cliff were a flying dragon and a fierce tiger who fighting it out. It was a bustling scene where the earth trembled and the mountains swayed. This dragon was like the Jin dragon on the Jin Longwei's flag, and that tiger was the fierce divine tiger Yun saw during the preliminaries. This dragon-tiger battle made the heavens rend asunder and the earth cracked. In legends, peerless experts would learn a peerless skill from watching divine beasts fighting. At this moment, Yun was gaining further insight from this strange dream. He grew a deeper understanding for dragon-ribbed tiger bone fist. But when he woke up, all his understanding was a blur, recalling it was like chasing shadows. Yun tried his best to recall but could not remember a thing. Such a pity. Yun sighed with emotion. In ancient China, Confucius would dream of the Duke of Zhou frequently. The Duke of Zhou would tell him the ways of the world, and when Confucius woke up, he would gain some understanding. Sometimes, dreams was a great inspiration for people. Looking out of the window, it was already late in the morning. Yun had slept for about 3 hours, but because it was in deep sleep, and with the purple crystal replenishing his energy, 3 hours of sleep was enough to push Yi Yun's mental state to its peak. Time to participate in the semifinals. Yi Yun leaped up. He had already decided that he wanted to obtain the Mortal Blood's first place standing in the selection, and become an elite member of the Jin Lone Wei. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 96, the semifinals begin. Chapter 96, the semifinals begin. The people did not know the examination topic for the Kingdom Selection semifinals. Yi Yun arrived at the plains of the city's outskirts while hearing a flurry of discussion about the semifinals examination topic. Many disqualified participants and the citizens from nearby had gathered to watch the semifinals, causing the venue to be packed with tens of thousands of people. The plains on the Tao tribal clan's city outskirts did not have a grandstand. The people in the front could see, but the people in the back couldn't. Even so, many refused to leave. In a while, the place was packed with people and the Tao tribal clan had to use the members of their warrior camp to maintain the order, in order to prevent a stampede from occurring. It turned out that it was necessary for the Tao tribal clan's upper echelon to send out men from the warrior camp to maintain order. The moment the Tao tribal clan's first and second young master appeared, the crowd exploded with unprecedented excitement. These first and second young master were the idols of the Tao tribal clan, especially the first young master, Huya. He was 18, quiet and had a nonchalant attitude. He seldom appeared and kept things low-key, giving out a sense of mystery. This, along with his cold but handsome face, led many girls in the Tao tribal clan to worship him. This was especially because Huya had reached the middle stage of purple blood, and was just a step away from reaching the tempered body, dragon pulse state. In the vast wilderness, there was a lack of resources, and the heritage was lacking compared to the central heartlands. For the first young master to be close to the point of the tempered body, dragon pulse state, in such conditions was a miracle. Because of this, the people of the Tao tribal clan were extremely proud of him. They had placed a lot of hope on their first young master Huya. When Huya appeared, many young girls began chanting Huya's name, and some fainted with excitement. This scene reminded Yi Yun of concerts he had participated in. Some fans would go into shock upon seeing their idols, and in the vast wilderness where strength was everything, as a martial arts prodigy, Huya's charisma exceeded the celebrities of Yi Yun's past. After Huya was the second young master, Tao Yun, who had received a lot of cheering. Following them were the 7 Purple Blood Realm warriors. Their ages ranged from 20 to 28. Compared to Huya or Tao Yun, they were much less popular. Besides that, many elders of the Tao tribal clan had come. They represented the ruling class of the Tao tribal clan. As rulers, they had their dignity. It would be unsightly to squeeze amongst the crowd, so they had arranged for a row of tables to be placed, like a platform. There was even tea and fruits on the table. The main examiner of this semifinal was still Zhang Tan. About 10 minutes before the semifinals began, he rode a horse into the center of the arena. A few elders invited Zhang Tan to come to the platform, but Zhang Tan simply ignored them. He stood in front of all the participants as his sharp gaze swept across the 60 warriors. At that moment, several elders of the Tao tribal clan felt confused. They did not know whether to sit or stand. With Zhang Tan standing there, did they have the nerve to sit down? Looking at each other, they decided to stand by their seats. It was like school children being punished by their teacher by making them stand by their seats. It was extremely awkward. The Mortal Blood Warriors and Purple Blood Warriors were split into 2 groups. For the semifinals, it was just going through the motion for the Purple Blood Warriors. If they were not too terrible, they would all pass. But for the Mortal Blood Warriors, it was totally different. They would face intense competition. The Taiya Divine Kingdom Warrior Selection semifinals shall begin now. Zhang Tan held his horsewhip and exclaimed loudly. I shall announce the semifinals rules. With a wave of his hand, a white light shot into the sky and began to grow. It eventually became a white jade stone stage. This white jade stone stage was about 10 meters per side. It steadily floated, hanging in the sky. The 4 sides of the stone stage had 4 columns. Each column had 1 blood-red crystal. These crystals were desolate bone relics. It was clear that the jade stage had some spell on it and was powered by the desolate beast relic. It was a treasure. But no one knew what the stage was going to be used for. Zhang Tan stood on the jade stage saying, when a warrior practices martial arts, they have to accept their heritage. The heritage comprises of cultivation techniques, movement techniques, mystic techniques, soul cultivation techniques, fighting techniques, and various other techniques. The most basic of them is the cultivation technique. This will immediately decide the progress of your cultivation. It will decide if you can exceed mortal blood, or even exceed purple blood in the future. Your martial arts are still considered in the beginning stages. Your spirit and cultivation techniques, that I will test, are the most basic things. It will almost determine your success in the future. So try to do your best. Now, all of you will come up to this white jade stage and demonstrate publicly the cultivation technique you practiced. At the same time, report your age and I'll grade you. This white jade stage is a cultivation treasure used by the Jin Longwei elite. A famous refiner master in the kingdom created it. By using desolate bone relics to power it, it can gather heaven earth yuan qi, ensuring that you will be in your optimal state when you demonstrate your cultivation technique. With those words, a bang could be heard as the white jade stage had fell to the ground, giving rise to a cloud of dust. So it's to demonstrate cultivation technique. Among the mortal blood participants, Tao Yunxiao was standing right in front. Hearing Zhang Tan's words, his lips curled into a smile. He already had a well-thought-out plan. The ideal semi-final for him was to enter into real battle, but to demonstrate his cultivation technique was the same. By using the trump card of the Tao tribal clan, he could sweep the audience of their feet. We will begin with the mortal blood group. Once I shout out your name, you can go up and perform. First person, Sun Yu. Zhang Tan shouted out a name. Sun Yu was a heir nurtured from a small tribal clan. He had never expected to be first, so he was a little nervous. With a deep breath, Sun Yu calmed down and leapt onto the stage. Sun Yu, 20 years old, demonstrating cultivation technique, Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. In the Taiya Divine Kingdom, the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist was the #1 mortal blood cultivation technique, so there were many people who practiced it. Besides, the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist was a high-grade technique and a great cultivation technique. Unfortunately, Sun Yu was born from a small tribal clan. A small tribal clan from the vast wilderness had little contact with the central heartlands, so Sun Yu's Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, which was obtained from the Tao tribal clan, thus it was incomplete. It paled in comparison to Lian Qingyu, who had Yao Yuan as a teacher. As such, Sun Yu's performance was mediocre and could not demonstrate the full power of the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. His tendons and bones could only emit a slight sound, and was far from the standard of the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. Tao Yunxiao sneered. He was not bothered by this level of cultivation. Next, Zhou Kong. Zhang Tan's reaction to Sun Yu's performance was expressionless. It was as if he did not see it. After Sun Yu left the stage, Zhang Tan immediately shouted the second name. Zhou Kong was an elite nurtured by the Tao tribal clan. He too demonstrated Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, but compared to Sun Yu, his Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist was much fiercer since Zhou Kong had a master who was at the peak of the purple blood realm. Each blow was packed with a punch, and was accompanied by a crackling sound in the bones. Ka-cha! When Zhou Kong shot out his last punch, he jumped off the white jade stage onto a clearing. With a tiger descends flattening to dust stance, he kicked a granite stone the size of a human head into pieces. Good! In the crowd, many of them cheered. Zhang Tan remained deadpan. Next, Sheng Pingguang. Next, Lin Jun. Next. Zhang Tan shouted out the names of about 50 mortal blood warriors without any expression. After about 4 hours, the weaker ones had finished their demonstration, leaving only the best among the mortal blood warriors. That of course included Tao Yunxiao and Yi Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 97, The Pinnacle of Lian Xingyu's Life. Chapter 97, The Pinnacle of Lian Xingyu's Life. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. From Zhou Kong onwards, each demonstrator would jump off the white jade stage after finishing demonstrating their cultivation technique. They would then find any rock they didn't like the look of and send a punch towards it, smashing it to pieces as a demonstration of their strength. There were all types of rocks everywhere around the arena, from granite with normal hardness to black ironstone of extreme hardness. The weaker ones would smash granite rocks, while the stronger ones would smash black ironstone. Some of the elites of the Tao tribal clan could fracture 3-foot-wide black ironstone with one punch. Although it was implied that it was not a test of the power of a fist technique when Zhang Tan mentioned that the lack of a uniform standard, the contestants were secretly competing amongst themselves. The target they attacked could express the limits of their strength. As the end of the line of participants was reached, the black ironstone sizes that were broken became larger, making it more competitive. This aroused the crowd to cheer as they shouted with excitement. Next, Lian Qingyu. Zhang Tan shouted again. It was finally Lian Qingyu's turn. Young Master Lian is sure to win. Young Master will live for many generations, he will unify the wilderness. When Lien Qingyu came to the stage, the members of the warrior preparation camp who were jostling in the crowd began to shout. Ever since Zhao Taizhu was taken down, the members of the warrior preparation camp fought to become the #1 henchman under Lien Qingyu. These warrior preparation camp members could not do well at the kingdom's selection, but among normal people, they were a lot stronger. So even in a crowd of 10,000 people, they were able to squeeze to the very front and cheer on Lien Qingyu. One of them was extremely good at sucking up to Lien Qingyu. Yi Yun did not know his name, but every time he saw him, he would subconsciously label him as Zhao Taizhu II. This time, Zhao Taizhu II shouted so loud that even Lien Qingyu felt uncomfortable. The words "for many generations, he will unify the wilderness" was fine when used in their own territory, but to shout that in the Tao tribal clan, at the selection's public venue was ridiculous. Indeed, the surrounding people of the Tao tribal clan began to laugh. Lien Qingyu coughed dryly and stood on the stage, ignoring the members of the warrior preparation camp. He closed his eyes in concentration and began to perceive the heaven-earth yuan qi. This white jade stage was a Jin Longwei treasure, hence, there was an extremely dense heaven-earth yuan qi on the white jade stage. It feels great. Lien Qingyu took a deep breath and began demonstrating his cultivation technique, which was of course Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. It had to be said that Lien Qingyu's Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist was extraordinary. When he performed Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, he would stir the surrounding heaven-earth yuan qi, forming into an invisible airflow, sending them wafting in all directions. The demonstration of an expert was obvious. Many of the Tao tribal clan elders that stood by the platform had teasing smiles on their faces, but when they saw what unfolded in front of them, they slowly wiped it off their faces. After all, Lien Qingyu could be considered a talent for someone his attainments despite growing up in a small tribal clan. Lien Qingyu's Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist was a complete version as well. Technically, Yi Yun was also a student of Yao Yuan, despite only secretly learned from him. Many things were not taught by Yao Yuan publicly but were taught privately to Lien Qingyu. This was not because Yao Yuan had meant to keep them secret, but rather that Zhao Taizhu and company would not have been able to comprehend those things even if he had taught them publicly. But even if Lien Qingyu managed to demonstrate a complete version of Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, to Yi Yun there were multiple flaws in his demonstration. Yi Yun's Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist came from Lin Xintong. It was, of course, a complete version and also the truest version of the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist in the Taiya Divine Kingdom. The drawn pictures were more profound than the normally inscribed versions. Just Lin Xintong's Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist manual alone was priceless, not to mention Lin Xintong's commentary in the manual. Lin Xintong was an extremely serious girl. Every understanding she had from browsing through the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist manual was written down meticulously. Yi Yun benefited much from it because Lin Xintong was standing on a completely different level. Yi Yun could guess that Lin Xintong came from some superior sect or ancient family clan. Lin Xintong's understanding of Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist also represented the profound ancient family clans. How could a tribe in the vast wilderness compare? As Lien Qingyu demonstrated Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, Yi Yun began to carefully count all the imperfections in Lien Qingyu's movements. Although Lien Qingyu's every move looked perfect in the eyes of many, Yi Yun was still able to find faults in them. Up to this point, Yi Yun had already counted 28 flaws. It was hard to imagine that, even with Lien Qingyu's high-speed movements, Yi Yun was able to catch every flaw in his moves sharply. This was also because Yi Yun was getting stronger and his senses were getting sharper. If Yi Yun was to battle Lien Qingyu in a deathmatch, then Yi Yun could exploit Lien Qingyu's flaws and defeat him. By spotting the 28 flaws, it meant that Lien Qingyu was no longer a match for Yi Yun in a direct battle. Pa! 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 At that moment, Lien Qingyu's body was emitting the sounds of exploding bones. And after that, pang! 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 Like a strong bow being pulled, this was his tendons shouting in unison. The essence of Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist was to train the bones and tendons. The aim of Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist was to train a warrior's body to the point of having dragon ribs and tiger bones. So having the bones and tendons sound was the most important symbol of having mastered Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. Ha! With a large shout, Lien Qingyu jumped off the white jade stage and hit a black ironstone the size of a roller. Ka-cha! With a tremor, the black ironstone shattered. Lien Qingyu's fists were numb, but his eyes were filled with excitement. He succeeded. He had achieved optimal performance. That punch was also Lien Qingyu's maximum attack power. His every move could be said to be perfect. Lien Qingyu was satisfied with himself. He retracted his reddening fist and loosened his fingers. With a smile, he looked at the crowd and landed his eyes on Yi Yun. His eyes indicated a hint of provocation. He may have lost to Yi Yun at the preliminaries, but it was natural for him to exceed Yi Yun in the semifinals. Yi Yun was only strong in spirit, but spirit was just an empty show of strength. In a real fight, one needed real skill and strength. Although the semi-finals did not compare their strength, it was not much different to comparing cultivation techniques. Lien Xingyu knew that Yi Yun's cultivation technique was the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. Although Yi Yun had another elephant swallowing technique, it was a mystic technique that aided in cultivation, but it wasn't a cultivation technique, so Yi Yun could only demonstrate Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. Previously, everyone would display the strength of their Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist and attack a piece of black ironstone to test their destructive power. If Yi Yun wanted to stand out, he naturally had to showcase his fist technique's power to obtain that impossible first place. But how much destructive power could Yi Yun's fist technique have? Could he even shatter a black ironstone the size of a face basin? He might even have to hit a granite rock. To Lien Xingyu, Yi Yun's level was at most at the peak of the Meridian's realm. This was already an overvaluation. Even if Yi Yun was at the beginning stages of the Qi Gatherer realm, so what? Yi Yun's fist technique was obtained through improper channels. It was a question if Yi Yun could even perform the complete set of Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, having secretly learned from Yao Yuan, so how could his performance be brilliant? Lien Xingyu descended from the stage. The order of the semifinals was according to the rankings of the preliminaries. Those who were ranked at the top in the first round were naturally the last to perform on stage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 98, 9 Mysterious Swords of Heaven. Chapter 98, 9 Mysterious Swords of Heaven. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. After Lien Xingyu finished his demonstration, there were only 5 Mortal Blood Realm participants left. Besides Yi Yun, the other 4 participants were elites nurtured by the Tao tribal clan. These Tao tribal clan elites were stronger than Lien Xingyu in every aspect. This was because they had masters at the peak of the Purple Blood Realm in the Tao tribal clan, and these masters were much stronger than Yao Yuan. Even Lien Xingyu had to admit that their Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist was demonstrated with might. The level of their demonstration was much more powerful than his. This made Lien Xingyu feel uneasy. He had barely entered the top 5 in the preliminaries. It was not a done deal to enter the top 5 in the semifinals. Besides, Zhang Tan said that the kingdom's selection had 3 rounds. Lien Xingyu did not know if the third round's topic would be something he was good at. Now that Tao Yunxiao and the 9 Purple Blood Realm warriors had already taken 10 spots, there were not many spots left. Lien Xingyu felt a sense of urgency. 3 Tao tribal clan elites finished demonstrating one after the other. The next person was Tao Yunxiao. As a person at the peak of the Mortal Blood Realm, Tao Yunxiao was put in the limelight. And Tao Yunxiao was on his home ground, so the surrounding audience was mostly filled with people from the Tao tribal clan. As the third young master of the Tao tribal clan, he obtained cheers from the crowd the moment he appeared. Under such a cheering scene, Tao Yunxiao felt confident and he had a well-thought-out plan. He strode onto the white jade stage. He was sure he would win this stage, and he would win by a mile. For the semi-finals, his father and the Tao tribal clan's elders had given him a surprise. Tao Yunxiao was confident that this surprise would be able to make the semi-finals into a one-man show. Standing on the stage while under the eyes of many, Tao Yunxiao exuded pride. This was a stage that belonged to him, the starting point of his brilliant future. He loved that feeling. As his glance swept the crowd, he looked at the Mortal Blood Realm participants. Tao Yunxiao's lips curled into a smile. As for Yi Yun, he no longer noticed him. Tao Yunxiao wanted these people to know the huge difference between him and the other contestants. He wanted them to know what it meant to be a frog in the well. Tao Yunxiao waved and an elder came forward holding a long object wrapped in silk with both hands before passing it to Tao Yunxiao. It was a sword. A weapon? The people were shocked because so far, no one had used a weapon on stage. It was not difficult to get started with weapons. Even someone like Zhao Taizhu could grab a large saber and dance with it with great extravagance. But a real warrior would not only just pose with their weapons. They would infuse their martial arts into the weapon, making the weapon part of them. Most fist or leg skills were easier to manage. As for weapons like sabers, swords or halberds, it was not easy to utilize them as if they were a limb. Warriors below the Purple Blood Realm would muster their strength to break through to the Purple Blood Realm, so they would not pay extra effort to cultivate their weapon skills. But today on the White Jade stage, Tao Yunxiao had taken out a sword. It was naturally not just for show, but also to reveal his real skill. Tao Yunxiao was a warrior of the sword. At 14 years of age, he was no doubt a cultivation genius by being at the peak of the Mortal Blood Realm and having cultivated a sword technique. Even Zhang Tan, who saw Tao Yunxiao solemnly untying the cloth around the sword, was surprised. He too wanted to know the level Tao Yunxiao had attained in his sword technique. When the cloth was fully removed, what appeared to the masses was a 2-foot-long short sword. The sword's pommel was unsophisticated while the sword's hilt was covered in old snakeskin. Looking at this sword, the elders of the Tao tribal clan standing on the platform had mixed expressions, but they also looked proud. This sword was their Tao tribal clan's ancestral artifact. Tao tribal clan's ancestral artifact was a pair of swords, a male and female sword. The sword in Tao Yunxiao's hand was a female sword. Grand Elder, why did you agree to Yunxiao's use of the ancestral artifact? Aren't you afraid that it would be coveted by others, causing a calamity to our Tao tribal clan? The two ancestral artifacts of the Tao tribal clan was how they had kept their foothold. In the past, when desolate beasts attacked, the peak purple blood realm warriors in the tribe would use the ancestral artifact to battle the desolate beasts. Not only that, this pair of swords was able to condense chi to cleanse a person's body. Training was more effective when both the male and female swords were used. But today, for a kingdom selection, the Tao tribal clan's patriarch have given the female ancestral weapon to Tao Yunxiao for demonstration purposes. It sounded incredible. The Tao tribal clan's grand elder was a thin person. He mused, the Tao divine kingdom is such a behemoth. Why would they care about our two ancestral artifacts? Revealing our ancestral artifact might cause trouble, but if we kept our secret, and never faced the challenges posed to us, then our Tao tribal clan would eventually be destroyed. It's time we show our strength and foundation. This kingdom's selection is the best opportunity to show it off. We can't forever stay in this poor wasteland of the cloud wilderness. We need to leave this place and create our own family clan. In the Tao divine kingdom, family clans were not a trifling matter. Tribes such as the Lian tribe and the Tao tribe was just known as tribal clans. The difference between a family clan and tribal clan was like the difference between a noble in the capital city and a village's tycoon. The Tao tribal clan had existed in the cloud wilderness for eons. Their ambition was to establish a family clan, and with their own hand, develop it slowly and build it up. In the annals of the Tao divine kingdom, many ancient family clans were built up from small tribal clans. Many family clans had even survived several dynasties to the point that they had a longer history than the Tao divine kingdom's royal family. The Tao tribal clan had already accumulated enough. They could use the opportunity of the kingdom's selection to show their strength. And Tao Yunxiao was lucky, he was chosen to be the Tao tribal clan's mortal blood realm poster child. Lord Zhang, I will be demonstrating 9 mysterious swords of heaven. 9 mysterious swords of heaven? The commoners had never heard of such a cultivation technique, but for a person like Lian Xingyu, who had experience in martial arts, he knew what the 9 mysterious swords of heaven was. It was a cultivation technique that used 9 sword moves to cultivate the entire body's musculoskeletal system. It did the same thing as Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist in a different way. It was also able to complement Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist and vice versa. Since Tao Yunxiao had learned the 9 mysterious swords of heaven, it was natural that he had also learned the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. He had learned 2 cultivation techniques. This made Lian Xingyu feel mixed emotions. Such a large tribe like the Tao tribal clan was different. This was the difference in heritage. One should know that the 9 mysterious swords of heaven was not widely spread. Certain factions hid it, so it was not easy to obtain the manual. To learn 9 mysterious swords of heaven, one had to use a sword, which made the difficulty of learning it even higher. The Tao tribal clan had their ancestral artifacts, the female-male swords. These 2 swords could give their users a mysterious energy. Coupled with the cultivation technique of the 9 mysterious swords of heaven, it allowed the users to release unbelievable strength, allowing warriors to successfully break through in their cultivation. This was the real secret the Tao tribal clan had, and it was the reason for being able to stand their ground in the vast wilderness for thousands of years. And this secret had been kept completely confidential for a long time. But today, the Tao tribal clan elders decided they had accumulated enough. It was time to display their strength and begin their development and growth. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 99, Yi Yun goes on stage. Chapter 99, Yi Yun goes on stage. 9 mysterious swords of heaven? Zheng Tan was slightly surprised. He had previously looked down on the Tao tribal clan. It was unbelievable that a small tribe in the vast wilderness could have such a thing. Alright, let me see your sword skills. Hearing Zheng Tan's words, Tao Yunxiao felt encouraged and he grew more confident. Tao Yunxiao began swinging his sword as the sword beams quickly turned into a spectacular light show. The sword moves of the 9 mysterious swords of heaven were very beautiful. Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist may be a top cultivation technique, but just comparing the elegance of the moves, Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist could not be compared with the 9 mysterious swords of heaven. Every move and stance of the 9 mysterious swords of heaven was like art. And these great-looking moves could train every inch of a cultivator's body. Together with expiration, energy could enter the organs of a cultivator, strengthening their organs and blood. 9 mysterious swords of heaven was a cultivation technique that focused on strengthening the organs, while the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist was used to strengthen the muscles and tendons. So they complemented each other. By cultivating both cultivation techniques together, it allowed for greater efficiency. Tao Yunxiao may be arrogant, but he had the means to be arrogant. The sword in his hand seemed to come to life. This 2 feet long female sword was a genuinely precious sword. As he swung the sword's body would generate sounds, as if the roar of a dragon or tiger. Tao Yunxiao was completely engrossed in his sword moves. Although he could not be as one with the sword, but he could inject his mental spirit into the sword, making it an extension of his arm. Buzz. As the female sword began to sound out more aggressively, it turned from a low hum to a clear buzz. It had become one with Tao Yunxiao, forming an indescribable force. When this aura reached its peak, a sharp sound that cut through the air could be heard. Phew! A visible airwave was emitted by the female sword with a crushing force. Cha! 10 feet from Tao Yunxiao, a piece of black ironstone the size of a washbasin flew up into the air before shattering. Seeing this, the audience could not help but let out a cry. Sword Chi! Zhang Tan's eyebrows raised. By injecting energy into a sword and using the sharpness of the sword, when a warrior strikes, the energy released is known as Sword Chi. Very few mortal blood warriors knew how to use swords, so to be able to release Sword Chi was rarer. For Tao Yunxiao to reach this stage proved that he had talent with swords. Tao Yunxiao did not sheath his female sword, but made large strides forward. He was chasing the stone that flew in the air. His sword strikes were like a snowstorm. Sha! 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 In the time of 2 breaths, Tao Yunxiao had sent out a few dozen moves. The female sword treated metal like mud. The wash basin-sized black ironstone was reduced to the size of a sugar cube before dropping to the ground. Good. The Tao tribal clan crowd turned to a jubilating uproar. Their loud cheers were like layer after layer of waves, with each wave higher than the other and took long to subside. The Tao tribal clan audience were extremely proud of their tribe. The Grand Elder was satisfied. He knew that they had met their goal today. To build a family clan was an arduous task, and might even lead to bloodshed. By displaying the tribe's strength, they could make the external tribes be in awe of their strength, and they could also implant their clan's pride amongst the people. Tao Yunxiao ended off with a beautiful sword dance before perfectly sheathing his sword. His face beamed with a confident smile. He too felt that his performance had been perfect. Zhang Tan nodded slightly. You released Sword Chi, but although it was through the aid of the sword's power, it can be considered to be not bad. Zhang Tan finally spoke. The impression he had on the people was solemnity, probably harsh. By saying considered not bad was an extremely high compliment. The people of the Tao tribal clan were proud. Zhang Tan had praised their 3rd young master. And they still had the 1st and 2nd young master. And the 1st young master, Huya, was the brightest figure in their tribal clan. Well done, Yunxiao. On the platform, several of the Tao tribal clan elders were not stingy with their praise. By obtaining the affirmation of the Jin Longwei, Tao Yunxiao had regained the pride of the Tao tribal clan. Pinghai, you sure have a good son. A tribal elder said to a middle-aged man not far from him. The middle-aged man laughed. There is still a large gap between Yunxiao and Huya. When Huya uses the male sword on stage, it will heat up the atmosphere even further. This warm atmosphere lasted for at least 30 minutes, but the people were reluctant to stop it. They had a feeling that Tao Yunxiao would obtain 1st place in the semifinals. Until Zhang Tan announced, the last participant of the Mortal Blood, Yi Yun. Oh? It's not over? Right, there's still one more person. Many people then remembered that Yi Yun still had not gone on stage. Yi Yun was, after all, 1st in the preliminary, plus the fact that he was young. He should have received a lot of attention, but because of Tao Yunxiao's stunning performance, the people forgot about Yi Yun temporarily. Yi Yun, is he the one with the strongest spirit? That's right. If Yi Yun did not use a loophole in the preliminary, then he would be the person with the strongest spirit in all the mortal blood warriors present. He may have great spirit, but how's his strength? How good can he be? He can't be much. That kid is only 12. Our young master Yunxiao is a top talent, but he's already 14. To say the least, even if the kid has talent and can catch up with young master Yunxiao, but they have a 2-year age gap, so his strength must be much lower. The people began nodding their heads, fully agreeing with the Tao tribal clan warrior's comments. The citizens of the vast wilderness had a difficult time understanding what spirit was. But a cultivation technique's strength was something they could comprehend. If Yun could break a black ironstone with his punch, then he would be considered strong. If he couldn't, then it proved that spirit was some gaudy gimmick. This was the thought of the people of the vast wilderness, simple and direct. Kid, I wish you luck. Seeing Yun heading up on stage and passing him by, Lien Xingyu experienced schadenfreude. After seeing Tao Yunxiao's stunning performance, Lien Xingyu had been jealous. But as jealous he may be, he had always known the gap between the Tao tribal clan and the Lien tribal clan, so Lien Xingyu did not have a hard time accepting it. And next it was Yun's turn to go on stage. Lien Xingyu was rejoicing within, for although no one knew Yun's origins, he knew it clearly. Yun could only demonstrate Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, and what's more, it was secretly learned from Yao Yuan. Firstly, Yao Yuan's standard was not the match of a Tao tribal clan experts. Secondly, Yun had learned it secretly. So this difference was astounding. Thinking of Yun using a secretly learned Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist to compete against Tao Yunxiao's 9 mysterious swords of heaven, Lien Xingyu could not stop laughing. It was a torture to compare, but why did you have to perform after Tao Yunxiao? The contrast will be too obvious. Little slave, do well later. Don't throw the face of your master, mine. Just as Yun walked past Lien Xingyu, his ear rang with Lien Xingyu's voice. Yun stopped and turned his head towards Lien Xingyu. What are you looking at? Lien Xingyu said with a teasing smile. Looking at a retard. Yun said calmly and carried on walking to the white jade stage. Lien Xingyu's face sank as he rooted himself into the ground. Little bastard, you reciprocate me giving you face with that. His face flashed a malicious expression while Yun had already gone on stage, ignoring Lien Xingyu's threat. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 100, Mysterious Feeling. Chapter 100, Mysterious Feeling. Yun stood firmly in the center of the white jade stage. Everyone's eyes were on Yun, anticipating his performance. Yun felt some emotions. He slightly raised his head towards the airship in the sky. Without doubt, Lin Xintong and Su Jie rode in that and were here to watch the semifinals. Just as Yun came to the stage, they appeared. Yun of course knew they were here to watch him. As for Tao Yunxiao, he felt it was a coincidence. Tao Yunxiao felt depressed. Why didn't Lin Xintong come 20 minutes earlier, so that she could see me shine? To be able to show his skills in front of a beauty would be a joy to Tao Yunxiao. Unfortunately, Lin Xintong had missed it. Seeing the airship, Yun felt as if he could see Lin Xintong looking through the window at him. Yun could not help but smile. He replayed the sparring match he had with Lin Xintong last night in his mind, and once again began to grasp further insight. After sleeping a while, those insights had turned evanescent, clear one moment, but fading the next. Yun wanted to see if he could really incorporate those insights. With a deep breath, Yun could feel the surrounding heaven-earth yuan qi. The white jade stage he was standing upon was exceptional, with 4 desolate bone relics shining on the 4 pillars. The array the desolate bone relic powered condensed heaven-earth yuan qi, making the stage have more than 100 times more heaven-earth yuan qi than the Tao tribal clan's outskirts. It was indeed a cultivation treasure. Yun also coveted this kind of treasure. Of course, even if he took it, he had no way of powering it. Yun took in one deep breath after another, and felt the 36,000 pores in his body open up. He greedily absorbed the energy on the white jade stage. On this stage, besides practicing, just by standing would increase a person's cultivation. The purple crystal within Yun's heart began to slowly work. A small eddy appeared within the purple crystal and the surrounding heaven-earth yuan qi began to be attracted by this eddy and quickly swirled into the purple crystal. Pure energy cleansed every inch of Yun's body. This feeling was unbelievable. Yun felt intoxicated. It was like an alcoholic falling into a lake filled with 1,000-year-old vintage wine, and had free rein at drinking it. This kid, why isn't he moving? I wanted to see how good he is, yet he has not made any moves yet. Is he trying to fool us? The people's tongues wagged. From the beginning to now, Yun had stood motionless for 3 minutes. Tao Yunxiao crossed his arms and a smile appeared on his face. With a proud expression, he did not think Yun would pose a threat to him for the semifinals. With the female sword appearing, who can challenge it? At this time, Yun raised his arms. It was a simple stance and did not stir any of the heaven-earth yuan qi energy flow. Because anytime the heaven-earth yuan qi flow came close to Yun's body, the purple crystal would absorb it. Within his body, with pump after pump of energy, Yun began punching. His moves were not exhilarating but made people feel a softness. Each stance and gesture of Yun was extremely slow, but it was very harmonious and seamless. This fist technique would not appear surprising to any normal person. It was just simple moves that could be easily learned and emulated by any ordinary person. In time, many of the audience turned restless. What the hell? What sort of fist technique is this? We could do it if we were asked to go up. Quickly do something powerful, it's too boring. Can he really make the cut? The audience began talking in private. To them, only fist techniques that could shatter rocks and kick down trees were real fist techniques. Even many warriors thought so too. Yi Yun may not come close to Tao Yunxiao, but being first in the preliminaries, he should at least shatter some black ironstone. The laymen were here for the excitement, while the experts looked at the technique. Zhang Tan stared at Yi Yun's every move. At the beginning, he did not take much notice, but slowly, his expression changed, and a look of consternation appeared on his face. Oh? This kid's dragon rib tiger bone fist can actually have such a harmonious feeling. It doesn't seem like he learned this fist technique in the vast wilderness. To enhance the people's ability to battle the fierce beasts, the Taiya Divine Kingdom had openly published the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, and it had been spread to the people for a long time. As for the people who had access to the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, they were a mixture of good and bad. The later generations of warriors would often inject their own understandings into it, causing there to be many versions of Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. As the cultivation technique became widespread, there were also drawbacks. Having many versions was not a good thing. Some of them oversimplified things and some of them removed things. As a result of all these varying standards, the essence of the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist was destroyed. But there was a benefit, which was that it was easier to learn. The real and rigorous orthodox Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist may have never reached the vast wilderness, as it was too hard to learn. Yi Yun was currently performing the most orthodox Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. Together with Lin Xintone's notes, Yi Yun was able to reveal the charm. The Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist was a foundation skill of the Taiya Divine Kingdom, so it was the standard method for their armies. As 1,000 households of the Jinlong Wei, Zhang Tan was well versed in the orthodox Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, so he could tell immediately the level of Yi Yun's fist technique. This kid sure has good perceptivity. Zhang Tan was surprised. Without perceptivity, even if you were to learn the orthodox Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, it was still hard to master. What's more, Yi Yun was 12 years old. It was shocking. In fact, the crowd's murmurs and Zhang Tan's praises did not matter to Yi Yun. At this time, Yi Yun had reached the no law, no shape, no void, no mean state on the White Jade stage. This was the first time that Yi Yun was practicing in a thick Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi environment. The purple crystal could freely absorb the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi's energy in here. Although desolate bones contained a lot of energy, they were similar to herbs. Some of the energy within was not pure. Some of them, when absorbed, will turn toxic, harming the person absorbing it. It could make a person's foundation weak or make it impossible to digest, eventually causing a person to burst to his death. But Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi would not. It was the most original, purest form of energy. Of course, there was a weakness in Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. It was not as vibrant as desolate bone energy. To level up by absorbing Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi would take an extremely long time. As the ancient saying goes, a meat-eater charges forward with bravery, a Qi-eater does not die and becomes a god. The Qi-eater refers to a person who can absorb the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. He possessed a long life, and had strength that rivaled a god. When Yi Yun's body and mind fused with the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi, his spirit, Qi, and soul fused into one. In that evanescent state, it felt like he could touch the creator of the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist and obtain the true meaning of his legacy. This true meaning only existed within the most orthodox Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. Now, it slowly coalesced with Yi Yun's mind. Yi Yun's every move and stance were injected with the true meaning, as if it had a life of its own. In Yi Yun's mind, this true meaning had evolved into various images. It was a battle between a Jin dragon and a fierce tiger. The dragon soared while the tiger leaped, the earth trembled and the mountains swayed. This was the dream scene Yi Yun had last night. The only difference was this time he was awake, watching the fight. He could see every detail. Yi Yun again thought back to the previous night in the woods when he felt an abstruse feeling while practicing Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist. At that time, he had trouble grasping it. But today, he could. Yi Yun finally understood what that mysterious feeling was. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.